the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
I'm not feeling really afraid of any player on TSM right now.
Oh, and they get it! Turtle always picking up quadras right at the end of the game.
I think actually this season Turtle will play really well.
Wild once again, unleashed Wild Turtle.
I think his weakness is Lightning Phase and his tendency to do something super random
Here's the ultimate from Sneaky, but it just hits the uprights perfectly. It's going to be Wild Turtle finally going down.
People tend to think that Turtle sucks in team fights because he'll just like jump in, but his mindset in team fights is really good.
Into the mid lane goes Wild Turtle. Gate forced to just die. Wild Turtle!
Playing Immortals is definitely going to be one of the harder teams. They just have really solid individual players across the line.
I would say I'm pretty excited to play against Bjergsen. I know he's a really good player, so we'll see what happens on the Rift.
Welcome to week 2 of the North American League Championship Series Spring Split. Plenty of energy in the building, and the crowd, well, they arrived just a short time ago, but with no shortage of energy, looking to cheer on their favorite teams. And first up on the Rift, it's going to be Cloud9 Coach Elimination with Balls, Bunny Fufu, maybe going over some last-minute game plans. They'll be going up against Team Impulse, who are still searching for their first win of the season, but making their way to the stage just a short time ago. Thank you for tuning in for another day of action as our teams battle for street cred. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson, and lending their expertise to the analyst desk are Aiden's Irene Moon and our special guest, Team Liquid's assistant coach, Mark Zimmerman. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
Happy to be here.
Are you? Are you really?
No.
Okay, well, see, at least we're breaking down the barriers
Special
now.
guest.
An honest desk is the first step to being a good desk. Well, let's check out what's in store for us today to kick off with Team Impulse looking to get on the board as they face off against Cloud9. After that, TSM will challenge their former AD carry Wild Turtle and the rest of Immortals. Then Team Liquid will battle Kenalogic Gaming, followed by Team Dignitas versus Renegades. Now, due to visa issues, Echo Fox failed to submit an eligible roster for today's match against Energy, and therefore will forfeit that game. Now, to read the full competitive ruling, head over to lolesports.com. Now, the season is only 1 week old, and the teams are still feeling each other out, but Immortals came out swinging and put up a statement win against Team Impulse in week 1. It was our only, or rather, it was only our second perfect game in the history of the North American LCS and broke the record for fastest win, clocking in at just 18 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, and Immortals, they started off 2-0, and expectations are very high for this team, not only from their fans, but also from their coaching staff and from themselves. They're already being groomed to be a #1 team here in NA, and up against Energy and TSM, who are also gunning for those top spots. It's going to be a very interesting weekend for the Immortals squad.
Yeah, as an outside eye, Mark, what's your perception of the Immortals roster?
I think they're very talented at every position. I think, obviously Huni and Rainover have crazy synergy, and I think that's where they shine the most, but the rest of the roster is very competent and kind of keep up with them.
All right, well, they're going to have a couple big tests, though, this week against TSM and Energy. Last week's teams, though, were quick to tinker with the team lineups, making midweek roster changes, and the move paid dividends for the majority of the teams.
Yeah, Cloud9 ended up subbing in High over Bunny Fufu in their last game against Echo Fox, and there was an immediate improvement in shot calling, but I do think we have to temper expectations here. I think the difference between High and Bunny Fufu is not this gigantic delta, because think about who they played and the strength of schedule in the context of their performances. High, he played against Echo Fox. They had a great game where they focused bottom and took out that strength. But then in the game where Bunny Fufu played, it was against Immortals. And Immortals are just looking up and up right now.
All right, so Mark, I guess when we look at today's matchup, Cloud9 putting Bunny Fufu back in, I mean, this is an important part of getting him reps. And as a coach, you can probably speak to some of the struggles that go along with turning someone, grooming someone into not only a better player, but a better shot caller.
Yeah, I think one of the best things you can do for a player early in the career is get them experience. And obviously Tip isn't as strong of a roster, and so they're just looking to get him probably some experience against a team that they're pretty sure they can win with whoever they put in.
Now, another team that made some moves in the first week, Team Liquid also looks stronger with Dardoch and Matt in the lineup. Now, they had TSM on the rope for the majority of the game, just losing that crucial team fight at the end there. But again, you can speak to, I'm sure, some of the thought process behind bringing those two guys in and perhaps why the lineup seemed to perform better with them in the slots.
Yeah, I think after our first game, we felt like our macro decision-making wasn't quite up to par, and Matt and Dardoch are two of the more vocal voices from the TLA team. And so they had just finished qualifying. We hadn't had a lot of time to practice with them and the rest of the main roster, but we felt like it would give us a better chance to win versus TSM, and that's really what made our decision.
Yeah, and I also heard that that's the first time that incarnation of the roster had actually ever played together. No scrims, no practice. They may have practiced with Dardoch, but not Matt.
Right, we had been a little hesitant about swapping up the bot lane synergy, but we just wanted to go with something to bring someone else with Dardoch so he wasn't alone, and we felt like Matt was the best option to bring with him.
Well, it's not going to be the last time that we see Dardoch, as a longtime LCS veteran, I Will Dominate, announced that he would be retiring from competitive play. I mean, this is a guy who, when I think of him, I think of no shortage of passion for the game. Whenever you watch a big Baron play that was made, you can always look for the camera to switch to Dominate, up out of his chair, screaming and yelling.
Yeah, I love Dom, just like playing with him every day. He was someone who brought the same energy level every day. So, you know, if someone else on the team was lacking energy, he'd pick them up. He would always be the first one to talk in discussions. He just led the team, really, and that's why he was our captain for 2 seasons.
Nice. He had a nice kind of level energy that everybody could get on the same level and bring him up, but he also had really high highs. I love it when he just slams the desk and he's like, let's go! Get the team hyped, and I think that that's a great trait to have in a captain, is somebody who can get the team up on that next level, even if they're feeling down.
And to be honest, that's a void that's going to have to be filled. So the question is, who's the next guy on the Team Liquid roster who's going to be there as kind of that hype man? But it's time now to pull up the standings to get a full view of the league. With Echo Fox's forfeit, Energy Esports pulls into sole possession of first place, with Immortals just 1 game back, holding a sterling 2-0 record. Then it's a packed field with 5 teams tied for third with an even 1-1. Echo Fox drops to 8th, and in 9th we have Team Impulse and Team Liquid. Now, before we head up to the caster desk, we want to ping you over on Twitter. And if you've ever wanted your own professional league coach to help you level up your game or get a deeper understanding of how the pros do it, today we've got you covered. Send us your questions to @LolEsports and use the hashtag AskMark, and we'll be pulling a few to answer a bit later today. But now, without further ado, let's hand it off to our casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. Oh, this is a wonderful crowd. Thank you guys so much. I'm David Victorli. This is the man that everyone knows and loves to respect, Joshua Jat Leisman.
Damn.
Yeah, you're one of the big faces of the league, man. He's a smart dude. He's a great person. We're going to tee up our first game of the day. Team Impulse versus Cloud9. Now, we talked about C9. The analyst has talked about him as well. Bunny Fufu is back in the saddle here. He's going to be the support. He's going to be grooming as a shot caller, and this will be yet another test to see how well he can do up against this Team Impulse squad.
Right, and we can still tell Cloud9 are coalescing around their new lineup, and it is important to give Bunny reps as a shot caller. And another new acquisition for them, Rush, he can show that he's had a good game. He ganked balls for the top lane a lot of times in that second game, got first blood for him, and then helped carry the game. But we haven't seen the MVP-style performance from Rush that he had in so many games on Team Impulse's roster that split, and we're still going to be looking for him to kind of step up and be that huge acquisition.
Yeah, absolutely. What is Spring Split Rush going to be like here? Meanwhile, though, his actually old team, Team Impulse, of course, they've made a lot of subs. They've had some issues working with their players. This time around, Fang has visa issues, who was their intended starting top laner, so now they've got Seraph from his former squad, TDK, here to play, and we'll see how he does.
Yeah, as far as finding a sub for the top lane, Seraph could be considered an upgrade by a lot of people. So they did a great job on short notice being able to pull up Seraph because he has experience. He's played 2 splits in the LCS, but this is just one more obstacle that Team Impulse has to overcome after the 0-2 start. And it will be a test to see how well the other players on the team can recover from the losses and the mounting adversity, because they'll have to tune all of that out and just focus on this game against Cloud9 if they want a chance to pick up a win.
And well, good luck, Team Impulse. We'll see if they can do it. But, of course, their AD carry Mash has had a lot of experience playing on the LCS stage. He's had a lot of experience losses as well, and he's got his advice for handling those losses.
The one thing to move forward is just don't live in the past. I mean, I've been through a bunch of losses, so always it's really easy to be positive when you're winning, but it's definitely really hard to stay positive when you're losing. So try to keep the greatest mindset as possible and just keep moving on.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Mash. Everyone kind of says it, and we actually had just heard everyone talking about I Will Dominate a second ago, where he was always one of the people with energy to keep the team up, to keep the team going. And it's very important you have someone who can keep the team focused and working toward that next objective instead of just sort of falling over and getting run over. And yeah, we'll see if Impulse can snatch that first win sometime soon.
Absolutely. It's going to be a really tough split for them. We already know that. They even know that.
Yeah.
But it's important to try to keep their heads held high.
Well, we'll see if they can do it today here on Saturday afternoon. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side is Team Impulse. Seraph up in the top lane. Bebe in the jungle. Gate in mid. We heard from Mash on AD carry. Ken on support with Jason, their coach.
Yep, and on the red side here in blue is Cloud9 because we have Balls in the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Jensen in mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and today it's Bunny Fufu on support. Trying to pick up his first win with Cloud9.
That's true, actually. Yeah, he had a rough start. He had to play against the really tough Immortals lineup, so that's somewhat understandable, I suppose you could consider. As we get ourselves into Champions Select in just a minute, I hear the players are ready. One thing to note, actually, is that one of the champions we've been seeing with all the marksman jungles is Kindred. She is actually disabled right now. If you guys watched the European LCS yesterday, there was a bug where if you trigger the third attack on her E, you could get extra damage if other people were attacking her. No one had ever reported the bug. Like, we'd never seen it before, but we realized he died a bit too fast. We figured out what the bug was. The fix will actually probably come in 6-3 is what I'm hearing, though it might come sooner to Tournament Realms. All that said, Kindred will not be in Champ Select here for this weekend and maybe the next week as well. So no Kindred, but we do start Champion Select, and we start week 2, day 1 of the North American LCS with Impulse vs. Cloud9.
It'll definitely change the strategy a little bit for the pick and ban phase, kind of similar to when Gragas was turned off during the World Championship. It had been a ban for a lot of people and a fairly early pick, so it changes the importance on some of the other champions. Graves, for instance, last week saw an over 80% pick ban rate in the LPL. For whatever reason, the LCK still has a pretty low pick ban rate on Graves, but on Thursday and Friday in the European LCS, whether it was banned in jungle or in top lane, it was 100%.
Seeing the North American stat being 36.4% right now. Gang playing 100. I don't think we've actually gotten to see him played much in NA. It's been almost entirely bans here.
Absolutely.
So we don't get to see much of him either. The Thresh Tom Kench bans were much less surprised about, though. That guy, those two really have been around for basically ever. And Impulse, of course, on short notice working with the new roster. We'll see just what they can do alongside Seraph, as he's not pulled too many bans himself.
You could consider that as being 3 support bans, even though Tom Kent sees a lot of his play in the top lane nowadays. So they may, aside from just banning the champions that are picked most frequently on support, which is kind of Alistar and Thresh, they may be trying to put Bunny Fufu in an uncomfortable champion situation, so his shot calling distraction will affect his play even more. Because that's actually a super critical thing when you're trying to shot call, or really just playing League of Legends. It's a totally different game depending on the familiarity you have with the champion. How much of your focus goes into pressing your buttons, and how much of it goes into the strategy of the game.
Absolutely true. You only get 100% of like mental acuity at a time, and if 80% of it is laning properly, then good luck with the rest. That said, Cloud9 should be able to rely on Rush for at least the early game prowess, prowling the jungle looking for ganks. We'll see how he does on the Nidalee here. Kalista already picked up for Sneaky as well, so even though many engaged supports are gone, now Sneaky can just send Bunny in anyway, and maybe they can make that work. Second round of picks, though, for Team Impulse, and looking at another support to steal away, so 3 support bans and a fairly early pick. Really trying to hamper Bunny Fufu a bit here.
Totally, and we don't know if that Lulu's going in Seraph's hands or Gates' hand. Both of them have had a decent number of Lulu games. Seraph had been known to carry a lot of games over on Team Dragon Knights in the Challenger Split series last year. And even in the LCS, he was able to carry a few of them in the Summer Split. Yeah. But Lulu, not your typical carry champion. Gate is a support player in his off time, maybe even later this year.
Yeah.
So playing a support as champion in mid lane will not be too far outside of his wheelhouse.
That's true. Yeah, it's been interesting watching Gates' career because he was initially a mid laner and then he moved down to support. Now he's back to mid, and you hope his rust wasn't too much. We'll see, though. Lee Sin picked up for Bebe, who had actually been one of the brighter spots of Team Impulse so far. His Poppy in Game 1 was actually pretty good. Obviously, no one did very well against the Immortals matchup, but I am expecting good things out of Bebe despite being a substitute for the intended roster here. Impulse may have their intended starters later on, but right now, look at the next few picks of Cloud9, and Trundle plus Shen being picked up means we're likely seeing one of them supporting and one of them top.
Tanks. If I had to guess, right now we'd see Shen in the top lane and Trundle support. Trundle has been one of the most picked supports globally, and much more pick in support than any other position so far in this new competitive season. Plus, it's very nice to be able to pair with Trundle, throw him in, then he'll steal the resistances from whoever he wants because he'll be in range of pretty much everyone.
Absolutely.
Once he's tossed in, it's just a really nice synergy they can make there.
And it also leaves them the ability to play something like Corki mid right here. You've got a poking jungle, you've got 2 big tanks for the front line. If you wanted to play a heavy, long-duration backline like Double Marksman, this would actually work for Cloud9 here. So they are saving Jensen's pick for last. They're going to make sure that Lulu shows up in what lane it intended to be in. And as Lucian plus Lysandra gets picked up here, it still does allow these two mages to flex pick top or mid, Lulu and Lysandra, but Mash on Lucian, definitely one of the highest priority AD carries.
Absolutely, and we say flex pick because the Lysandra and Lulu can go top lane or mid lane, which somewhat devalues Cloud9 waiting until their very last pick to pick Jensen's mid laner. Since now, if he wants to counterpick, it would have to somehow counter Lulu and Lysandra, who have fairly different play styles. Lulu is more of a damage over time supportive mid, whereas Lysandra is very, very burst heavy.
There's always a concern as well as when the jungle ganks come through, how does that further change the matchup? Lysandra only has so much damage, but if you're locked down, Lee Sin's going to land all of his skill shots, and then you can get bursted out. So short range, unsafe mages get harder to pick as well, and looks like he's looking at Ezreal. I had thought Corki, but Ezreal will be the pickup here for Jensen. So double marksman is the lineup, plus a Nidalee support. This is a type of comp we've seen a lot over in Asia. Actually, really just a lot this season. Tanks at the top in jungle, or tanks in top and support rather, and then 3 big backliners.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Jensen switches over to cleanse at some point, just in case he gets locked down by Lysandra, but it will depend on what type of trading back and forth they go down. They have until, I believe, 20 seconds left in Champ Select to pick their summoner spells or who's actually playing which champion. They won't be able to tell the summoner spells from the other side, but if he wants kill pressure, he's going to be keeping the Ignite. I think that's rather risky.
It looks like he changed to heal just a second ago, so Jensen right now shows that he is on heal. Either way, the Team Impulse squad do have engage tools, of course. Lysandra can go in, Braum can follow up. He's not normally primary engage, but Braum Lucian, one of the very scariest duo lanes in League of Legends, and against Trundle, who's a bit of a weaker laner, there's definitely a chance for the Impulse bottom lane to open up some opportunities, and of course we know Seraph can do well for himself also.
Yeah, I mean, just by a straight Champ Select portion here, they do have a team composition that can succeed, but see, Cloud9 has picked a almost more modernized team composition just based on the last few weeks of play we've seen, with 2 marksmen, tank line, and nice backline damage.
Well, we're going to see who can bring out that comp better than you guys at home. Head over to Twitter, let us know who's going to win. Tweet to @LOLEsports and vote for either #TIPWin or #C9, where you can see the comps on your screen, the players on there as well, and we can see just who opens up week 2 properly here. Team Impulse on blue, Cloud9 on red. Here we go.
Yeah, and to speak a little bit to the double marksman trends we have been seeing across various regions, I have a metric that I made up called marksman per team. Normal teams, if the AD carry is the only marksman, you'll have 1 marksman per team.
Yeah.
The LPL in week 1 averaged 1.6 marksman per team, and the North American LCS averaged 1.05, meaning there was 1 game where 1 team had more than just the AD carry, and that was Keyray playing Kindred in the jungle. As of this week coming up, most regions are around 1.5. Europe even matched as well, even though they were lower last week. And here, we are at 1.5 because there's a double marksman on Cloud9 and a single marksman on Team Impulse. It is good in some instances because you get much faster turret pushing, strong wave clear, and a good early mid game, which teams are trying to do to snowball over the game. It finds weakness if the other team can tank up too much or have an assassin on the team that can then kill the 3 squishy targets they have. So it's actually an interesting matchup here since Seraph will be able to kind of get through the tank line and get some burst onto the AD carries. So we could be in for a very snowbally game in one direction.
Yeah, absolutely. When you consider the potential Team Impulse tanks are likely Warrior Enchant, Lee Sin, and a Braum who's got actually sort of low gold income. The tanks will come in quite a bit later, and you talk about Seraph as the assassin, and you're right, that's kind of where that's going to come from. So as we get ourselves into the game, no deep wards to speak of. Otherwise, just very safe jungle starts. Both junglers starting at Gromp here. Lee Sin and Nidalee both getting that. Bebe slightly slower as he got much less aggressive of a leash, but all should be well. Refillable potion on both these guys.
I like the start that Cloud9 gave to Rush. Rush loves to take over the game on Nidalee. It's all about early jungling speed, early pressure, and if you can get a lead onto Bebe's Lee Sin, Rush is the type of jungler that knows how to punish it very easily. Cacao actually had a lot of success last year in the LPL doing just that thing where his duo lane gives him a full pull on the first camp and slingshots him ahead in the jungle. As you can see right now, Rush already halfway through the Wolves, whereas Bebe just now finishing blue buff. Rush is a full camp ahead.
Yep.
A full camp ahead.
Full camp ahead. So good luck, Bebe, finding the early ganks to happen. Of course, Lee Sin, one of the more early game focused junglers, Nidalee can scale quite a bit harder, so even just getting farm, if neither person even ganks anything, it's still advantage to Rush here. Quick trinket comes down from Jensen. That's going to help him react to potential Lee Sin ganks. They expect him to finish his red before he goes for anything, but looks like Bebe has other plans as he walks up towards Scuttle and is probably too low to actually fight Nidalee for the red buff. And Rush is actually already done with that.
This will be interesting. It's only an 800 health Scuttle Crab, so he can finish it quite easily. Rush will unfortunately see the vision come towards him, but he's got him a little bit cornered.
Nice to Swift Lord hop out. Yeah. So if you count Scuttle as a camp, Rush is still one full camp ahead of Bebe right here. And looking for that play in the mid lane. Gate will dodge.
Very disciplined Rush, doesn't take minions while running through the mid lane. Rush of last year would have taken minions.
And Gate would have felt the pressure of that.
Yeah, so what happened here is Rush recognized Bebe didn't have his red buff when he took the Scuttle Crab, so knowing he has the double buff advantage on him, he immediately wants to invade. But this is very dangerous because his lanes aren't necessarily in position to cut them off. Bunny Fufu and Sneaky tried in the bottom lane, and also we can see Jensen collapsing over. So this is a play completely orchestrated by Rush and the vision he gained at the Scuttle Crab.
And now Gate kind of the odd man out. He walked through and gets poked down by the Ezreal, and because Rush is around, Gate can't fight back for fear of getting leapt on. But Seraph has already roamed up. He's had the push lead in this top lane. He's up CS and pushed into the turret. So can he look for the play right here? Rush still counter jungling, but he's got to, again, be careful. Bit of a 1v3, and Jensen is now walking forward. He's already burned Arcane Shift. Seraph did not go for the Flash W. Don't think they had the damage to kill him anyway.
Yeah, especially with Flash and heal on Jensen. No cleanse, but honestly, the way Jensen was cheating on that, he was aware that they could have a gank coming. And Bebe, not willing to fully concede this jungle to Rush, but he is losing a lot of time. And Rush taking a red on top of a ward. Mainly, he's making sure to get the experience of the small camps first as well, though, in case he's missing out later.
Oh, Bebe gets it, flashes, and gets his Krug back. Honestly, that's what you say worth it in all chat for. That was nice by Bebe.
It was nice because he's able to secure his blue buff, but he only got half the experience from the camp.
I know.
That's exactly the reason why Rush was taking the small lizards next to the Brambleback. And I commend Bebe for not getting his red stolen, but now he's nearly 2 levels behind.
Just like, as a substitute jungler, getting invaded on by Rush and being like, I'm going to steal in front of your face.
That's
Let's
a bold
do this.
play. That's a bold play.
I'm instantly a Bebe fan now. That's just fun. This is the kind of things I really enjoy about League of Legends. You're just like, yeah, I'm going to take this back from you. Rush is ahead. Like, don't get me wrong. Rush is winning the jungle game so far. I'm just happy that Bebe went for that is all.
Yeah, it's the worst feeling, too, when a Nidalee's invading your jungle and your teammates can't help you. Like, he's just sitting in your red buff. Your team's like, you know what, dog? There's too much experience. I'm going to lose in lane if I keep fiddling with this super annoying Nidalee.
You think I'm going to stun him? He's going to pounce away. Like, nothing's going to happen. So
Exactly.
It makes total sense. Rush played it right. Bebe made the best of a terrible situation. And the bot lane is fighting back and forth. Ken and Mash, I want to watch a little bit of how close up Bunny Fufu is playing to see if he could continue to exert pressure here. But Seraph, of course, has Bebe coming in. Rawls has to respect the potential engage. Thunderlight's triggered.
Shen is so difficult to gank, especially without level 6 on Seraph. Even just with the Doran shield, the innate tankiness with a level 1 W on Shen to have the shield, and the fact that he can taunt away, just makes it extremely difficult. I think the only way Bebe goes in there is if balls would let her taunt.
Bottom matchup is so interesting as well, though. You see like how difficult it is for either side to really go in. You don't want to jump into the minion line because they'll do a lot of damage to you. Pillar can, of course, block off retreat routes, and well, Sneaky missed his Q, so the damage wasn't there to win the trade. And both backed off anyway. Jensen holding basically equal to Gate right here. Both have recalled once, Tear the Goddess versus Frostfang. If Gate can land E auto attack, that'll actually instantly trigger all 3 bits of Frostfang as help fix the actual passive damage. Will trigger 1 stack.
Will also trigger Thunderlords.
That's true, yeah.
History that Gate
one and the same. As Jensen just did there. E auto attack Q. Bebe's done a really good job of at least controlling, maybe not for now. Oh, this is going to be pretty bad. Rush pushing around. Bebe takes a chunk of damage down to 100 health. He's got nowhere to go. First blood for Rush. Great job right there, Cloud9. Get the first blood.
Yeah, that's just a huge burst of damage. Not even going with the combat smite. Rush with a tracker's knife. And against the 2 longswords, Bebe recognizes because the spear landed, he had to just turn tail immediately. And that, honestly, is the 3-minute delayed payback for getting his red. Because he could not flash away once Rush landed that spear. Rush knew it, got aggressive, takes off.
I still maintain it was worth it, all right? As much as it totally backfired, and you're right.
Red buff greater than life.
Potentially. Either way, Jensen got a nice, convenient blue handoff. Rush handed that over to him conveniently, and it's going to make mid lane even easier now for Jensen, who only got the assist on the first blood, but will still be pretty happy here. Plenty of push power. Of course, the Q now reduces cooldowns by 1.5 seconds, so CDR scales even better on him. Blue buff also gives AP per level, so his spells are more powerful, and until Gate can get a blue buff, you can just see how far back he has to play, and it gives Jensen so much time to roam around, help the lanes, help the team. This is going to be a safe recall for him without missing any CS.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting blue buff early on the Ezreal is super, super important. He actually goes Sheen next, so really just heavy spec into mana and just getting the Qs to last hit the minions. Jensen not necessarily in full combat mode yet. He needs a little bit of time to turn on for that Iceborne Gauntlet Muramana build.
Nice play by Balls. Chunks Seraph down to about half.
Still just with Thorn Shield. He's making that aggressive play, knowing that Seraph has a buy up on him. Seraph already buying a Fiendish Codex, but this shows you how much difficulty Lissandra can have against tanks in these matchups.
Yeah. Seraph is able to push, so we're seeing Seraph roam sometimes. He had tried once for mid. He killed that pink ward right there. You can see the rubble right there underneath Rush. So Seraph has made... Oh, yeah, there he goes. He realizes. Seraph has made some attempts at plays, but he's not been able to really convert that push lead into anything just yet. Rush gets retribution for the pink ward going down. And once again, lets Jensen get all the CS. What a nice jungler. I have never encountered that in solo queue. Neither have any of you.
Neither is anyone playing with Rush other than Jensen in a pro game. This is not
this is I's doing, you know?
Yeah. But honestly, the majority of the gold lead for Cloud9 is actually concentrated onto Rush with his absurd counter jungling. It is inherent in Nidalee matchups, though. Nidalee farms much faster than Lee Sin, and we're just seeing Rush execute the champion the way it is supposed to be executed. Again,
on the red buff.
The battle over
on the spawn. Ken
this time
and Baby are coming.
A little faster, though.
Rush wins the Smite War, but he's going to get knocked up. This is a bit too aggressive. Ken gets the kill. Unfortunate there that the support got it. Red buff from maybe not the best, but Rush punished.
And we have seen this actually frequently. The one international event Cloud9 has played at this year, non-LCS, IEM Cologne, Rush got in a lot of trouble over-invading on Nidalee, pressing a little bit too hard without the backup of his team. And even though his early game invade could not be collapsed upon, when Braum has ultimate and Lee Sin has ultimate and the waves are not putting immediate, your lanes are not putting immediate pressure on the turret, absolutely Rush is going to get collapsed upon, and he just gets totally blown up and punished for that risk.
And then with no jungler and no Shen ultimate and no Shen teleport, they can go for this dive right here. Cloud9 is... Oh no, Baby misses it. But Seraph can still flash in for a stun. Rush has come around just now. Oh no, the Q misses from Ken. And an easy save by Stevie. Bunny right back in. They want this. Bebe's already dead. And here comes the engage. Rush will go down. It's a 1-for-1 because of the re-engage. Jensen looking for the ulti, looking for some damage. Will not tag anyone meaningful here.
Bold call to go back in and essentially a 3v4. Balls could not match because he had burned his Shen ultimate on the prior fight, but Cloud9 was feeling confident because also Lee Sin and Braum ultimate were down from the prior kill. And yeah, it ends up turning into a trade there with Rush going down as a squishy target to Seraph's Lissandra ultimate. So really a much more competitive game from Team Impulse here, making a few plays and trying to react to the bullying that Rush is trying to do in the jungle.
I mean, if you told me, you know, this was going to be a very close game after watching last Sunday's matchup against Immortals, yeah, it's like, good luck keeping your sort of mental faculties together. But honestly, Impulse, right there in gold, right there in kills, equal in pretty much every metric that matters. Seraph's doing well against Balls, etc. And
yeah,
Impulse have a real shot here.
Oh, and once again, no cleanse to get rid of that.
Whoa, that was great. Oh, he could have chased.
He would have kicked while the glitter lance was going. That would have been a kill, but he'd already burned flash, and Jensen still had heal. But still, very close to getting a kill there. And like you said, through 12 minutes, a very close game because Rush has been punished for his over-aggression. And there are also some slow to turn on builds that Cloud9 has. Like
very true.
When Jensen hits the Trinity Force Power Spike or the Iceborne Gauntlet, whichever one he decides to go for, it is a huge boost for Cloud9 and probably when they're going to be starting to make plays. Because at that point, they're going to be able to group and siege with their multiple 80 carries and Trundle pillars, and it's going to be difficult for Team Impulse to counter that one.
Absolutely.
So for now, Team Impulse still in it, but it looks like Cloud9 still with a pretty significant upper hand.
Totally agree. It's going to require some more effort by Impulse to get through these Tier of the Goddess builds and actually push past those scaling champions. If I had to guess, Jensen probably is going for Iceborne. I believe anyone who goes Tier just goes into that full blue build style. I don't think I've seen Triforce Tier in a long time.
It was last year that we were seeing
But it's always up to them.
And Iceborne has absolutely been the new age Ezreal build, so to speak. With the increased CDR on that item, makes
from Season 3
Ezreal
basically.
much better. 20% CDR.
Yeah.
From Gauntlet.
Super strong. And of course, the cheap cooldown boots are nice as well. So we'll see what Cloud9's up to with their mid game. Balls has been able to recall once, going towards already finished Boots of Swiftness and the general match resist of Spectre's Cowl and either probably Spirit Visage, but it could be Banshee's Veil. You never know. We're still waiting on actual Blade of the Rune King to be done for Sneaky, so Mash already finishing. Essence Reaver does have a bit of an item lead.
Yeah.
Lucian is very scary. His growth is actually very, very smooth. This item's good on its own. Next item he picks up is going to be great as well. He's going to kind of continue to scale quite nicely throughout this game. He's not being held down in CS.
Lucian has been the most played AD carry across all regions.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is because of the smooth power scaling. A lot of AD carries either had the mid-game spike and then, oh, if it gets to 40 minutes, they're weak. Or they're weak early and then strong late. At the moment, Lucian is just good throughout the entire game as well as possessing good mobility. Here we go.
A lot of damage. Great early flash by Sneaky to get away from the ward hop, but there's still some danger here. Useful back in Toronto, who's jumped right back into the team. Bebe dangerously low. Rush wants in, gets knocked up by Ken. And no one's going to hit the Ezra ulti here as the team backs off. Lots of summoners lost by Impulse, though.
This time, though, it's Balls who arrives in the bottom lane and Seraph who can get the push back up. So I'd still favor Tip after that interaction because more investment was granted by Cloud9, even though it was Tip going aggressive on the game.
Actually risky for Impulse to go aggressive in the first place. Seraph did not have teleport, and they knew Balls could have shown up. So just even the choice to make that play was so dangerous, and I think they're lucky to not get burned. But as you say, Seraph is going to be able to get a lot of damage to this turret. Will not stop Rush from getting his own red buff, but still some minions lost by Balls.
It was an unsafe call for Team Impulse, and even the execution wasn't perfect because they kicked a support that was just going to bait out the Fate's call from Sneaky anyways. But at the end of the day, Rush didn't execute, and another thing, Tip gets away with it.
Limble's going to go with her own blue buff as well. Nice attempt. Hey, Jensen stole away about a quarter of the XP from that camp, so still, something stolen away. 11 to 11, though, mid lane close enough to equal. And we're just still playing the waiting game, the scaling game. This is a somewhat less decisive Cloud9 than we had seen on Sunday. Their highest tutelage, and some of that could just be Rush getting burned by getting his invade stifled. Some of that could be Bunny still needing the experience.
And it is a story we've seen numerous times. When High is not in the game, it seems like Cloud9 just doesn't play with the same sense of purpose. Bunny caught out.
Sneaky almost in range. Not cooldown. Oh, did not have Fate's Call available. That nerf went through months ago. And if this were like 5.12, Bunny would be alive right now.
Yeah, not a good second showing so far for Bunny as a shot caller for this Cloud9 team. 16 minutes in against who many consider to be the worst team in the LCS. And they are up 600 gold and down a Dragon.
Oh, Cloud9 still waiting for the scaling, as you mentioned, so at least the tier keeps stacking and the world can keep turning. But Bebe, 100% kill participation. He and Ken actually tied for that honor here. Despite being the two of the substitutes on this squad are actually showing up pretty well in terms of making things happen. Warrior and Champ, Boots of Swiftness, Bebe will be all the way around the map all the time. And we'll see what else he can do on this Lee Sin.
Absolutely. He's been pretty heavily harassed and overfarmed by Rush, but they have been successfully able to stop him. Jensen didn't see that.
Sin gets ulted. He's going to die for sure. Seraph gets the kill. A great teleport play, and Balls actually misses the flash. He flashed over Ken, missed the taunt, and this could be so dangerous. He's trying to run, but he will be killed. 2 more for Impulse. They are beating Cloud9.
5 kills to 2, making the gold even. So the kills and the TP plays have equalized the farm advantage that Rush put up in the jungle thanks to that Nidalee pick. And now Team Impulse grouping up to push down the mid lane. Cloud9 looks out of sorts.
And it really is Rush the reason there's a gold lead here for Cloud9. As the first turret goes down, Impulse definitely in the lead here. Rush's individual gold is up like 1,500 over Bebe, and the rest of the team is just advantage champion.
Pretty natural from Italy there. Jensen sees the claw at the last second, tries to flash away, but the R had already been clicked. No cleanse, so once it lands, he is for sure dead. And then Cloud9 thought they were going to be able to turn this play, but, you know, Rush, Balls had already missed the taunt flash when we went down to that play, and since Balls was the main tank and there wasn't follow-up from that play, he had to strictly run away. For Cloud9 to execute this composition properly, they need to be able to group in a lane, get spears down, get Ezreal Qs down. It's still going to be until Jensen completes that Iceborne Gauntlet, because then he can land a Q, and that makes it easier for Rush to land a spear, and that's when we'll really see the poke coming through. But until that moment, Team Impulse is going to be trying to make those punishing plays with Seraph. Teleport down, grant him to kill mid.
Yep. So to give Cloud9 some credit, though, as well, I suppose, that now that they are aware that Seraph TP play was already done, that punish already happened, there's a TP advantage for Balls over Seraph.
And
And the other three can group up, push the bot lane down. They know they have TP advantage. And so what can C9 do over the next 3 minutes will let me know how good Bunny Fufu is at abusing this kind of advantage.
Absolutely. And they already did pretty much the best thing they could. They pushed down the bottom lane. This time, this is a strange point in the game, actually, because they've already pushed down the bottom tier turret. The next move would be mid lane. But in pushing down mid lane, it leaves a window for MASH to take the bottom turret and just trade the turret they'd already gotten. And they might not even be able to push the mid lane down, because at this point, with a Rod of Ages and the Spooky Ghost completed, Gate has spectacular wave clear. And they're slow on the rotation top lane here. So actually Cloud9 recalled after that bottom turret take, and just cost them a top turret of their own.
Great by Team Impulse. The only player on this roster in their intended position is MASH from Impulse. Everyone else on that roster is subbing in some capacity.
Yeah, as far as who was supposed to be on their starting roster to start the year. Seraph is a top laner, and a pretty good one. He's now settled off in the
GDK
Team Dragon Knights Challenger team, but he's subbing here in the LCS, and he's putting together a pretty powerful build at the moment, assassination-wise.
Yeah.
This is exactly what they want. He's got an Abyssal Scepter and Sorcerer's Shoes, which gives him the 20 magic resist reduction as well as the 15 magic penetration, which means the people he's going to be hitting, like Jensen, who are sitting on magic resist blue, so 42 magic resist, that'll take it down to 7 or less, because there are still masteries for Seraph that has that, so near true damage.
Yeah, he's doing true damage to 3 people on Cloud9.
Sneaky, when he's near the Aegisaur, has 52, but he's sitting at 42 when he is not. So basically, Seraph has the build for optimized damage right now on Lasan.
Seraph is sitting at 30 magic pen plus Abyssal. Like, he is going to rip through people. And
right, not to mention his runes.
So yeah, well, that's considering the entire build up.
He's taken the 42 magic people down to 0.
Yeah, it's going to be bad. Well, Balls, of course, has enough MR to survive. Spirit Visit, of course, is in. He's going to slowly scale up as best that he can, continue to hold that lane, but it's just going equal right now. Cloud9, small gold deficit. Turret's close here. MASH roaming up to knock down Balls. You can see that Seraph just does not have a lot of damage against Balls, but MASH might have a little bit. He's really pushing in. Bit of the cooling comes through. Balls will survive it, but that is lane pressure on bottom lane. There's nothing much for C9 to do. This will be a turret kill for Impulse.
Yeah, it looks like Cloud9 has fallen back on the pressure a little bit. You would think not the smartest ultimate by Seraph, but it ends up instituting another turret trade. They put a lot bottom lane. Sneaky and Bunny Fufu are already top lane, and they're just going to keep cycling here. This is not the type of trading game we're expecting from Cloud9 against Team Impulse. Looking like a worthy adversary here. With the Iceborne Gauntlet completed, will be around the time you want Cloud9 to turn on and start getting this comeback going.
Yeah. If Cloud9 wins, I can already see the post-game interview. Oh, no, hold on. Balls in a bad spot. Jumping away. Still the stun will land. There's a follow-up from Braum. There's no stuns yet to have right now, but he's forced to flash away, and now Seraph is low. Rush will not choose to go in here. And all is well. Baby pushes forward. He wanted a beta flash, maybe. Nothing else picked up, though. Ken stops the true shot barrage. And one recall's already come through. Seraph does have teleport, but he has no wards. He does have minions to jump to. Will they keep chasing Ken? Will something happen here? They're still chasing in. Forced to flash, get away. Now Bebe slowed by the Iceborne Gauntlet. A Q from Ken buys some time away from Balls. Another Javelin comes in. Bebe tanks it, I think on purpose, and then jumps over to MASH. Iceborne will miss this time around. Also a bit more health. Now Gate has joined the fray. Bunny is here, so a 4v4. and Seraph still is not TPing in just yet.
It's behind them.
He's coming in right now. What's he gonna grab? He's gonna get Jensen. 6th kill of the game for Impulse. Up goes Balls, just barely missing the wild growth to stop the jump over the wall, but Bebe still wants more. He's gonna find Bunny. There is no Callista here. He's forced to flash to stay alive. And Team Impulse find another kill unanswered.
This game is a little bit crazy. Much crazier than we expected, for sure. That was, just to back it up a little bit, Team Impulse not really understanding their damage potential on Balls. We can see they don't have much damage, and if Cloud9 gets a frontline teamfight, they'd actually have time to do damage. Then they overchase, and they get into position for the Seraph flank to come around the backside, and again, he zeroes down onto Jensen. I still think Jensen should have brought Cleanse, but now he's at the point of the game where he can buy a QSS. So if Seraph pulls off that play once again, we can see a QSS and then an Arcane Shift away from Jensen, and probably not the same type of kill potential they've had on him thus far. So Cloud9 trying to reactively get back into this one.
Yeah.
And I really wonder what type of preparation and mindset goes into this game from Cloud9's side. Because they watched Team Impulse lose in 18 minutes, 2-4.
Yep.
And they're thinking, all right, easy. Let's put in Bunny. He's going to call us to a quick victory. We're going to feel good about this one. Is probably the mindset they have going in. And as soon as that doesn't happen, being mentally prepared for something you really didn't expect to happen can be very difficult. Now they're down 6 kills to 2. The plays aren't going their way. Team Impulse is actually quite coordinated. It's important for Cloud9 to be able to regain their heads in this game and make smart, coordinated plays with proper warding and proper item builds. So far, 1 QSS done, 2nd on the way. They're going to try and stop the Cassandra.
Okay. Jensen, good job with the
Shift away
Arcane
just in
Shift.
time.
Yeah, and he times it really well also because there's so much gameplay around like starting the cast time in time. Bebe could actually have like R flash, and once you're rooted by the initial like half of the R cast time, you actually can no longer cast the Arcane Shift as well. So clever timing. Jensen's okay. All is well. Another nice block by Ken with the shield.
Yeah.
Really on top of his game, but Cloud9 are here to defend.
Cloud9 has a pretty heavy poke comp as well that's been nicely blocked by Ken's Braum shields. And at this point, they're starting to group up as 5. We could be seeing some pretty destructive team fights that would ultimately decide this game.
Bunny puts the pillar up to try to get that fight to happen. Of course, this team is all about poking people, but Mash steals away the blue. Now Balls is gonna get rooted. Is this the right target, though? Baby's still going in. The culling over the wall, and they get 1 kill picked up. But now, with the tank gone, what can C9 do? Sneaky is rooted in place. They've already picked up 2. Will they find the 3rd? Jensen's getting hit up. There's the kill. It's already 3 for Team Impulse. The stun of the Jensen QSS not gonna be enough. A triple kill for Mash, and Team Impulse are slaughtering Cloud9.
4 for 0. Cloud9 is not setting up poke before fights. Their tanks are dying while their squishes are not doing damage, and Team Impulse is running through them. Now 10 kills to 2, and Team Impulse have taken control of this game.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Impulse with somewhat consider 4 subs right now, moving in and doing the best they can, pushing Cloud9 to the limit. Now they've got to make sure that Rush cannot steal Baron. Gate is on the case to stop him down. No, Gate's got to be careful. He's taking so much damage. Another Javelin comes in.
Rush wants to steal.
Could hop. It's going to be close. It is going to be outspited. Bebe gets it. He secures it for the team. Now Balls and Rush stuck in the pit, but Impulse are very, very low. Rush can take it down, but a 2-man stun from Balls into the pillar, and it's going to be the ulti not quite landing from Jensen. A triple kill for Balls. Would you believe it? Cloud9 slinking back in.
It ain't over till it's over, that's for sure. A super bold Baron call from Team Impulse, trying to extend from their 4-man teamfight win despite all being very low on health. And when you're taking Baron without a good tank, you end up taking a whole bunch of damage because there's no resist source to stop all that from coming through. Cloud9 uses Rush and Balls' aggression to not stop the Baron, but have a steal opportunity. That was a 50-50 smite that Bebe was able to win. And then Balls picked up a triple kill on the backside because look at how low everyone on Team Impulse is here. And honestly, the timing of Rush's smite, I can't fault him for that because he was trying to smite at the same time Bebe would when the second part of the Q would be executed. Here though, Glitterland's Thunderlords calling into Mash, killing him, and Bunny and Balls come through. I love the sidestep by Mash there. He did all he could to stay alive. It just wasn't enough for the soon-to-be super tank from Cloud9, Shen.
Yeah.
We got ourselves a game.
We got ourselves a very interesting game, and as much as we've been seeing the kill lead balloon for Team Impulse, up until a lot of that Baron antics right there, the actual goal was within 1,000. If you watch purely the gold graph in the post-game screen, it's going to be very close for much of this game. Still, much better than many people would have expected for this matchup. Still, many props to Team Impulse, and now with Baron, they get probably pushed farther. But this game has been quite close. It's been within 10% for pretty much the entirety of this game. So this is a winnable game by Cloud9, and it's up to shot calling from a small deficit.
There's also a minimum. It's also a very winnable game for Team Impulse. Of course. They're the ones with the lead. So assuming standard expectations, like if you took the nameplates off of all of these players and you didn't know who was fighting against whose team and all the the prior experience of seeing these players play, you think Team Impulse has a great chance of winning this game.
Yeah.
2 Dragon
80%.
lead, 1 turret lead. Their 80 carry is fed, so he can tread through the tanks. They're not as vulnerable to poke because they have hard initiation to stop the poke from coming through, and their hard initiators have proven successful so far this game. At this point, it's all about Team Impulse just continuing to execute something we've never really seen from what is essentially a full sub-squad. Has a full sub-squad ever won a game in the North American LCS? It might happen here.
Definitely might. Ooh, baby! Trying to bait some flashes out. Ward hops away, but no one was really going to pull that trigger. Or had the flash of the burn, actually, since only really 2 people had it up. But Impulse, knock down top lane tier 2. Mid lane tier 2, the next target here. They're sending Seraph to clear the wave. And the rest of the team can show up soon. We just saw Jensen burn True Shot Barrage to clear bottom lane and keep that from pushing in towards the team, so they'll have a respite on that side of the map. More poke coming through. A pillar to buy some time and land as much poke as possible. But this team is not going to be refrained. They're going to push right in, and here comes mid lane tier 2. 6 turrets to 3.
Yeah.
2 dragons to 0.
And Rush and Jensen are out of mana, so even if they did want to fight on this, they couldn't chase through, which is why Team Impulse so freely pushed forward on that one. They knew that a fight coming wouldn't be punishing. This will be an easy Dragon 3, most likely.
Yeah, should absolutely be. They didn't take too much damage, and they still are wearing the Baron buff, I believe, so it's really not a situation you'd really want to jump into here. Oh, okay, Baron did time out after all, but very smart of them to not overpush. They didn't take any damage, really meaningful damage during that whole sieging situation, so they were able to retreat, pick something up, and then recall. And even the minion lanes are in a good enough spot that there's no easy pushes to be had for C9.
Really not. This is so unexpected. And it's just going to add to the growing concern that Cloud9 is a completely different team without High in any capacity. From every role. Jensen, 0-3 on Ezreal, hasn't been able to provide significant damage. Rush, over-aggressive, not getting the backup from his team. Sneaky, able to play in lane, but without the team backing him up, what can he do in team fights? And then for Team Impulse, after watching them last week, many people were calling the 0-18. This could be their first win only in the 3rd game.
Into Jensen already, but Seraph can't quite one-shot him through the Mikhail's Crucible, so he will survive for now. But Rush is in a pretty dangerous position. Had to burn Zonius to get away, but a nice knock-up by Ken. Buys some time, Baby goes in, but a nice ulti by Balls buys the time back. And now here comes the engage once more. Bunny Poop is staying alive. Ken and Bebe, the tanks in the front line. Balls, as you mentioned, the super tank, taking hits as well, but will not quite go down. Bebe does not follow the cue. Lee Syndrome does not penalize him this time around. No kills.
No kills indeed, and really not enough damage from Tip to cut through the tank line of Cloud9, but then also not enough damage from just the Nidalee and the Kalista, since Jensen was pushed out of the fight to punish any of those really bold moves by Team Impulse. Because that's a Lissandra going in with Zhonya's an Abyssal, so a slightly more tanky build, but really still just a mage flying in the middle of your team and sitting there for quite a while. But because of the QSS that had to be built up by Sneaky so early, the damage just isn't there right now.
And what's interesting is the actual tank line of Team Impulse is not even that big. Bebe, who's a Swiftness and Alacrity enchant. He then went for full Maw of Malmortius, so he still didn't buy any armor for like the next 6,000 gold of his build. He's now starting Dead Man's Plate, which is like the first true tank item here. So, of course, only 2 deaths, working out for him just fine, of course. But a lot of aggressive builds from the Team Impulse squad, and they're gonna find Bunny one more time. Fate's Call was down still, so Bunny was forced to flash yet again. He was not able to be bailed out by his AD carry.
No, I mean, Cloud9 was trying to set up a split push, but the mobility granted by Gates Lulu is stopping the non-Shen people on the team from playing safely. Gate really dominating the map here on his mid lane Lulu. And stopping the split push really easily.
Just pulls the wave over. It will eventually unleash. Minions no longer follow into the river or jungle, so Gate takes him on a little merry-go-round and chunks him out. level 17 on this Lulu, who's earned about 1,100 gold from his Frost Queen's claim. That gold income has contributed quite a bit to the coffers of Team Impulse.
Yeah. And to even get back to the discussion we had in Champ Select, the double marksman team from Cloud9, those types of team compositions can be extremely volatile because they do have the early mid-game advantages once they get a few items and they can start a turret snowball very easily with so many ranged champions, but their two weaknesses, assassins and tanks, if they fall behind those things, they don't have very many ways of catching back up to them. And so far, the assassin right there with Seraph is far ahead of the AD carries, and he's been really crushing them thus far. Now with 2 Mercurial Scimitars actually being completed, the next team fight should be fairly interesting.
And it's a bit thankful for Cloud9 that not too much was lost during that transition period of buying these 3,800 gold items that allow them to survive little Lasagna damage. So we'll see how well C9 can do in round 2, where the carries can stay alive a bit better. Of course, Locket already done here for Bunny Fufu as well, should help them survive a bit longer as well. When you upgrade from Aegis to Locket or Banner, it's worth another 5 MR on the Aura. So 15 Magicus now to his teammates. Of course, Mash has been doing wonderfully. He's got 6 kills and plenty of farm, so of course armor's also required, which I guess Jensen thankfully has, as he's blue Ezreal, but yeah, there's a ton of damage left on Impulse.
Cloud9 hoping for that late game fight where Jensen can land a bunch of Qs on people in a chase scenario and run them down. But honestly, Team Impulse, if Gate can stay alive, will be able to outrun the blue build Ezreal. Spooky Ghosts go up. They're looking to force either a flash or a Fate's Call on Bunny, because Bunny is the one, really the only one capable of checking these Baron forces with any type of resiliency.
Yeah, there's only 2 tanks, and of course one's right now split pushing with balls, so as long as Sneaky is around, he can save Bunny Fufu, but that is a 2-minute cooldown. Once again, the attempt for Baron. TIP don't know what to do to push themselves farther ahead, so they just do what every North American team does, and they go for Baron. C9 shows up, Bunny gonna get found, and here comes Sarah from the backside! Oh, and so much disrupt! They've already picked up 2! A double for Bebe, a 3rd kill coming in now for Mash. It's only 2 alive for C9. Rush running, Gate finds him inside the Baron pit. That'll be his own kill, getting revenge on his old teammate. Gate says, hello, welcome to Team Impulse, guys. And now Balls is alone, running for his life inside his base. And that means Impulse can just push the turrets down. 35 seconds on most of the respawns, and Impulse might have actually done it, might have actually taken down Cloud9, and as the team groups up to push down, that is exactly what they do. They looked so low on Sunday. Perfect game in under 20 minutes. Next week, they come back, they bounce back, and they take down Cloud9, only giving up 5 kills.
Coming into the day, I still can't believe this happened. Just with the way the game progressed, Team Impulse looked pretty good. And Seraph, who, as of pretty much yesterday, had never played with these guys, had good TPs.
Oh,
it is so hard. We've seen teams stick together for years and never be able to capitalize properly on teleports as a team. Yet that last fight was hard carried by Seraph teleporting in from base with home guard bonus and just messing everybody up by himself. He took pretty much the entire Cloud9 team to half just with that teleport. And at that point, the game was over.
There are 2 players, I think, that
I am stunned.
I am too. I am too, but thankfully I brought Cleanse, so I want to talk about 2 players on Team Impulse here. We talked about Seraph already.
You don't want to wait 15 minutes to buy a QSS?
No, I'm too impatient. I brought that in Champions League. I heard what you said about Jensen, and I brought Cleanse at the start of this one. So Seraph, think about his career. He joined Chronologic Gaming years ago and was really just, an unready sort of lackluster pickup. Took a long time to gel. Went over to TDK, started carrying them in Challenger. Got into LCS, carried a couple games there as well. And it's been going up and up and up. Seraph has improved so much over the last few years to where, he's directly hard carrying games against Cloud9 in the LCS. This is how good Seraph is now at League of Legends.
Yeah.
And the other man is Bebe, who up until the very last fight was 100% kill participation, only 2 deaths on Lee Sin against Rush, against Cloud9, and Bebe as a substitute jungler that basically no one has ever heard of, is stacking up well against the LCS.
It's nuts. Mash as well. He did play in the first split of the LCS ever and played in an LCS final.
Yeah, true.
Not many players can say that. 2013 spring split.
He brought TSM to 5 games.
That was also Zion Spartan on that team.
Yeah.
Just flabbergasted freak. I
This
need
is
to find
incredible.
more words of surprise.
So Mash was solid.
Team Impulse did great.
Oh, absolutely.
But this only adds to the story that just seems more and more unlikely, but because it keeps happening is true. It's the fact that, like, what is Cloud9 without High? Are they the worst team in the LCS if High is not on the team? Because as soon as he comes back, they go to Worlds and start the group stage 3-0. And as soon as he loses, they lose to Team Impulse with 4 subs in 35 minutes.
Yeah.
That's not, it just doesn't make sense to me.
It
because
doesn't,
I,
but it
I
does.
see these players in solo queue, and they're
Right.
still super good. But
Yes,
as soon
of
as they
course.
step on the stage and they don't have High by their side, it seems like they're not the same player at all.
I know.
Even when they're making their own decisions.
But that's so far what's been happening right now for
Yeah.
Cloud9 without High 0-2 in the season. But it's not about them. It is about Team Impulse. Doing amazingly now so far today. And of course, you've heard what we've had to say about it. But now we've got to hear from Mash, who's with Riv.
Thank you much, Freak and Jat. That's right, I am joined by Mash with Impulse after their victory. I gotta ask you, man, it's been a while since we did an interview. How's it feel to be back on the LCS stage?
Feels great, Griff. Thank you for asking.
Second question, looking at the dynamic of everything and changes in the team, Gate can go from mid to bottom, shot calling, just in general. How is Impulse working this season? What's the team dynamic?
For now, like with our subs, for this game, Seraph and me shot called the game. But I think later on in the future, it's going to be me and Proxen for, being leaders for this team.
And you guys discuss a lot after every game? You kind of go back, figure out what went wrong, and then fix it?
Yeah, we always discuss our problems after the game, never during the game because that's really bad. But we don't take our losses too harshly because week 1 was a sub week for us.
Right on. And actually, to go back to week 1, final question for you. The loss, the 18-minute hit, what were you guys thinking and how did you bounce back? Because it was a completely different team today.
For week 1, we didn't come into it we're going to go 2-0. We're just going to play our absolute best. We lose, we lose, we win, we win. So it's good to have a laid-back personality for this type of, week.
All right, Mash, great to have you back on the stage. Best of luck in the rest of the season to you and the team. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that game some more.
Thank you very much, Rivington. A much-needed victory there for TIP early on in the season, getting a little confidence under their belts, and to do it with a makeshift roster. And so that's where I kind of want to, let's just jump into this thing because we've got guys playing out of position, guys who were just brought in very recently onto the team. Looking at Champions Select, though, I feel like they had a very smart approach, which was to leave themselves options, starting with that Lulu Flex pick first.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I didn't really like C9's draft, and I think they didn't get many priority things relative to Tip. Tip got Lissandra, they got Lulu, they got Lucian. Kalista was pretty good, but Tip has a lot of strong champions, and there's champions that they play well. Seraph has a good Lissandra, Gate has a good Lulu, and it didn't feel like C9 got enough advantages out of the draft.
Yeah, C9 didn't walk away with really anything I would consider a power pick right now. And then their composition as a whole, you can think it makes sense where they're going to split push and have one person just Shen try and do that, but he's not really a large split pushing threat, whereas Lissandra can just TP and get to your backline. And there's a lot of backline to blow up here. Everybody on this team besides the Shen is going to be rather squishy, so I guess the Trundle as well. But you don't have much wave clear either.
I was about to say, distinct lack of wave clear.
As soon as this team gets a Baron on TIP's side, the game's pretty much over for you. You're going to lose a lot of objectives off of that, and they have split push pressure too. And I think that you were talking about it, Lissandra for Seraph is the pick to have this guy on.
Yeah, let's break him down a little bit. Seraph, has had a decent amount of LCS experience in the past, and somewhat of a roller coaster of a career in terms of at times we're saying, hey, this guy can totally hard carry a game. We've seen it. Other times struggling to keep up in CS with his lane opponent. This game, though, was the Seraph show. I mean, he showed up by all means and carried this team to victory.
Yeah, I think he was kind of given a good opportunity to do it. When Rush got really aggressive in Tip's jungle, they lost their globals. And as soon as that happened, if you watch the map, they started pinging bot lane and all these different wards they can set up for a TP flank. It's hard to know who was calling it. I'd imagine it was Seraph being like, hey, I see a ward here, get me one here, let's dive bottom. And that's really how they won the game, was just off Seraph's crazy good TP flanks.
Yeah, Seraph back in the Challenger Series when TDK was qualifying, he had games where they're behind and he's winning them by himself, and a lot of them are off of TP plays. So Seraph is very vocal now. When he first came over, his TPs were not very good when he was on CLG, and he's improved drastically, and now he's taking the reins himself, so he's setting up his own plays. And I think this is really good for this player, and even if he doesn't end up as like a permanent member on TIP, he's still going to be on TDK in the Challenger Series. And I think that this guy has a lot of potential to show that he's LCS quality because he's doing it today.
Now let's take a look at one of the TPs, one of the many successful TPs out of Seraph in this game. This one really blowing the game open. 35 minutes in, one of the things that helped close the game out. Zyrene, I'm going to let you walk us through this.
Yeah, this is pretty much a classic Seraph, let's end the game, get to the backline Lissandra play. He's pinging the ward so many times before he does it. He's saying, I'm coming in, and he immediately flash W so they don't have a chance to react. And then he ulties a primary target. He does get locked up, but that's all you need at that point. Lissandra has come back into the meta mostly because of double AD compositions and all of these squishies that people are running, that you're able to have access to that backline via a good flank, and you pretty much end the game off of that play with the hard CC.
Right, and so Mark, as a coach, someone who would maybe be responsible for putting one of these team compositions together, we then look at what Zyrene mentioned earlier, the fact that there are so many backline threats that Lissandra can get onto easily, and yet they still seemingly built to support those ADCs. I mean, we had the early Mercurial Scimitars or the QSSs come in as well as the Shen Ultimate. Still not enough, though, to deal with the amount of burst damage coming out of TIP.
This felt more to me like a game where C9 was drafting for themselves and not like, the Lissandra's a late pick, so it's a little harder to play around, but it felt more like they had a comp in mind that they wanted to run and less about what's the other team doing and reacting to that. Like, Kalista's just a strong pick. Nidalee is Rush's champ. Shen, Trundle's a flex. Bunny had a pretty good Shen last season, so I think it felt like a lot of stuff that they were just picking for themselves and not really going into what Tip was doing.
One final thing, I do want to get into the difference between Hai and Bunny Fufu a little bit. We saw Jat talking about it there at the end, that Cloud9, they just don't look like they have the direction or the confidence that they need. Everything's operating a half second behind schedule, it seems, when we watch them rotate in these games.
Yeah, Hai, I know him as a shot caller. He's very micromanaging. He'll tell you how to approach as a jungler, how to get to the lane, and what the combo is going to be, right? He'll be like, you pillar, then I spear. So he'll tell you how to set up the gank and all of these things. And I think the biggest difference between Bunny and Hai right now is how you see Rush moving on the map and how you see Balls using his globals, because they're very different. You go watch the games in contrast to each other. Hai is pretty much keeping track of the abilities for them and telling Rush how to enter the lane and what he needs to be doing. So micromanaging the players, I think, is the big problem.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly how the communication flows on a team if you're not in there listening to the voice comms, but Rush clearly wants to play aggressively, and he got like the first red. He was in his jungle like the whole first 5 minutes. It was super annoying. And then when he goes for the next red invade, it's not as clean. They blow the Shen ult, but Bunny's not there. The Lulu's moving faster. It just looks like he got caught out and was just too ahead of himself.
All right, so the micromanagement becomes a little bit too much maybe for Bunny Fufu, but luckily he does have Hai on the team to help direct him and guide his improvement. We're going to step away while we reset the rift for our next match between TSM and the new hotness, Immortals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of the North American LCS Spring Split right after this.
Who opens up week 2 properly here? Team Impulse on blue, Cloud9 on red. Here we go.
Jansen didn't see that.
It's ulted. He's gonna die for sure. Seraph gets the kill, and this could be so dangerous. He's trying to run, but he will be killed. 2 more for Impulse.
Run. Close.
Nice. I saw him. I was leading him.
Nice. You got that?
I'm going by. Keep going.
Bear. Bunny gonna get found, and here comes Seraph from the backside. Oh, and so much disrupt. They've already picked up 2. And Impulse take down Cloud9, only giving up 5 kills. Welcome back to the 2016 North American Spring Split, and we're grouping up for our second game of the day, TSM versus Immortals. And in the offseason, Wild Turtle made a big move, leaving his long-time TSM roster to join Immortals here. And Wild Turtle says it wasn't an easy walk to walk away from the team that gave him his start in the LCS.
It was pretty hard leaving my teammates behind, leaving Bjerg, Reginald, like the whole management on TSM and players. Like it was just a really great time for me. So it was kind of hard leaving all my friends, but some things you just have to do, I guess. TSM was a really long story for me. It was kind of like a fairy tale story, sort of. I was on Cloud9 at the time. I was just playing randomly, and then Reginald, he was on my friends list on League of Legends, and he just randomly contacted me and he asked if I wanted to play like this week, and I'm like, sure, why not? It's a great opportunity to play in the LCS. Like it kind of just hit me like randomly. Like I didn't even expect like this would ever happen to me.
And now Wild Turtle will be filling the AD carry role for TSM. Big pressure on that going on your screen right now.
My first game was actually pretty insane. I didn't expect anything to happen. I didn't even know how good I was at the time. Like I had nothing to gauge off how good I was. So I just randomly got a pentakill and I was like, holy shit, what the hell's going on?
Laudamonis goes in, that's going to feed him a triple kill. MIA Strand, that's going to be a quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? Brunchu 1-on-1, it's going to be the pentakill for a beautiful play. Wild Turtle stepping up. Chaos, do you have something to answer right now? Because your replacement is doing a fantastic job.
Being on a team for that long was kind of stressful because, especially on TSM, you always have to be performing. I think this season ended pretty badly for us as TSM. I think overall, like a lot of players were burnt out. The period after Worlds where I was trying out for other teams and deciding what I wanted to do from now on, I had to do a lot of thinking to see if I wanted to keep playing and see if I still wanted to be the best, and I decided I wanted to play again. I decided I'm gonna try to look for another team. So Reginald actually helped me find out like opportunities and stuff like that, so big thanks to him. And I just tried out for various teams. Like, I even went to Korea to like play some solo queue, like that was pretty cool. And then I actually came back and Immortals contacted me and I just decided to join Immortals, so here I am now. It was kind of hard to leave a team after I was on it for 3 years because it's been a long time. I had a pretty long commitment to it, but I decided like I needed a fresh start. Immortals is really appealing because they already had really good players. Like when I saw the team roster, I knew this is the team I want to play for. I've been living with these guys for a while, and they definitely made me feel like home. Like I don't have any problems. Like we have like no tension with our team too. And I just really like our new team. It just has a really good environment to it, and it just makes me happy, and I think this is where I can succeed.
And succeed he has. Wild Turtle's been playing the Wild Turtle style and doing incredibly well with it so far.
Yeah, the first 2 weeks, it looks like when Turtle entered the LCS in a sense, playing without fear and being extremely successful, just making plays with his mechanics. He has incredible stats, especially CS-wise for the team and gold share-wise, because he was kind of carrying both games there for Immortals in week 1.
And now we'll see what the rest of the Immortal squad can do. Of course, these guys are very new, but of course, they 2-0 to start the LCS. These guys are already looking at them as the team to beat.
Yeah, and nothing can help a team build confidence more than the kind of wins Immortals racked up last week. It had the fastest win in North American LCS history and only our second perfect game. And as Wild Turtle said in that feature, the group just clicked, and it looks like they've been playing together forever. The note of caution, though, is that these guys, they play fast and loose, which does open them up to making mistakes if the other team is ready to punish. So we'll see if now TSM, who's also a pretty new team, can punish Immortals for playing too quick.
Absolutely true. TSM can always shore up quickly. You know, Immortals clicked, but TSM might be better next week here. So everything, of course, has been coming up wonderfully for Immortals, but of course they have a tough challenge. They're against TSM. Now, the dream hasn't shown up just yet for TSM, but maybe it's going to work this time.
Yeah, and watching their games last week, you could tell Yellowstar wanted to make some plays, but then the rest of TSM showed some hesitancy in following up. Yellowstar was a half step ahead of everyone, but then Yellowstar was also a half step off with a lot of his plays. He missed a lot of Bard ults. His Bard play wasn't particularly inspiring, and maybe that came from a feeling of being second-guessed, but we can only see that from the future. At this point, we're just speculating. But the TSM lack of trust and hesitation will become more worrisome if it persists. They've had another week to play together. We know Yellowstar came into the country fairly late, so they didn't have very long to prepare for LCS, and they're still finding their identity with this roster.
Well, speaking of rosters, we can check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, coming into this game is TSM, of course. You just saw him. Hanser up in the top lane. Sven Skaren in the jungle. Bjergsen in mid. Doublelift, the all-star AD carry. Yellowstar on support with Coach Yarge behind them.
And on the red side against him, still undefeated, is Immortals. Huni in the top lane. Rainover in the jungle. Both those guys come from Fnatic. Pobelter spent last season on COG. Wild Turtle, TSM, and Hadrian was from Team Impulse. So really high-profile players from all around with their coach Dylan. It's looking so good. So far, so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, everyone kind of knew this coming in. Wild Turtle up against his old team on TSM is going to be a bunch of fun to watch for. Though he's still facing Doublelift, so like that's kind of no news that like, oh look, these two really good AD carriers are fighting each other in North America, but it's Doublelift in a New Jersey, Wild Turtle in a New Jersey, and them both kind of with new bot lanes.
Exactly, and like how many flaws were in Wild Turtle's game that they tried to remove on TSM by putting all these restrictions on him, like not flashing. And normally you would think kind of, oh man, AD carry against his former team. That former team's really going to know how to punish him. But the only person on that team that is former is Bjergsen. It's a new coach, it's a new analyst, it's 4 new players to go with them. So really, it is Wild Turtle against Reggie and Bjergsen, but these are 2 new teams battling it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's only even 3 people on that roster who actually played against Wild Turtle at some point during that year. So yeah, with or against him either way. But we are, of course, into this game. Bans coming through. Elise away from Rainover. The Lulu banned out as well. It's a great Pobelter champion, of course. No Graves jungle for Sven.
Technically, Yellowstar played against him at LSI.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But I mean, that's
I was thinking of Worlds.
That's
and I was
not
like,
an LCS tournament. That's a
LCS teams did go to the tournament.
True,
I mean,
true.
to be fair, Jat, you're actually right.
Neither here nor there. But
You are right, though. So I'm going to concede that point. Rise banned out as well. Huni very strong. Another Gangplank ban here as well. So Spatterga bans all across. Various roles for each of these guys.
Yeah, another Graves ban. So we don't even get to see Jungle Graves have an appearance in North America. It's like 1 week, no one plays it. The next week, everyone bans it. And first pick, Poppy locked.
Yeah.
All right.
Poppy, see, I'm pretty sure Poppy is just actually overpowered. Anytime a champion is recently released or reworked and is immediately picked up for pro play,
right?
Pretty much as soon as they're available, they're probably broken. There's a lot of things that take some time. Nard took some buffs and a lot of time. Tom Kench took minor buffs and a lot of time to become top tier. Poppy is probably incredible, and
Poppy's just in there.
Smart taking that first pick.
Question will be, where do we see Poppy? We've seen her spots in the jungle. We've seen her banned as support. But more recently, the most recent Poppy I've seen is a lot of top Poppy.
Yeah.
Poppy everywhere. It's tank build, generally speaking, Iceborne Gauntlet, and it splits or assassinates a lot of different matchups. So Hanser doing it is totally a possibility, but it's almost the ultimate flex pick at this point.
Very true. 3 roles has played professionally so far this split. Frequency aside here. Corki, one of the other high-profile AD carries to pick up here. Caitlyn going to be the other grab there for Doublelift. We saw Sneaky play her last week, but now double picking up this champion as well. One of the more rarely picked marksmen down there. Braum picked up despite very few support bans, and TSM like their lineup so far.
Yeah. I think IMT is pretty happy with their lineup as well. They're just almost more power picks on the side of Immortals thus far with Lysandra and Corki, whereas the Caitlyn is a lesser-known pick, but something that Doublelift has always shown a large proficiency on, especially if he wants to 2v2 win the lane.
Oh, man. Olaf and Janna picked up. So this is Adrian 3 games in a row on Janna. One of the only support players to really play her a lot, but she is incredibly powerful, and it just fits not only his play style as a player, but also just Immortals' team, I feel like. This Olaf also is a bit of a flex pick. We've seen Rainover play it. We've seen Huni play it. And that Lysandra could go top or mid as well. So good luck to TSM picking your lineups here.
We've seen FLICKR play Olaf in the mid lane.
That was the Worlds.
It's unlikely to happen here in this game.
Also, yeah.
Yeah, the Janna gives such good disengage, and it means TSM will have to make very concerted efforts if they want to have choice over team fights, because currently Immortals has the better engaged champion and the better disengaged champion with Lysandra and Janna. You don't see analogs to those on TSM thus far, but maybe they'll try and do it with these last 2 picks.
Second time I've seen Ahri Hubbard now in Champion Select. I wonder if he'll actually lock it in this time around.
Ding, ding.
All right, locked in Ahri and Lee Sin. So it is going to be top lane Poppy, of course, as the jungle Lee Sin is here. And the Braum, of course, is exclusively played as support. So TSM have the full lineup together. And it's honestly quite well-rounded. You've got an assassin there to potentially fight against double AD. Otherwise, a mix of diving
Yeah.
and a mix of protection.
It is so hard to read lanes in Champ Select this season because of all the variants of where a champion can go. Lissandra, top or mid, Corki, mid or AD, Olaf, jungle or top. Like, really, you don't even know what this last pick is going to be going for, and that's why you see kind of the generic Ahri pick. Ahri is something you could pick into anything. Because honestly, Bjergsen, no idea where he's going to end up going. And honestly, I don't know what Immortals is going to do here. Pobelter might be a mid Lissandra. There's just no way of knowing.
Still time to decide, though. 6 seconds to go until that lock-in is required. What'll happen for you, and Fiora is the pickup here. So as much as Poppy likes to build full tank, Fiora, of course, is very good at breaking down these tanks. And now the question is, how good is she at stopping the lunges via the Steadfast Presence, I believe it's called, her W that stops dashes. It is mid Lissandra after all, and Immortals have their lineup.
And critically, one of the greatest strengths of the Poppy is the disengage with her ultimate can be blocked by the Fiora riposte, which will be very critical if we see some of these team fights. Overall, though, as far as things that can lane against Fiora, I have seen Poppy specifically picked into Fiora in the LPL and find success. It's still a skill matchup, but as far as Fiora against tanks, Poppy does better than most.
All right, so both these guys can feel comfortable at their top lane matchup then, if we can see it maybe go either way. And as the locks are in, we're going to find out who can do a bit better here. TSM, only 1-1 to start the week. The loss against CLG was heartbreaking. The win against Team Liquid not convincing, and here they are up against their toughest competition yet in Immortals, who have looked nothing but stellar. So Immortals, if they can keep this run going, knock down a top team in TSM, then they will continue to be North America's top team. Guys, you at home, let us know who's going to win this one. Hashtag TSM win or hashtag IMT win. Send those to @LOL Esports on Twitter. But guys, we have got ourselves the battle of two of the most hyped super teams in North America. TSM, 4 new players. Immortals, brand new with some amazing talent. And we're going to figure out who can be the top dog of North America, can match energy at 3-0, and leave their mark on North America. Here we go.
And Immortals, this is their week of being tested. The game against TSM today, the game against Energy, who is sitting atop the standings at 3-0 tomorrow. And it really all starts here. Immortals with a team composition that other teams don't really put together. Reignover is pretty much the only one to consistently do jungle Olaf. And Adrian, also one of the only people to do Janna. So it's not like Immortals is picking meta. They're just playing whatever they are best at and really having confidence in their ability to build strategies around those champions.
It's funny, too, because, of course, we just heard, as Mark was talking about on the analyst desk, Cloud9 just sort of picks for comfort. They just pick what they like to do. They're not heavily focused on counterpicking so much. And here's Immortals kind of doing that exact same recipe, just with a bit more success here. And it's always interesting, sort of, players deciding what they think is good versus what the meta is. Season 5 World Championship, FLICKR decided that Ryze was good when no one else knew that. Turns out everyone else now knows Ryze is good. And it's always fun watching people who are trendsetters. And if everyone else buys into that, or if they're just that unique snowflake.
Yeah, also how well you play the game depending on your comfort level of a champion. You see the game differently if you're not focusing as much on your skills. Even at a pro level, that applies.
Absolutely.
Just to a lesser extent because they're better at many more things. Yeah, walking through a ward, though, Immortals really early on. This will push the Lee Sin down. Basically, it's very rare you see 2 people starting from opposing teams in the same quadrant of the jungle.
This is actually fairly risky by the Immortals invade. So TSM are totally safe here. They take a small part of the blue buff. I actually love this invade, by the way. You take a few small pieces of a blue buff and then leave because you get most of the golden XP anyway. Here, Immortals were not punished for the taking of the Gromp. Despite the fact the Wolf Spirit was smited, TSM did not show up in time to steal. And Adrian gets most of the way to level 2. As of the 2016 changes, you don't actually get level 2 off a full camp anymore without a jungle item. But he's really trying to stop Svenskeren and Hanser from doing anything useful here.
Huni coming back.
And they
know
really
they're down.
Steal this. Oh! A flash force. Huni did show up, but nothing was stolen. Huni's got to be a bit careful, but now he's got some teammates around.
Yeah, but Yellow Star got the blue buff. Not that it's super impactful, but it's experience that's more denied from TSM. Initially, in parsing this level 1, it looked like TSM was going to come out on top because Doublelift and Yellow Star stole the most experience in the most efficient way possible. Took a very short amount of time to gain a half level of experience from the blue buff. But Immortals just being as pesky as possible, delaying Hanser, Yellow Star, and Svenskeren some of that experience. But in the meanwhile, Turtle and Doublelift are still free farming.
But of course, it also means Svenskeren is actually farming. So there's actually 3 lanes of farm coming in for TSM if you count the jungle, whereas Reignover is still running around invading, and I guess now he's fighting a Grom.
No, Reignover was farming the whole time as well. Actually,
okay, yeah,
Reignover
he's
started
right.
his own jungle. So it's Huni basically trying to cheat death. Ghost Popper Reignover. Now he's here.
And suddenly Hanser
Why not flash the
dying.
wall?
The curse of Dyrus is still here. TSM's top laner gives up first blood. What a crazy early game by Immortals, and Reignover showing up right on time.
Hanser not expecting Reignover to suddenly appear with a Ghost Olaf, level 3, 3.5 minutes. That was a Reignover power farm cycle, while the rest of Immortals was being as pesky as possible. Svenskeren entered the farming cycle late, so he couldn't make it in time. And honestly, a very poor flash by Hanser, flashing straight away after an Axe Lance against a Ghost Olaf. Unless you're clearing a wall, you are not getting away from that speeding man.
Yellowstar, level 1 against an Olaf. He's thankful that Reignover has no mana.
They're just trying to steal.
Yeah, he has Smite. That's not going to be the thing.
Honestly, this has been Immortal schooling TSM in the early game for the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, even with the turret kill, Doublelift gets nothing done down there. He does get way more farm than Wild Turtle, but it just doesn't manifest into anything. It's still a 1,200 gold lead for Immortals off of a significantly better played level 1.
Yeah, but Wild Turtle got the 400 gold bonus from First Blood, so 18 CS be damned. It's the experience that will matter. Unless Doublelift punishes the experience advantage, Wild Turtle will be completely fine.
Well, they're going to try to punish the mid lane now instead. Svenskeren actually misses the Q. Good straight path by Powelter. Sven expected a dodge, and in the little mini game of will you juke or will you not, Powelter chose correctly.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing is, like, in pro level play, you don't miss skill shots, you just expect them to juke.
Right.
Like, more often than not, actually, as dumb as that sounds.
Yeah, it's all a big prediction game, and especially with Lissandra, it gets added even more so because you can see where the claw will end up, but Powelter can take it technically at any time, and then there's still going to be a flight delay for the Lee Sin Q, and he'll get to choose when to juke back and forth. Powelter just one step ahead of the game.
Otherwise, staying equal in CS, not losing any summoners. Reignover just going to clear a Trinket Ward away, which will make Bjergsen have to respect the fact that he doesn't know if Olaf is coming. And Lissandra Olaf can definitely force a flash and then probably still kill you afterwards. So Bjergsen pre-6 will have to be a bit afraid here. We'll see if Reignover can prey on that. Yeah, it's just up under a minute.
Hanser is not in the situation to succeed right now, however, because he's already down a turret in the lane that is essentially being left for him, and it's frozen up top for Huni to free farm for as long as he wants. And a level 3 Poppy would need to be able to find a way to show impact. So either he double jungles with Svenskeren, which kind of denies both of them for the foreseeing future, or he makes a play elsewhere. So as of now, Huni's going to be building up a really big lead on Hanser, and even if Poppy can stand against Fiora, not if you don't have items at level.
That's very true. He's got a Corruption Potion, though, so at least he can regen. So to bookmark this, at 6 minutes, we're at a 1,200 gold lead for Immortals right now. And we'll see if the lane situation makes it much worse in the near future.
Yeah.
You expect Immortals to heavily outfarm, but we'll see if TSM can do something about this.
Yeah, well, we're going to reach a pretty big decision point right here. Because there's a big wave that will be collapsing on the second tier turret of TSM. And typically when that happens, you expect the jungler to arrive and try and get the kill on the low-level top laner. So that's why Svenskeren is cheating towards the bottom lane, and Reignover actually has just the right timing to walk into the jungle with Hanser. This will depend on how much TSM is willing to defend and how bold IMT is willing to be with this dive. They do not have a teleporting Lissandra, and if they did, I feel like Hanser would have to completely abandon that wave.
But instead, neither mid laner gets to show up easily.
They're going to give it to
Svenskeren, thanks to a Trinket Ward by Reignover that he kept in his inventory, will be able to be spotted, but he's defending just in case and nothing big happens. Second actually recall comes in for Huni. Pickaxe goes towards Tiamat. We'll see which version of that upgrade he goes for in the near future.
Yeah. Hanser very fortunate to get this farm. It looked like Huni could have actually kept his freeze for longer, but he chose not to. Without seeing the lane in depth, I can't tell for sure, but that's what I got from the glance. So I feel like he kind of lets Hanser back in the game a little bit, because I don't think a level 3 Poppy could have made a roam play, and Immortals was not really forfeiting pressure by having Huni freezing. Now, though, Huni will have to be going to make a play.
But look at how this bottom lane is shaping up. It's a 30 minion lead right now for TSM. There's a slight wave built up here, but Devil and Yellowstar are doing a great job of winning that one. You're seeing the gold lead kind of shift back and forth. It was 900, then it was 1,100.
True.
Hanser got some of his gold back. as much as the top lane's getting punished, that's plus or minus literally 0 CS right now. And it's the bottom lane that's actually getting crushed.
True. Thing is,
Again,
though,
first blood is some of it.
It's one level, and the first blood keeps it even. It's Doublelift and Yellowstar trying to kind of take over this game, and this is the cost of the first blood, was that bottom lane CS differential. But, I mean, it's a pickaxe versus a longsword and a ruby crystal. And unless they can go down there with some gank pressure, it's unpunishable at the moment. Svenskeren needs to be babysitting the Poppy instead of going down to punish the Corki. That should be a nice punish. There we go, good damage.
Wild Turtle juked right. Yellowstar expected that. A lot of damage going through. Gets a Gianna shield and will wave clear properly. This means the wave is, or the 80 carries are 17 CS opposite. As this gets cleared out.
Which is pretty much what they entered the lane at.
That is true. That is true. It wasn't so much in the 2-on-2 as you said, the cost of the first blood. The 1,000 gold lead is not too bad. When you consider that you're up a turret and a kill, that's actually a farm advantage slightly in terms of numbers, which, again, you see from the 80 carries. Wild Turtle picks up the package. 1 minute late as it spawns at 8 minutes in, but chose to save it until now, until he could buy Phage plus Sheen. TSM will definitely have to recall to match the scariness of package plus 2 item Corki.
Adrian sacrificing a lot to keep this wave here for Wild Turtle. A level 4 Janna was freezing a wave against a level 7 Kate and a level 4 Yellowstar, but Doublelift really needed the recall for that BF sword.
And it's gonna deny at least a full wave. I wonder how long they can keep this freeze. When you freeze an entire extra wave, you can keep it indefinitely for sure. And it will be at least one wave lost in terms of golden experience for TSM. And now, how well can Wild Turtle hold this next one? Because again, there's so many minions here. A cannon plus 3 casters. They can deny most of this one too.
And so the game definitely turning into a bit of a wave management chess match after the really chaotic early game. Huni holding his lead over Hansu. Doublelift holding his CS lead mostly over Wild Turtle, but honestly losing it a little bit now. Which just goes to show Immortals coordination. The question will be, though, with this kind of mismatched team comp that Immortals have. Squishy dudes, Rainover can't fall behind. They're going to need to kind of run over TSM, I think, if they want to win.
I think they're going to look to run over them in the top lane, though. Ooh. Rainover pops the ulti to stay alive. There's not a lot of CC they can apply to him, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Svenskeren did not go for the ulti. It wouldn't quite have killed, but it would have done a lot of damage. But Adrian roamed top lane because Wild Turtle is safe with a freeze down there. Adrian got to roam top lane, get some wards down. They could look for the play on Hanser, but Svenskeren was there to defend, and nothing was done. This freeze will not break, but Wild Turtle did clear the wave. Doublelift should actually let this freeze into his lane now. But Wild Turtle needs Adrian, and Adrian's here. So I guess he's fine.
Convenient.
Yeah, hey, look at that. It's like they're really good at League of Legends.
Yeah, and they're catching up on the CS, which is remarkable considering they were down in experience so heavily before.
Split the upright. 3 points for Wild Turtle.
Yeah. Credit to Pobelter as well. 10 CS advantage over Bjergsen.
Very solid. Yeah, if you were to come into the season and like power rank the teams, like just based on player skill, you'd of course give a lot of edge to Huni and Rainover, but via common perception, if you looked at Bjergsen, Doublelift, Yellowstar versus Pobelter, Wild Turtle, Adrian, you'd probably give that edge to TSM in all 3 of those roles.
Bjergsen's been an MVP, North American LCS. Yellowstar was the MVP last split.
He's won 5 LCS splits.
A lot of people think Doublelift should have been the MVP of the summer split, although that title went to Rush. So yeah, they had a lot of talent. But like we said, they haven't had as long together as Immortals. They haven't clicked at the same level as Immortals.
A little bit of damage, but good play by Doublelift. EQ into a headshot auto attack's going to do plenty there. And the Gianna shield doesn't do so much. Bot lane's plus or minus 10 CS right there. Monster and Huni still in a bit of a battle. Ooh, that stun nearly got him in the wall. That could have killed Huni
they
if the
got
stun
him.
landed. But he's got to be real careful. There's a kickback by Svenskeren. There's the kill, in fact. Overextension by Huni, and they're not even done yet. Rainover pops the ulti. He wants this fight, and he's going to do so much damage. Sven flashed to stay alive. Didn't need to, though. The kill comes through. Now Wild Turtle being stunned up. A lot of damage coming through. Yellowstar could not block the tornado.
And the TSM chants come through after a big outplay. Kind of a weak TSM chant. They're still down 300 gold. But Hotzer made a big outplay right there onto Huni. finding a way to hit him back towards the turret because Huni was going for the vital.
So greedy.
Really not respecting the Poppy matchup whatsoever. And then Svenskeren was there before Rainover was, catching Rainover in a bad position as well, which leads to 2 kills for TSM. That negates so much of the early wave advantages from Immortals and gives them right back to TSM.
TSM with that single kill are now winning in gold, of course. Single kill, actually, sorry, 2 kills, of course. I misspeak there, as of course they had killed Rainover as well. But that makes up for the turret disadvantage.
Yeah, because Huni has a 1-level advantage, but the vital is behind him. Immediately, Haunter's like, what are you doing, man? Pops him back up into the air. Also blocks his dash away as soon as he lands down after the ultimate. And Rainover was there because he wasn't expecting his top laner to just die in the turret without doing much damage. So he was hoping for a bit of an extended counter gank. Instead, he finds himself in the jungle and gives up a 2nd kill.
Beautiful stuff. So TSM doing much, much better than records would indicate. And Immortals looking to now, for the first time, have a really difficult road. I mean, yeah, their very first game of the LCS was against the Bunny Fufu version of Cloud9, which just didn't seem to have much going in the early game, and just Immortals scaled up really fast. Of course, Impulse was against that really ill-fated perfect game, and now TSM actually a team that's fighting back here. And this is the first real test for Immortals here. And of course, TSM look a lot better now after their week 1 jitters.
Well, TSM has shown a lot of resilience even in their week 1 games, where they'd lose the early game, but then still make a very competitive showing. Really how they turned it around against Team Liquid, because Team Liquid did have a hefty mid-game advantage against them. And now with the Sunfire Cape, this is a point of power where Hanzo is much stronger than Huni.
Nice by Svenskeren. Holds on to the ultimate. No chance to riposte that one. Waits long enough. And a kill goes through Svenskeren. 2-0-1. He and Haunter have done all the killing in this game for TSM.
Yeah, Sunfire Cape. Easy turret dive right there. Just had to wait out the riposte, and then Svenskeren kicked him in the wall for the guaranteed Q. And a very well-executed gank against Huni, who, without backup, can't actually be safe against the Poppy Lee Sin combo.
Rainover spent his time in the bot lane while he saw the top lane getting ganked. He ran down, tried to steal the red buff, double lift, managed to pick that one up. You saw that a second ago on your screen. That's why Double's wearing a red right here. But all the pressure he gave allowed Immortals to knock down bot lane outer turret. So it was a trade of turrets at least. But of course that kill going to Svenskeren means advantage to TSM. Rainover can keep trying to do some things as Svenskeren is still top side.
Rift Herald for Dragon trade, looks like. I think the Dragon is still currently winning out this trade. I have yet to see a team execute a good push with Rift Herald minions just because they're so easy to clear. Yeah. Even though it does grant 250 global gold for the team in total, 50 gold per player.
Yeah, but the value of just the first Dragon stats is to the tune of 1 to 2,000 gold. So even like this early in the game, it's still more overall stat-wise. So definitely agree in terms of Dragon being more important. We'll see if TSM can be doing something interesting with this, though, right now. Still holding the 500 gold lead. Yellow Star kills a pink ward. The crowd is ecstatic, of course. No, we're not doing this. We're not. I'm sorry. I really just heavily just screwed up right there. Right. Don't make me regret that, guys.
Acceptable.
And here we go. The attempted siege in the mid lane. Double lift is, of course, maxing traps second. That's the new hotness for Caitlyn.
Yeah, just like 5 traps down in the lane,
yeah,
right as someone's trying to siege.
It's pretty obnoxious, to be honest. Wild Turtle.
Getting juked. See, you said pro players don't miss skill shots. They just get dodged. Rift Herald's way ahead of the game.
Yeah, I mean.
The higher difficulty pro player Rift Herald.
Yeah, he gets stronger in LCS games.
Doesn't.
Not we code the AI differently on land. Alright, but it is this just line of cupcakes, and Wild Turtle, I mean, he likes cupcakes. I assume. I actually have no idea. He might actually be gluten intolerant. I actually have no idea. We should ask Adrian, but
he might know.
He lost at duo queue, so he doesn't actually know much about Wild Turtle after all.
Ooh. Yeah, at this point in the game, it's completely equalized, and the playmaking for Immortals is really on the back of Pobelter for jumping in there and landing a stun. No cleanses on anyone for TSM. No QSSs yet built up. So really it's about Pobelter finding a flank and then everyone piling in afterwards. It's just the ward coverage is pretty nice for TSM right now. The pressure isn't necessarily there. And Haunter's real tanky, so he's a difficult person to gank.
And as you had mentioned earlier, it's not a TP Pobelter.
Yeah.
So even...
It's not the same.
Yeah, I was gonna for a joke and decided not to. I showed restraint right now, but yeah, with Ignite, Pobelter was not able to get dominance on the lane, despite the fact that maybe there is room for like a flash W onto Bjergsen. Who knows? But this Ignite has not paid off in anything, and getting into the back line because of TSM's ward coverage, tracker snipe on Svenskar and sight stun on Yellow Star. There's just no way in. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah. And I mean, this is somewhat of the team composition they picked themselves into. Olaf, not reliable initiation. Fiora is a split pusher, but has been neutralized as of now by Hauntzer. So he will need to get, I think, substantially more items before he can start winning that again. I think there will become a point where Fiora will be able to win that, so TSM is working on a bit of a clock, but that clock doesn't hit until about 35 minutes.
And TSM's clock is actually starting pretty soon because they're going to get rapid fire cannon on double lift. So okay, Bjergsen versus Pobelter. Pobelter does not seem to know right now.
It depends. He's waiting for him to use a
Charm into the damage and an Ignite as well. Bjergsen's going for this play. Pobelter has to not land the E. Here comes the team. Going to ult himself to heal. Now Huni is in on his Svenskar and pops the ulti. How good's it going to be? A kick into the wall. Pobelter misses the Q. That was a miss more than a dodge. Huni wants what he can, but he's not going to get the kill before the passive of the ultimate runs out. And the charm's going to mean his death. A double kill for Bjergsen. And TSM are ahead here. Meanwhile, a fight in the top lane. It's not done. Yellow Star overextends here, trying to defend this turret. 2 versus 3. He dies. A tier 2 turret for Immortals.
And this is how you know two teams are playing that know what they're doing, because when a play happens in one lane, an opposite play happens if there was a numbers advantage. There was a 2v3 in the bottom lane that was traded 1 for 2, but there was a 3v1 in the other lane where Immortals was able to pick something back for themselves.
So equal in kills, equal in turrets, but the turret that Immortals killed was a better one to knock down. So honestly, slight advantage to Immortals in the grand scheme of everything.
Even though it was TSM who had the more impressive play, so to speak, Bjergsen outsmarted Pobelter to wait in this brush extremely long, waited for the cooldown to be used, also waited for him to show himself through the minions, and then they also had Svenskar there to block the claw path. Pobelter ults himself for a heal. Huni tries to get as much damage out as possible, but the kick into the wall delays things. Hauntzer then tries to play Huni even longer, and it's actually greed by Svenskar is the only reason he ended up giving that kill away, because he easily could have just continued to run. Hauntzer and Bjergsen had that kill dead to rights, and it's a misplay at the end of the day by Svenskar to cost him his life.
Unfortunate there now. His first death of this game for TSM. Small miscue by Huni as well. He didn't actually land his second lunge after he popped ulti, so he didn't have the cooldown refresh either. Had to flash to auto-attack Sven, which wasn't enough damage to kill him. And a lot of that could have changed around if he got the heal from that ulti. Either way, as you say, pretty close to equal trade. Adrian trying to play Peel as best he can. Has Frost Queen's claim done as well. Introduced to Lucidity Boots. This is his build every single time. I actually looked it up to learn Janna better. And his build every single game, exactly these 3 items. They normally win by now, so I have no idea what he builds next. Actually, it's Locket, but after that, I have no idea. We might find out this time around. Huni and Hauntzer in a bit of a battle, and Huni knocked into the air to make this charm, and of course, he's going to wait for that one with riposte. Now Huni still in a bad spot, knocked around. Janna saves it! Oh, my word! Immortals keeping it alive. They'll kill Yellow Star as well. Adrian is a superhero. A 2 for 0 to Immortals.
And these are the types of plays that make people excited about Immortals, and why it's justifiable to pick these types of team compositions, because that is just a raw outplay. Huni should have been dead, but Adrian called him over towards the Dragon Pit. He was able to save him with shields and the ultimate to delay damage from TSM, and Chilika dashed over the other side. And then to just add insult to injury, they killed 2 people of TSM for what was a good play when it started on the side of TSM.
Huni just keeps playing the split push game, getting as far ahead as he can. So here's the point blank ult from Hauntzer, the charm.
Right, but Huni knew that was coming. The charm wasn't instantaneous enough. At this point, though, Hauntzer and Sven both hit into the wall. They kick Pobelter to the side, but that doesn't help whatsoever. And at that point, it's a really angry Olaf, who you are now in the anger zone of. He will
I like that, the anger zone.
Next to him.
It's
the anger zone.
It's roughly the anger zone of Olaf. Can he auto-attack you? Don't. All right, well, TSM able to recover first. They're on the Dragon. They should knock it down in time. No easy way in for Reignover. So now 1 Dragon apiece. That'll equalize that stat disparity. 900 gold lead, though, and the road into the mid lane. So TSM kind of knowingly giving away mid lane outer in order to get that dragon. I can't say it's wrong, just a choice that has earned them some gold. But look at this, Immortals actually zoning them off of the way back in.
They have to worry about the choke because Pobelter could enter that choke and really wreak some havoc.
But they're not going to stay for the turret just yet. And Wild Turtle overstays. He's going to get locked up into the air. He's going to run away with special delivery and stay alive for now. Adrian flashing to dodge what he can. Slowed down. And Pobelter in a bad spot. Ults himself, should still be a kill. And he will go down. 1-0 TSM.
Yeah, Wild Turtle gets caught there. I'm very surprised that Immortals didn't catch TSM while TSM was in that very small choke point, but they let them through the funnel, and that's when Wild Turtle was punished. Even though he's not the one who died, Pobelter died because the fight was caught in the wrong place, and now TSM gets to push mid.
And a huge mistake by Immortals lets TSM right back in. Looks like TSM doing a better job of being cohesive, listening to the calls, going for the same thing at the same time. Missteps, capitalizations, that's been the name of the game so far in this mid game here. Someone being in the wrong spot and the other team doing a great job of punishing.
Yeah,
Love
nice
Cupcake.
line of cupcakes right there for the rapid fire Kate to help take down this turret as well. Really hard to defend this one. Reignover would have to pop his ultimate and then just run through all the cupcakes at once. He wanted to let his team through with that initiation, but the team's not in a position for a fight.
All right, 600 gold is the monetary lead for TSM right now. This game is super, super close right now, and every 5 minutes someone else is making the better play right here. So judging by the way things are going, Immortals is next up to make the LCS big play, and they'll be the lead next time around.
Yeah, you're right. Most of this game has swung on outplays.
Yeah.
It hasn't been as kind of raw and mechanical as you'd think. Oh, they had 4 people here, therefore they pushed down the turret, and the turret was backed away on, and then they teleported here to force this play. It was kind of just, all right, there's 3 people against 3 people, and they're going to fight.
Yeah.
And we will see what the result of that fight is.
People dying, which is great. My favorite part of League of Legends.
Yeah, the Iceborne being completed on Hanser just increases his stickiness. Yeah. So much on Poppy.
And Wild Turtle, of course, always has to be afraid. The engage range of Hanser is actually roughly Wild Turtle's auto attack range. So if you can ever hit Hanser, Hanser can hit W and E and say, you don't get to run for me without flash.
Right.
And Turtle will have to be afraid of that. Agent will have to be the one peeling, essentially.
It also feels like Hanser, the majority of his ultimates have been for point-blank knockups to try and chain CC. I'm waiting for the moment where he winds one up and, you know, knocks someone significantly away from the fight. It's kind of hard against the front line of Immortals, though. Huni can riposte it. Reignover can ignore crowd control effects, take to the face and not be phased. But if he ever sees an opportunity to hit back Pobelter or Wild Turtle, it'll completely change the face of a game. It's one of the most powerful aspects of Poppy, but it's very rarely able to be utilized, I would say.
True. Oh, wow, that charm right there from Fog of War. Pobelter down to half HP. Sven Skarin once in. Takes a lot of damage for just that, though. Ulti comes across, only hits 2, but a second charm onto Pobelter. They don't quite kill him off, though. Now Reignover is in the anger zone, kills off one already, and Pobelter buying some time in the front lines. There's the knockback. They got rid of one of them. That's Janna, who's gone from this fight. TSM regrouping 4 onto 4. The stun onto Huni. A double kill for Hanser. And they're going to keep on pushing forward. Yellowstar, though, in the danger zone as well. Gets picked off. Another 1-for-1. Now Wild Turtle going to get chunked. Kills everywhere. Hanser going to tackle him down. It's a 4-for-3 in favor of TSM. And now Adrian is running and running and running, and he will get away. But advantage TSM.
Another bloodbath of a fight. And this is started by TSM landing a charm and everyone making the call to go. There was not the hesitancy we saw from them last week. And even though everyone wasn't perfectly in position at the start of the fight, Hanser actually took a while to run up. They trusted the call, and ultimately they win the fight just barely.
So what can they get off of this one, of course? They're going to shove the waves in. Billion 2-2 already gone. There's that charm on Pobelter.
Charm 1 onto Pobelter. Cycle it a little bit more. Sven Skarin goes in and takes some damage, but Yellowstar clearly made the call to go. Charm 2 onto Pobelter to suck him in there. And then here, Hanser starts charging up the ultimate, and see you later, Reignover and Adrian, and that was the fight changer because Huni thought he had friends. They could have been in a position to win, but the Poppy ult was a fight changer, as we just talked about how it can be. Massive play there by Hanser, who then changes the fight and also has the Iceborne Gauntlet to finish the fight.
Wild Turtle just getting the damage just barely off onto Bjergsen, who jumped in to get a little bit more damage to make that dive work, and then thought he could flash out in time. Good target selection by Wild Turtle. That's actually one of the skills that I value most highly in high-level AD carries, is that you normally hit what you're allowed to hit, which is tanks. But when they realize this guy's out of position, I can walk a step forward and kill someone like an Ari, that's to me a mark of a really, really great player. Wild Turtle right on the money. They're immediately switched to the right target. That's actually very impressive to do that so quickly.
Yeah, Wild Turtle gets himself into dangerous situations because of that sometimes. But honestly, as you say, his quickness to prioritize for a squishy and almost try and play an AD carry like an assassin, really prioritizing these squishy targets, has set him above other AD carries in the past.
Wild Turtle right now, kind of the best contributor on his team, 6-1 and 6. Not to be outdone by
3-1 and 3.
Yeah, because 3 adds to 3 and makes 6.
Yeah, and it's 6.
And my brain.
So he's contributed on 6 of the 8 kills.
That's what I meant to go for. Not be done by Adrian's James Bond cosplay via his score, but still, the bot lane doing quite well for Immortals, and we're going to see them roam up to the top lane. A little bit of warding anti-synergy, double ward to the same brush, but they will cover everything up cleanly enough. Gold lead only 2,000. Again, very, very close game, but TSM are eking these small edges.
Yeah,
wow, Hanser.
Yeah, I mean, oh, and he stops it down.
Brutalizing Huni right now. Again, just shade stunning him. Dear Lord! Hanser smashes Huni
without taking a single point of damage. This is why people do pick Poppy into Fiora occasionally if you do it right. But also, why is Huni even putting himself in a position to fight at this point? He has 2 items. Hanser has 3.5. Not to mention the armor he's going to need against Huni. Just a total one-sided affair there. Hanser showing up this week. Even after the rough start, has been able to recover.
100% KP. I mean, like, just compare the rest of his team. It's like, 7, 6, 5, like 11 out of 11. Hanser, the one player you would not consider like the super team member. You know, just coming over from Gravity. I mean, he's a good top laner, but he's showing up so well. Now TPing to make Baron happen.
This is actually super dangerous because Huni's up in 4 seconds, so the split push advantage has been forfeit. TSM also at half health from this Baron. This is certainly a fight. Pobelter has ultimate. Here he goes.
Who's going to get the steal? Reignover is in, and the smite goes to Reignover. That's an Immortals Baron and a kill, and they keep going. Hanser, Dublin, both being attacked. Double does in fact go down. Huni gets a 3rd kill. This is a slaughter. A huge mistake by TSM.
Yeah, remember when we said that this game hasn't really been decided by good or bad calls and it's mainly been about outplaying? That was a bad call because they had Hanser already killing Huni and a split push advantage, and then they basically opt in for a 5v5 in the Baron pit after taking damage and a 50-50. Immortals also wants TSM in his choke point. Like, everything goes wrong. Spence Garen's chased down while they lose the inhibitor, and TSM throw the game away.
Mid lane, tier 3, tier 2, and inhibitor all going down. Nothing else to grab. Of course, everyone, I believe, was actually alive to still receive the Baron buff. So Immortals have a full power Baron, and they are ready to just crush this game.
Literally everyone on Immortals could make it to the Baron pit for a 5v5 before TSM could kill the Baron. And now they just get to reap the rewards of that. 50-50 smite, so great job by Reignover. But just looking at this, Pobelter's full health and has a chance to go in. Then Reignover is unstoppable. You cannot stop him from going in for a smite. Smite 91 health early. Or it was smite E from Reignover that gets it. Hanser also uses smite, I think, in there. So super slow-mo would be done for that one. But honestly, when they're funneling in against a Corki Lissandra and opting into a Baron fight at the same time, that is just never the call you want to make.
They thought they could peel. Yellowstar landed the ulti. It actually did stun up Reignover, but it just didn't die in time. Reignover was able to get into range, even through the Yellowstar ult. So, unfortunate stuff by TSM. They went for a committed call. It did backfire. Immortals only, again, 2,000 gold up in the driver's seat for now.
Yeah, it's true, because there's still a very strong Poppy right now. Hanser full tank with the Thornmail. Very hard to kill him, no matter how much true damage or magic damage they can throw at him, which is actually a lot. So I'm a little surprised he's prioritized armor so heavily and not more health.
Yeah.
Huni can do 40% health true damage if he gets all 4 procs. Reignover can use his E for true damage. Corki does half magic damage. Actually not that much physical damage on the
Corki's more like a 75-25. It's like, Reignover and part of Wild Turtle and part of Huni. But this choice went for either way. We can analyze damage taken afterwards. Reignover face taking a lot of damage, has to ult to get away.
The traps.
He ate a cupcake, he's going to eat all the rest of them. Wild Turtle getting what damage he can, but Huni going to dodge away to get out from the Hanser tackle. Half HP though on this team. Wild Turtle getting poked just a little bit as well.
I feel like he was taking the damage from every trap as he was running through as well. So he's like, you know what? I should not kill myself on these.
Yeah.
And then double it very quickly replaces them.
Yeah,
that
they
base,
are off
though,
ammo.
the base actually just lost a Nexus turret because TSM, with an embattled defense down here, they didn't stop the wave from stacking. So even with that, Immortals with a successful push.
Yeah. Well, in terms of gold, the Nexus turret gives much less than a tier 2, and so if the base never dies, it's technically the right choice by TSM. Still a risky one, of course, because now a game-winning push is that much easier. But TSM have pretty much stopped the Baron take, and we end up at a 1,700 gold difference.
You're absolutely right. And now the split push game will continue to be a factor because TSM had the split push edge on Hanser when he solo killed Huni, but they forfeit that by making a bad Baron call. Now, Huni has completed the 3rd offensive item, and he's gone double lifesteal, which means he's actually more towards split pushing than he is towards team fighting. A lot of times, Fiora can build just 2 offensive items, still kill anyone, and then becomes kind of a bruiser with double tank items for team fights. But Huni doesn't have that option because he needs the 2nd lifesteal item if he wants a chance of fighting Hanser, thanks to the Thornmail. So a really complex set of item choices here, and TSM actually not even responding to Huni right now.
Well, TP was down for Hanser, but it was up for Huni. They had to respect that, it looks like, and TSM pushing what they could have in mid lane, but they don't get a whole lot done. Velcer cheating as much as he can. And they will clear this wave back and forth. 2.8 thousand gold. These teams neck and neck. TSM could finish today 2-1 and tie Immortals at 2nd place, who would also be 2-1 if they lost this one. Immortals could tie for 1st with 3-0 if they could get this game back and continue to push forward. But even more than standing, it's just pride showing that, hey, you are the best team in North America. You can take down the best teams in North America. This TSM lineup, via measuring their opponents, looking much better than last week, I would say. Yeah, but still behind.
Still some misplays, still some miscues. Not everyone on the same page. Not the cleanest calls. But this is early split for any team, especially with all the roster changes that we've gone through. Gotta wait another 45 seconds for that Vantage build to come off.
640 damage with the crit for doubling there.
Grabs are immense.
Yes. Again, Immortals don't have the best engage tools ever. Like, Poboto can jump over them. Everyone else has to walk in some way and take a route to get into the fight. So when TSM is set up, it is hard for Immortals.
Even so, still a very close game. Like I was saying, Wild Turtle progressing quite well with his item build. Hitting that max CDR he can get on Corki here. Trinity Force Reaver, Infinity Edge. QSS on top of it in case he gets hit by a charm.
That will be a scimitar, I'm almost certain.
Yeah, the full Savior build from Adrian. Mikhail's as well as the Locket, in case someone does get caught. And a Death Cap probably on the way for Pobelter that'll make his burst much higher, as it will be the 6th item to his build. So a lot of AP to multiply.
Now a Jarum's Fist being picked up for Huni. The thing is that... Sterix, yeah, Sterix is the item. I was going to say, like, he already has Black Cleaver, and he can already turn into Titanic Hydra, so I was like trying to remember what that was going to go. That's, I think, the last Jarum's Fist ending could buy.
We'll see what his confidence is like here, because Hanser is super, super tanky. 3,500 health, Poppy.
And Hanser just respects it. He's like, I cleared it enough. It's pushing. We're done here. And Huni will not jump in for the fight, so he's going to clear the wave, and out we go.
You got the 2nd wave as well.
Yep. And that wave will push back in. So Dragon in 20 seconds. Immortals only has 2. TSM only has 1. Baron is up in 6th, though. So if you go for Dragon, you always risk the comeback Baron. And it's going to make that risky for either team. Fighting right now over Baron Ward control. Currently, Immortals controls that, but that could always change. Huni, look at that true damage on a Hanser. Dashes right in, but he landed the auto attack. That actually still hits. So we got the reset on the dash.
Yeah, sometimes when Fiora plays Super Teams, you run up mono before. Oh, Doublelift got caught!
And he's gone already, so here comes the rest of the fight. Wild Turtle running from Bjergsen, but Bjergsen will get revenge on his old AD carry. It's 1-for-1, AD carry's gone. Hanser knocks back the Lissandra, and Hanser is now on the run, but slowed by the Rain over Axe. Has to flash, but could get caught again. Huni really wants in. The Q's going to be back up. He's going to land that one, gets the move speed. He's going to get the kill from across the wall. Nicely done, Huni, and Immortals in a 4 versus 3 are ready to push.
And I can't believe I didn't see it before, but Immortals certainly did. 37 minutes into the game, there is no Mikhails, no cleanse, and no QSS on a double lift. So all it took was a Pobelter flash ultimate to delete him from the map. But they still have to collapse in afterwards, and the fight continues.
Hoodie's pretty aggressive, but still it's a 4 versus 3. So down goes Yellow Star, 4 versus 2 underneath the turret. But Immortals have, of course, a wave. Hoodie already pushed that one in. Bjergsen getting what poke he can. Hoodie very low, Rainover pretty much dead as well. Double Lift is back alive. They're not going to get any more of the inhibitor. This team will run, but Bjergsen really wants in. Goes for the charm. Pobelter goes in though, and they're going to delete TSM. A double for Hoodie. In comes Double Lift, but he's got to be real careful. He is alone. He is fighting Rainover, and he will not kill Rainover. He will kill Hoodie, but he's going to go down. Everyone is dead. Haunter is up in 5 seconds, but there is only one Nexus turret.
The turn from Immortals, so impressive, and they make the plays to win this game if they can take down the Nexus against Haunter.
I think it's going to be enough. It's not a lot of damage, but there are super minions and there are no respawns. This should be the game. Back comes Rainover. Down goes the Nexus. Immortals 3-0.
Wow. We'll have to see that catch at the end by Pobelter, but it's just recognizing when you have an opportunity and being able to make those fearless calls. We saw them 2 times there in the last 2 minutes for Immortals, and both of them were from Pobelter's Lissandra ultimates. He jumps onto Double Lift when there's no items or summoner spells to get out of it, and then again when Bjergsen sees the opportunity to turn, they didn't expect the Lissandra ultimate to be returned from cooldown, but the cooldown boots some nice 15% per level runes, puts a CDR at 25% on the Lissandra. It was up again, and it ended the game on a 60-second cooldown.
Beautiful stuff then. Immortals have to thank the lucky stars that they managed to get that Baron fight though.
Yeah.
The steal and the 3 or 4 kills.
Yeah, Immortals was willing to pull the trigger when the opportunity presented itself, but TSM, and especially Haunter was crushing Huni in a lot of these side lanes.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for that Baron decision, which is hugely questionable from TSM, Immortals never would have been in that 35-minute position to get something on a double lift. But the decision of the Baron and the decision of double lift to not build the QSS, as well as Yellow Star not building a Mikhail's Crucible, he went for the Zeke's Herald and the Locket instead. No way of getting out from those lockdowns. There wasn't a QSS on Bjergsen either. Like, Pobelter was put in such a position to succeed,
yeah,
because no one was going to be cleansing his trump card.
Yeah, I completely agree. Someone needed to make that choice to get someone out of the catch potential. Did not happen. Maybe some more minor tweaks that TSM need to figure out, because everyone having to... It's interesting because Immortals plays the same roles every time, right? Everyone's going to do the same things. Like the damage graph, if you look at it,
Yeah,
like
so
Rainover's like right up there with the rest of them. And Adrian will always peel for you, and he will always get your Mikhails, and you always know you're going to be fine. And he made so many saves that game. TSM, by almost having like a bigger playbook, like sometimes things slip through the cracks, so that this wasn't down in the playbook yet. Sorry, no one could have stopped the Lissandra. Whoops, and there went the catch by Pobelter. So, you know, absolutely impressive by him, of course.
Yeah, and the itemization playbook. Against Lissandra, you need a QSS, 3rd or 4th item. We actually do have the catch in the mid lane because it was surprising. At any point, you can flash ultimate from Lissandra because we were watching the fight in the bottom lane. And let's just roll this to see exactly what happened. Pobelter on the side, TSM looking very aggressive.
Wow, the tornado from Fog.
Yeah, I mean, just a flash ult on a double lift totally deletes him from the map. And like you said, the tornado from Fog to set it up. Turtle went in as well. Like, the whole team just decided to commit.
Yeah.
And that's how the game turned.
And it was just barely enough. Yellowstar couldn't block enough for the damage with the shield up there, couldn't land, you know, block enough for the shots, and goodbye. It's not like Devil was that badly positioned, but didn't see the tornado in time. That gave the, you know, 1.4 seconds, whatever the timer is, that was required before he landed on the ground to start the cast animation and land.
Even on a disengaged champion, Adrian makes the beginning of the
The
initiation.
game-winning pick on the full-range Giano Tornado. Beautiful stuff there by Adrian. The rest of Immortals, great win for them. And to walk us through that crazy fight around the Baron ramp, we're going to send it over to Zyrene at the Telestrator.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, I'm going to go over a play that actually ends up being 4 for 3 in favor of TSM. But This is a play that actually has a lot of great interactions in it that are so hard to see in the micro sense. So I actually want to break this down and talk to you guys about some of the new things we were seeing on the Rift here. The top Poppy and the Caitlyn, which was only played once prior. So what's going to happen in this play is Immortals feel like they have a grasp on this. Despite being picked off by Bjergsen and caught off guard, they're going to start kiting, and they're going to kite upward. They're going to kite towards this area and place a ward around where Adrian's position is right now. That's going to allow them to kite backwards, and when they reach that back area, it's allowed for the TP to come through. They want them to follow them through the choke point, but what they don't account for is what's going to happen to that choke point on the way through. So as we lay that, as we start the replay, you're going to see here that Svenskeren goes aggressive, Yellowstar goes aggressive, Wild Turtle and Adrian are going to pop abilities that they shouldn't be popping there. Adrian ulti goes down, Wild Turtle Valks away, and that choke point that they now want to chase TSM back through has Caitlyn traps all throughout it. And what's going to happen is Reignover's Ragnarok is going to wear off. He wants to re-engage this fight and come down here to re-engage. But he's going to get caught on a trap. It's so hard to keep track of these things in the middle of the fight. And then they're going to get Poppy ultied away, and that's going to give superior numbers over to the TSM side. Comes through, boom, 2 for 1. If he had just gotten Reignover out of there, it would have been fine, but he gets Reignover and Adrian both out of the fight, and these Caitlyn traps are so oppressive when used correctly, and we saw turret setups, we saw 4 in the lane, 1 behind the turret, where you get to siege. And another thing about this Caitlyn is that against compositions that don't have multiple tanks, it's hard to soak these traps up. Your squishies don't want to stand on the traps because they take full damage Qs, and they also take a very large headshot percentage increased damage. So while you're going through choke points, you have to pay attention to what happened to it on the way back out. So hope you learned something today. I hope that you guys, when you encounter Caitlyn, remember, watch your feet. Now, let's hand it off to Dash with some victorious interviews.
Thank you very much, Zyrene. I am here with Wild Turtle and Adrian. 3-0 now for Immortals, so off to a good start. However, this looked like the toughest game for you guys so far. So Wild Turtle, coming to you first, what was it about this game that made it so much more difficult than, let's say, an 18-minute perfect game last week?
Honestly, I think TSM played really well that game. Despite the mishap in the 2v1, they played the mid game, and they were really good at pressuring the map. And it was really hard for us to do what we wanted because we usually were able to do a lot of plays, like get the Huni split pushing going, but they were able to negate that early on. Poppy was Hanser was actually winning that matchup for a little bit until Huni got more items. Yeah, I think TSM were in control from some of that game, but we eventually got control back at the Baron fight, which was pretty awesome.
The Poppy Fiora matchup was definitely a fun one to watch. Adrian, I got to come to you. Explain to me the level 1 that happened here, because it was very tough from our perspective to kind of figure out what all was planned and what was being done in the moment, because you guys had that late invade onto the Gromp, which was the same side that their jungle and top laner were starting on, and then we saw this kind of continuous dance around the top lane turret. So can you kind of break down what exactly happened in that level 1?
We wanted to secure a lane swap and to secure that side of the jungle, but they did the rolls for some reason, and then they were completely on the wrong side of the map when they were lane swapping. And
so when you run into a situation like that where you have this plan, how did you guys pivot, and what's the communication like on the team? Who's taking over as the main shot caller in these early stages of the game, reacting to what was planned and then what actually happened?
I think everyone was just talking and giving their opinions, and we just picked what we felt was best.
All right, fabulous. And it ended up working out for you. However, as you mentioned, TSM had a lot of control throughout the game. So ultimately, we ended up finding ourselves outside the Baron pit. We had the steal come in by Reignover. And a lot of people would point to that as being one of the places where the game kind of turned. Wild Turtle, to you, the dynamic of the team seems to always allow for, so far what we've seen, kind of this positive energy where a play like that will always be available to you guys. Do you feel like through practice and games so far that you guys have kind of reached that S-tier status as a team in terms of dynamic and the way that you're able to communicate and make split-second decisions around the map?
Yeah, I think our communication is really good. We still have a little bit of mistakes. Sometimes people are on the wrong page, but overall I think our team communication is pretty on point. We usually don't miss a beat when it comes to plays like that. We know what we want to do, and I think we just executed well. TSM did play well around that, but I guess they had a big throw at Baron.
Now, naturally, a 3-0 start, a lot of people start looking at you guys as, well, is this going to be the next 18-0 team? Are they going to go undefeated? You know, so expectations can definitely be high, and then throw on top of that the 18, 20-minute second, you know, perfect game last week. Adrian, how is the team dealing with some of kind of the rising expectation and pressure that adds?
I don't think anyone really feels any pressure to like play better. Like we just play the same with everyone. Like we don't underestimate anyone or overestimate them. We just play it the same.
In this game, TSM, Immortals, you've had experience now playing on both. What would you say is the difference between your experience on TSM and Immortals that let you come out on the victorious side this time around?
I think I just have like a lot more freedom on Immortals because I just pick whatever I feel like is strong, and I give my opinions on what I feel is strong. So it gives me more confidence on what I'm like buying or what items I'm buying and like what champions I'm playing. And I just have a lot more freedom around that. So I definitely feel more confident in my champions. So I think that contributes to my play a lot.
In this matchup, we saw the Corki versus the Caitlyn. Can you just speak to me as a marksman about kind of the strengths of Caitlyn's? Irene mentioned we haven't seen too much of it played as of yet, but she is kind of creeping her way into the meta. What are her big, pros versus cons?
I think her biggest pro is how the traps work now, because you can get 5, and late game, like I'm pretty sure like people are maxing Q and then like the traps right after, and once you get the traps max, like you have a lot of pressure on sieging turrets, objective control, and Caitlyn's definitely like really annoying that game. Like she was like zoning us from ever walking up to get any mid vision because she had 5 traps in the mid lane, and that was pretty annoying. So that was like her biggest pro. And one of her cons is I don't think she's like too strong early game, and she's strong, but like she's not like Kalista strong basically.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Finally, Energy tomorrow, Adrian, the other undefeated team left in the North American LCS. What are the big things that you guys are looking at to attack when you take into consideration the roster that they're fielding?
I think there are 2 Koreans. Impact and GBM are really good, but I think ours are better.
All right. I like to hear that confidence coming out of these guys. That will no doubt be a fantastic game tomorrow. Congratulations once again on the victory today. Now we're going to head off the Rift for 3.5, but when we return, we'll follow Team Liquid as they look for their first win against Counterlogic Gaming. Stay with us.
All right, guys, let's close this game out. No deaths if we can.
Okay, perfect game. Come on.
Perfect game mode, just like Tip.
Yo, can I get another gank? No, I'm out of ganks.
Overextension by Huni, and they're not even done yet. Right over Popfield, he wants this fight, and he's going to do so much damage.
TP,
hey,
Kevin,
give me a ward, give me a ward, give me a ward.
I want him.
I'm here.
Too slow. On Pobelter. Kill his hammer. Go and finish him. Let's go top. Hey, run, Dennis, run. One of you recall.
Now Huni, still in a bad spot, knocked around. Shanna saves it! Oh, my word!
Nice. I have a charm. You can
Careful.
I'm going. Hold on, kill Ola. I'm a charm.
Corki.
Kill him. Top.
I'm on Brom. I'm just hitting Brom. I got it.
Kill Aaron in the pit.
Poppy.
Bjergsen really wants in, goes for the charm. Powelter goes back up, and they're going to delete TSM. Immortals 3-0.
Welcome back to our coverage of the North American LCS. We've combed through the LCS mailbag and found some pressing questions from our fans at home. And to help us, Mark Zimmerman, you are our only hope. Our first question comes from Flash33C, who writes, what do you think makes the biggest difference between a good coach and a great coach?
To me, the biggest thing is how clearly you can get people to understand what you want them to do and then actually getting them on the same page. It's kind of like a two-step process where they need to understand what they all need to do and then they actually need to buy into doing it. And so there's plenty of people who understand the game at a high level, but it's hard to convince players that this is the way that we're going to play as a team, how our 5 players works.
Now, so then where does the solution come out of that? Is it about setting them aside and setting expectations? Is it, establishing yourself as the authority figure that is going to be the mediator? What are the key factors to actually
I think there's a couple, different approaches. Some people are like a, very serious, no crap kind of like, you're going to do what I tell you, otherwise there's going to be like a problem. And then some people are much more empathetic. They're like try and like understand you as a person. And it really depends on who you are as a coach and who you're coaching. So it's not a black and white answer of like, just do this and then you're a good coach. It's really about understanding who you're working with and how you yourself work.
Which kind of coach are you?
A bad one.
A bad one. All right, well, up next is a tweet from Bionic Bagel. What's the biggest challenge about keeping a team on the same page, even in defeat?
The biggest thing people want to do after they lose is they want to figure out why they lost. But the problem is no one's really being objective. Everyone has their opinion on the game. They might not have remembered things clearly. And even if you go up and try and pull up a replay right then, oftentimes people are going to be a little tilted. So what we always did was just try and give it a little bit of time. If it's Saturday, you still need to watch it in case you need to prep for Sunday and change some things up. But you just give people a little time to diffuse, get some food, relax, and then you try and get everyone to just figure out what went wrong and avoid blame, both in terms of like the way that they played and like what the picks were and those kinds of things.
Keeping things calm, cool, and collected. Our last question is from Lol Gam Yu. What do you think are the strengths and weaknesses of having a 10-man rotating roster?
To be honest, this is one we're still figuring out ourselves. It hasn't really been done before. There's been like sister teams and stuff like that, but not where they're swapping frequently. And so I'd be lying if we said we knew 100% what we were doing, but we have a good idea of what we want to do. You're able to push players' boundaries by putting them in situations they wouldn't normally be in. You can do kind of advanced scouting and practice just by setting up situations that don't arise naturally or by just asking them to play certain picks for the weekend. And then there's just also having the collaborative efforts of 2 full teams where you can just ask people what they think about this stuff and get collective knowledge.
Right, and most people would probably say that the performance on the second day of week 1 was superior to day 1 for Liquid, so the subs coming in handy there. Right now, the teams are making their final preparations on stage for our next match, Team Liquid versus Counterlogic Gaming, and Stixxay had some big shoes to fill when he took over for Doublelift, but he says rather he's his own man and is different than a lot of the other AD carries playing.
I think what separates me from the other AD carries is I'm just willing to work with my team a lot more. A lot of the North American AD carries tunnel and farm a lot, and they'll actually like screw over their team just so they can get an advantage for themselves, which is not the best way to play. And so I actually, I'd rather give the farm that Darshan needs rather than take it for myself. So more team-oriented player.
Now that being said, Stixxay still has the highest damage percentage, CS percentage, and gold percentage on CLG, so maybe not so much different than Doublelift as he may have expected. But you can read more about Stixxay's transition to CLG's starting lineup with our rookie spotlight on lulesports.com. Now with CLG, you can come to expect macro play brilliance, and week 1 showed they're still willing to make the big plays, but Sunday they struggled to execute.
Yeah, there was a couple of problems there. Stixxay, we just talked about him. He ended up getting caught in post-lane swap, and then the macro play from the teleport calling with Huhi was a little bit off the entire weekend, but it was substantially worse on Sunday than it was on Saturday. So getting that communication down, that's what they're looking for this week.
Yeah, I think sometimes CLG tries to be a little too smart for their own good. That Stixxay, when he got caught out, it was really, they have a warden lane, they have a warden lane, they send him down there by himself, and he just gets caught out from it. I think CLG sometimes could do a little bit better sticking to the books.
Now, on the flip side of things, we're looking at Team Liquid. The news that Dominate would be retiring shifted a lot of attention to the man that would be taking up the jungler mantle, Dardoch. And even though his first game was a loss, the team appears to be in capable hands.
Yeah, I love Dardoch. I think he's like a monster. I can't wait to see him keep playing. He is like, I actually thought he underperformed on Sunday, and he looked good. That's like how good I think he is. So. Yeah.
I think he's absolutely incredible. Like last year, I was like a fan of Rush. I'm sorry, Rush. Dardoch's my homie now. Dardoch is really good. He's got aggressive play tendencies, but the thing I love about him is not only is he mechanically gifted, he's so intelligent about the game. He is consciously competent, and he could tell you everything he's doing, but he also reads the jungler like a book. I don't know how he does it. He'll sit in a bush bottom for a minute, and then the guy will eventually come, and he's like, I knew he was going to be here. And it's just such great instincts for the game.
Yeah, I don't know how to put it, but like the first time that I sat and talked with him when he was on the academy team, he like just knew everything about every lane. So when I was like, oh, you know, this lane sub can happen, he's like, yeah, I already know that, and this is what I would do. And I was like, wow, okay. Yeah. He's so smart.
All right, well, a good head on his shoulders. We'll see if he can lead the team to their first victory. To see how this game plays out, let's hand it off to our casters.
Thank you very much, Dash. Guys, let's get right into the starting lineups. On the blue side, this game is going to be Team Liquid with Lorlo up in the top lane. Dardoch, Zadarin's new favorite jungler in the jungle. Phoenix
put him on rush tier.
Yeah, sure.
MVP
Piglet AD carry. Matt at support. Loco Doka coaching them. Formerly TSM, now Team Liquid.
And on the red side, trying to stop the Dardoch hype is Counter Logic Gaming. 1-1 after 1 week of play. Darshan on the top lane, Xmithy in the jungle, Huhi in the mid lane, Stixay on AD carry, and Aphromu on support.
It's interesting, of course, Lorlo and Stixay up in this match. We talked about ex-teammates and whatnot. These guys were on Counter Logic Gaming Black together, so up in the Challenger Series last year. They weren't honestly that strong of a team. They had a very, very weak Challenger run, but the players were deemed good enough to be pulled up to the big leagues, and here they are. Stixay has been doing reasonably well on CLG so far. Lorlo, Team Liquid's had a very rough time of the season so far. We'll see how he does later on if Team Liquid can start putting some wins together.
Absolutely. It's so hard to distinguish sometimes player skill from team environment. And obviously, Team Liquid has been practicing in this environment of 10 players, and they've deemed Dardoch, Matt, and Lorlo the starters here. So we'll see how this progresses throughout the year. So far, though, it's been Piglet really trying to put everything on his back. He actually has a 97% kill participation as an AD carry in the first 2 games, which it's a double-edged sword, right? You want your team to be able to do things without your AD carry because Team Liquid ended up losing games when Piglet got caught.
Yeah.
If he's really the one doing everything.
True. And Phoenix was trying to pick up that slack. We saw his Shockwave flash play that whiffed, unfortunately, in their TSM match. So, yeah, Piglet needs a little bit more supporting staff here. We'll see if they can make that one happen. Another Gangplank ban. Bans are most of the way through here. None of these really unfamiliar faces here, other than Team Liquid realizing, yeah, we should probably remove Poppy from the pool. And CLG will not get to pick that. But they will get to pick Rise.
Yeah, Rise falls through here. Don't know if the priority will actually be there. Swain.
Definitely Swain.
It's probably Swain.
Obvious first pick.
Yeah. All right, we got ourselves a Rise. Now the question will be, teams have been very willing to beat Rise, so to speak. Like, it's been banned a lot. It's been picked mostly. It was 100% pick ban in week 1 across all major regions, which is rare that a champion is that agreed upon to be super strong. But as you see, even in North America, the win rate 0-2.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes when you have champions that are this high priority in pick and ban, you almost over-tunnel for it. So Team Liquid probably didn't walk up to the stage being, all right, we're going to do Rise with these champions against this situation.
Yeah.
Because they now have to pick it against whatever CLG has ready for it, and they have to now secondarily tailor their composition around Rise.
And interestingly, they've already rushed in the Fiora pick here. So Counter Logic Gaming really unafraid of Fiora versus Rise in the top lane. It's a workable matchup, actually, so that should be totally fine. And they will definitely leave their mid laner for later. Of course, they can flex that Corki in there as well. So I would personally expect to see support jungle next up for CLG. We'll see if that ends up being true. Team Liquid, of course, now to make their own choices. And Graves off the plate, Kindred off the plate via being banned right now, or disabled right now, means Rek'Sai is next man up, or woman up in this case, alongside Lucian, AD carry for Piglet.
Yeah, so that will be the 3rd Lucian game in a row for Piglet. He has been very comfortable on that champion. Hopefully he can pick up his win on the 3rd round of it now. And the Rek'Sai is the generic jungler at the moment.
Yeah.
A little bit of everything, probably a tanker. Needing to just disrupt people in team fights.
All right, so Team Liquid already have a somewhat well-rounded composition. You got physical damage, you got magic damage, you got a tank so far. They can flesh this out kind of any way they want, but they know whatever they pick, they've still got a solid core to work off of. This can actually be a very successful way of approaching champ select. where you know you can't screw yourself up that badly. They even have Lucian for some wave clear. Like on a lot of axes, this comp already actually works in a few ways based on what they can pick up next. Counterlogic Gaming, next 2 choices. What are they going to go for? Elise, likely going to Xmithy, and there is the Alistar. So they are indeed leaving the Corki for the flex pick. Will it be Huhi? Will it be Alphamu? Or 6A rather? Who knows? But they've got tanks.
It was Huhi who actually played Kindred mid earlier this year as well, so he's definitely no stranger to playing any AD carry up in that mid lane. And a very quick Bard walk there by Matt into Aframu's Alistar. Had previously been champion. Aframu's won his sole game this split on, which is Bard. But yeah, now the question will be how they pull this composition together in the end.
And they interestingly put Lorlo on Shen. It was like an immediate lock on both those champions as well. So once again, we talk about tanks being a bit weak into Fiora. She can often bully them down. Shen, I think, going to have a hard time up there. So this is maybe a bit risky for Lorlo, but as one of the newest players on the roster, maybe just put him on tank duty and say, good luck, brother. The rest of us are going to go carry. Phoenix is getting Rise after all.
Well, there will definitely be a window in this game where Lorlo will have an edge on Darshan. The Fiora matchup, especially against tanks, turns on much later into the game. The shielding, the damage. I mean, if Shen can get to a Sunfire cape early, he basically just needs to stand next to Fiora and he out-damages her. It can get pretty ridiculous in the early game, but then obviously, if the Fiora gets ahead, it's the same story as against any tank.
And it looks like Counterlogic Gaming might have been scrimming TSM quite a bit in the recent past because we're looking at another Caitlyn AD carry. Looks like a Siege composition with some engaged tools and some tanks and a Fiora split pushing off on the wings, but that 4-1 is going to be very hard to stop for CLG. And Team Liquid, they've got Bard for the engaged tool, so they kind of see, I think they saw some of this coming. And Shen knows how to hold up against Fiora.
Yeah, I mean, CLG's definitely not with a team fighting composition, whereas Team Liquid has a very strong team fighting composition. 2 strong tanks, huge damage dealers in Rise, and Lucian, and a utility-based support in Bard. Whereas CLG, they have the 1 tank support, but they're mainly split pushing. It's actually going to be kind of tricky for CLG to pull this all together since the Shen and the Bard and the Rek'Sai theoretically have more global pressure as well as being a good teamfight composition.
True.
So I really love the draft thus far from Loco Doco if the team can execute in game.
Absolutely true. CLG wants to be split up to play this game, and Team Liquid can turn a 5v, 1 into a 3v3 on the other side of the map almost immediately. So it could be very interesting to watch for. Now, as always, you guys at home, stay connected. Let us know what's going on Twitter. You saw the picks, you saw the bands, you saw the compositions. Send hashtag TLWin or hashtag CLGWin at LOL Esports. We'll, of course, tally up the vote in the game and see if you guys are great at prediction here. As the teams load themselves into the game, Team Liquid not started the way they wanted to. 0-2. They could pick up a win here against Counterlogic Gaming. We'll see if they can do it, and here we are into the game.
Yeah, and based on the draft here, CLG is going to need to pull ahead pretty substantially early, whether it be through a strong lane swap situation or just superior play, because if Darshan, Huhi, and Stixxay get ahead all individually, that's when it's going to take too long for Phoenix and Lorlo to power up to that team fight mode where I think their composition could shine. Because even if you have a team fighting composition, if you're down 5,000 to 10,000 gold in the mid game, it's not going to matter.
So concerns abroad for stopping the siege before it turns on, but if you can't make that siege work, then Rise becomes very scary. These players did all play last week, so shouldn't necessarily be first-time jitters with settings and whatnot, but we'll see what that pause was in just a minute.
Yeah, because the Team Liquid lineup that actually played on Sunday of last week, they said that was their first time playing together as a 5-man unit.
Yeah.
And Mark, Team Liquid's assistant coach, actually explained that at the start of the day, saying they wanted to put Dardoch in, but they didn't want him to go all by himself, basically, so that's why they also subbed in Matt, and they're kind of trying to keep that pseudo-comfort level part of Team Liquid Academy, essentially, and part of the core Team Liquid team.
And it looks like we're ready to go back in. There was a brief issue with Matt's monitor, though it seems to all be fine once again, so half the players typed R, some typed ready. Apparently there's an economy on characters when the game is paused, so it's fine, but we're resuming in a couple of seconds here. We'll be back into the game. Nothing interesting has happened just yet, just loading into the game, getting across the various parts of the river. And as we get ourselves back in, CLG just putting up a line of scrimmage trinket wards across the map. Of course, jungle camp spawn at 140 now, so if you put your wards down between 43 seconds,
Oh.
Ooh, Smithy with the gameplay. Understands that W is an attack reset, goes in a spider form, attack, W, attack, attack. 10 gold. CLG winning.
Smithy with the CS lead. Yeah, this early laning phase should be pretty advantageous for Huhi.
Minions have spawned.
If he can poke down Phoenix a lot on Ryze. Ryzes want to be able to go tier into Catalyst, but depending on the harass that Huhi puts out, might force him into the slower Catalyst into tier build because he's going to need the health early.
And some jungle starts as well. At least starting at Raptors here as the duo lane. Look, this is exactly the invade that Immortals went for, interestingly enough. So,
right, but they actually didn't see COG with their ward, so they think they're clean, but here's a surprise.
And the focus goes onto Lorlo as the Q went over towards the jungler here, but this Shen now low on health. And look at that CLG stealing parts of the blue buff. Exactly what you want from your duo lane. It's actually, I guess Immortals and TSM did the exact same invade, just CLG found people here. And
I mean, we've talked about scrim pockets in the past where certain teams will scrim against a smaller set, like 2 or 3 teams the whole week, and something will be really successful in those scrims. And yeah, you can almost be certain that CLG and TSM scrimmed a fair bit because they both took the 2 small golems next to the blue buff and picked Caitlyn and did it in a similar fashion, even though they're on different sides of the map.
Yep. And Immortals doing the same invade, had scrimmed CLG. Maybe like TSM invented it, CLG copied it, then scrimmed the Immortals, and Immortals like, this is really good, we should do this. And now Huhi forced to run away already. Did not have to burn a summoner, but the early roam from Matt's Bard did burn Huhi of 100 mana and a fair bit of health. And otherwise, standard lane swap shenanigans here, Darshan and Smithy on this side of the map. They're going to be ready to knock this turret down or dive in who defends it. Team Liquid know better than that. Lorlo already roaming around the map to join the rest of his squad in the bottom right.
Yep, aside from the early little bit of harassment, standard fare here. COG will have a bit of an advantage just based off the experience they were able to garner. They pushed Team Liquid out of their entire blue quadrant of the jungle. But to counter that, Dardoch just spent as much time as possible clearing his red side jungle before moving in to the blue buff of COG. So his basically only lost the time in transit, still able to clear the same number of camps once he gets up to the wolves, if he can make it in time. Finish that.
There we go. Waiting for Smite to look like. And now this will not be a proper freeze, so Darshan will, I think, have to push this in, and he's going to hope he gets it knocked in before Lorlo can show up in time. If the team had actually dedicated to hard shoving, they actually could have made Lorlo TP or miss a wave or two.
Yeah, because COG was ahead on the turret flip.
Very far.
And something that happened in the 2016 season is the second tier turret is much weaker than it was before, especially before 15 minutes into the game, and it doesn't have that extra overshield. So COG actually could have just kept the 4-man push going and been one step ahead of the game, but instead they decided to let Darshan push in himself and then send a 3-man push down to the bottom lane. And honestly, a lot of those minions are already dying to the turret as Lorlo approaches.
All right, so a lot of lost gold that the Team Liquid top laner is not getting. Looked like several minions did in fact die. The entire melee from the next wave that came through, as well as a decent number of these casters. So Darshan, level 3, just barely. Lorlo will catch up pretty quickly though with this cannon wave coming into this turret now. And we'll see how part 2 of the lane swap goes. But look at the CS differences. 6A has gotten so many minions. He was donated every single CS from the initial lane swap game, whereas Lorlo picked up a few himself, I believe.
This would be a very difficult dive. 3v2. They're going to need a teleport if they want. And honestly, Dardoch has to get there soon if he wants to stop it.
Double TP, what's going to happen? Who will cancel? Darshan will not. Neither will Lorlo, but Dardoch is here. I honestly feel like Darshan could have canceled and hoped Lorlo didn't stop in time and tried to deny another wave on top tier 2. Either way, a trade of TPs. CLG walks away. Denied a few minions from Piglet, but he's going to last hit pretty much everything he can.
Interestingly enough, that trade of TPs actually favors COG because Darshan was in between his turrets, very far away from minions or farm, whereas Lorlo had to actively leave farm in order to make that teleport. So as far as the TP cost, it was more costly for Lorlo.
As a touch on Keystones, pretty normal stuff. Actually, it's a bit rare that Smithy's going for Thunderlords. You actually more commonly see Strength of Ages across junglers. It depends on play style. Elise can, of course, go for either, but this is more of a gank-focused choice to go deep into the Cunning Tree instead of defense.
Could be burst-related as well if he's going to be going Runic Echoes, since they don't really have a team-fighting composition. The assassination-based Elise would be better in those scenarios. You'd imagine that's the direction he's going.
Versus Phoenix one more time, but the minions are kind of in the way. Phoenix can't easily land all his Qs. Summoner heal used, and the jump away. Phoenix flashed to stay alive. He still has his summoners and won that trade.
Yeah, that was the power play for Phoenix. He was trying to make up for something there. He's gone for the greedy build, despite being down at 1.33 to 18 CS. He gone straight for the Terror of the Goddess, wanted to start ticking up for the late game, and was, in a sense, kind of sacrificing the lane, which makes it a little bit bold to then go for a 1v1 against the guy who just picked up a Sheen, which combat effectiveness-wise is going to be greater than your tier.
Uh-oh, Matt spotted. Afro was already roaming, but Magical Journey is a Magical Journey to safety. Matt is okay. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, even so, this only exacerbates the CS discrepancy because Phoenix has to recall straight away once Alistar is there and his support can't help him, whereas Huhi got to put the whole wave into the turret and now holds a 22 CS advantage over Phoenix's Rise.
Even Dardoch clearing up the wave doesn't mean too much here for Team Liquid. An advantage to Counterlogic Gaming. Worth 300 gold, all said and done. AD carries right now sit equal, so do junglers, so do top laners. Piglet, nice E into auto attack by Stixxay. Landing that actually is a pretty heavy trade. You get a guaranteed headshot with extended range, so Stixxay just gets to like hit him twice. And it's expensive, but it was useful there.
Yeah. Lorlo saw the ward, which Smith placed down in the blue buff jungle there as well. And the battle continues in that mid lane.
Looking for the play onto Phoenix. They will not land any stuns. He gets back behind the minions in time, but now trying to blast out Huhi. But be careful because Xmithie is right there in front of you. Thunderlord's not triggered by Xmithie from what I could tell, and not enough damage to kill him.
Yeah. Rise still able to pack a punch, even with the tier here. So Huhi has to be very careful that he's actually behind the minions when he's fighting Phoenix. Otherwise, he will just die to the machine gun spam of Rise. Or he needs to make sure Xmithie is there, but Phoenix did a pretty formidable job there of just pushing back a two-man gang. If he can deny the blue, though, that would be big.
Huhi gets it. Blue buff over to Counterlogic Gaming's mid laner. Darshan also pushing up this wave. Now, they know Rek'Sai is around. They saw her try to steal away the blue buff. Well, their own blue buff, I suppose, but Darshan's still safe enough. And Lolo forced the last hit under turret. Darshan level 6, doing pretty well in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, we did say the win condition of COD with these team comps is if every single lane pulls ahead. Well, currently every single lane is pulling ahead for COG slightly with CS advantages. Very impressive showing thus far. And I think COG did this earlier as well, prioritizing early Rift heroes.
Give it our shot. Now, Huhi has had basically a perennial push lead in mid lane. We can show up before Phoenix. That said, Phoenix does have TP, so that roam can be matched, but I feel like there's a very real risk of top lane getting dove. Blue buff steal only goes to Dardoch, so it's still an overall better situation for CLG where the blue went to the right person.
Yeah, and obviously Team Liquid knew about that the blue buff was safe because they got the Rift Herald global callouts. You're like, well, clearly there's a couple people invested over on that side. But this is yet another time where Huhi has pushed Phoenix back to base, and the second teleport burn just to get back to that.
Yeah, so TP down for Phoenix. Dardoch's position now matters quite a bit because I still think CLG have the opportunity to make that play for top lane tier 2 and start using that Rift Herald a little bit more. After clearing away some of the deep wards, a defensive pink to keep that all safe. Dragon is, of course, on the map, and it looks like CLG would rather play for this part of the role. And this part of the map, they're going to leave Darshan up against Lorlo. Reposted to see if he's going to tank a taunt. He didn't take that after all.
Yeah. Trying to send the CC back at him as he escaped.
And Lorlo recalling. I think he needs to do this. He needs to have items in the expectation that there will be a dragon fight soon. So having the Bomby Cinder will let him push the waves out a little bit more. Have a better lane situation against Darshan. Stixxay already on BF sword. Piglet pretty close to that as well with the double longsword plus BF.
Agreed. Although, even though Piglet has played very well, picking up a lot of kills in both games, he's been behind the CSD at 10.
Oh, flash wasn't enough. And good luck getting away from this one. Dardoch saves the knock-up until it's too late to jump away. Beautiful job. First blood goes to Piglet and a great ult by Matt.
Yeah, and honestly, if you flash and you still get hit by the Bard ult, that's just a poor use of the Summoner spell. So Stixxay with the misplay during the retreat, even if he was going to die either way. The aggression stays for Team Liquid.
CLG's got to be careful. Bit of a gambler's fallacy, just staying around when there's already the sunk cost of dying. And Matt picks up Xmithie, staying to defensive that could not be saved. Afremu, only level 5, cannot ult himself out, but Team Liquid will not go for the chase.
Hey, and that's why Team Liquid brought over both Dardoch and Matt to the starting lineup. They have that inbuilt synergy, the jungle support for the team. They get some deep vision coverage, and Hui goes
in they go. Hello, Phoenix. And he's got the Shen ulti. They don't. No, they do have enough damage. He leaves it for Hui, and look at that special delivery of a kill into the mid lane.
Man, that's why Corki mid is just so fun. Because if there's ever a gank opportunity, he can always be there. And it's also not even that high risk because he gets his Valkyrie after delivering the package if something were to turn away. Phoenix just got really surprised there by the Darshan and package gank out of nowhere.
Well, Darshan being ahead, he was allowed to keep the lane pushed. He was allowed to roam down the communication. Hui saying, I have package, come mid, we can dive Phoenix. And they were right there on cue. Good play by CLG. Their first kill of the game. It ties the score up in gold. And as much as they try to push the mid lane down, this will not die just yet. But Piglet has to buy. He's got that one kill earlier onto Xmithie. Needs to get his items in. And Phoenix is already back in time to defend the turret.
CLG needs to rotate and get these turrets very quickly because so far, 12 minutes into the game, they haven't really exerted their early game advantage that heavily onto Team Liquid. And pretty soon, Phoenix will be of proper Rise power and will be very hard to deal with for CLG. Unless Afremu can just tank everything with his ultimate. But I've even seen a full build Rise cut through a damage-reducing Alistar like paper.
True.
And because of the plays of Dardoch and Matt there in the bottom lane to get the kill on Phoenix, the gold is still close, which is why CLG needs to cycle these turrets. Mid lane turret is already low, Phoenix is still pushable, and Caitlyn has nowhere else to be. So expect CLG to try and make the move for objectives and the third turret.
Already, just slowly going up the map. All right, bot lane Adder's dead. Cool, let's get Dragon. Okay, now to mid lane here. CLG able to take quite a lot off the map with this temporary power they've got here. Piglet is back on the map here. He's up to the top lane. Matt is near him as well, so Darshan would be in danger to fight that 1v2. We'll see how much work can get done by Piglet up there.
There's the turret. Their Team Liquid's hoping to turn back at least one. Piglet,
be careful
Piglet actually
tier 2,
could
though.
continue pushing, but there's 5 people mid lane.
They're both roaming down.
Substandard wave clear for Team Liquid. They actually need dilution there. The team itself is very weak wave clear wise early game.
See Bard. Ulti's gonna catch Hui. This is dangerous now for the Corki. He has flash, but too early on the cue. No stun's gonna land, but Stixxay caught out again. And now he's going to try to get away. One kill already onto Lorlo. Piglet on the backside. Going to get soloed out by Darshan. But this is still not the best battle for the CLG top laner. A double kill for Dardoch on the other side of it. A split fight. And it's going well for Team Liquid. Off the initial catch. It's all gravy for these guys. And look at that fight. A 3-for-1 to Team Liquid.
Stixxay and Hui both getting caught in various stages. And speaking of aggressive junglers, challenging Smite Warrior Rek'Sai.
Oh, man.
Everyone has been going Cinderhulk Tracker's Knife just for the defensive capabilities. Dardoch just wants to fight you, and they're going for the Rift Herald after that push.
That's going to be theirs, no question. A little bit of damage in the mid lane. Rise not exactly the fastest at killing it, but we'll see just how much more Team Liquid can get. So, 1 Dragon, 1 Rift Herald to CLG. Now 1 Herald as well for Team Liquid. Give that to Piglet. He will recall. Of course, he did well in that last fight. He'll get himself boosts, and he'll find a turret to kill.
Yeah, and the idea for CLG was good here, but this is the team fight that Team Liquid wanted to get. Stixxay was actually pushed forward because he was afraid of getting caught in the Bard ultimate, and already being down his flash was just left with nowhere to run after that happened. CLG probably needed to retreat towards the Raptors if they wanted to escape this one, but at the very beginning of the fight, they didn't have that position. So really, it was the ideal time for Team Liquid to come down in this fight. They land the proper CCs on the collapse. Even with Matt missing his Bard stun, they still had enough repeatable crowd control to just destroy CLG's marksman, who got closed in on very quickly.
Great flank and good job by Matt now in his 2nd LCS game ever. And he's going to get another one.
What
He's hit
shots.
every Bard ulti on at least someone. And here comes the team. Afremu in a bad spot dies. Piglet 3-0-1. Another pickoff. Everything going well for Team Liquid.
Looks like you give this roster a little bit of time to gel, and look how much better Team Liquid is.
Yeah, even when Team Liquid hadn't played together as that team of 5, they gave TSM a really big run for their money, and honestly, were in positions to win that game on multiple occasions. And this early game, they knew they had to withstand the tremendous pushing power of CLG, and thus far they have. This will be the potential problem, though, because they need a way to keep Darshan at bay.
It's gonna not have that many tools. Darshan getting this far ahead on Fiora. Unfortunately for him, only is getting assists here, so his gold income not as high as his KDA might imply. And of course, Team Liquid can just easily walk up to the mid lane here, but there's still some threat. Look at the damage by Xmithie, and they will try to knock down Matt, and they will get him. Huhi on the roam. Team Liquid overextending, missing their top laner. He's dead for 6 more seconds. Does have Stand United. Piglet trying to run from Darshan. Will he get the help? He's not going to get it in time. Darshan gets a shutdown.
And CLG just coming back with a bunch of kills. After Team Liquid won that big fight, CLG had no hesitation in going to try and make plays, and they are on the hunt of Phoenix. He's pretty quick with those boots of swiftness. Nice sidestep. But even so, we're in for a very messy game, it almost feels like, or at least very chaotic, because CLG is going to continue to try and run it on the map, and Team Liquid has the tools to corral them, but then also CLG is not going to stop trying to make the plays. So there are a lot of really quick decisions that you have to make.
Yeah.
And honestly, with a challenging Smite Rek'Sai with no Sightstone, there's not the vision to make sure these plays are safe all the time.
That's very true. You also have to consider, I feel like another big factor is the level of experience of the shot callers. Aphromu's been running around leading CLG with Darshan for a very long time now, especially if you could just consider LCS lifetimes, more than half of it. Dardoch and Matt, like, okay, yeah, they've done very well in Challenger, but how many times these guys faced a team as good as CLG at rotations and realized that that mid lane push was going to turn into 3 deaths? Yeah. And as the two who are the voices who are leading the team, games like this that are very chaotic, where there's constant rotation and constant checking back and forth of who's making the right moves, that's advantage CLG.
It should be, for sure. And that's why we saw CLG bounce back so quickly after losing that mid lane call. And now it's, you know, the item thresholds are advantage at least Darshan. And how is Team Liquid going to be countering this Fiora split push? Do they send Phoenix's Rise down the Fiora and keep the 1v1 in? Or do they just, you know, hope that Lorlo is always near a turret and that Darshan won't become that big of a problem? I kind of feel like that's the way Team Liquid is going, because they do have that big advantage. And Matt's been so accurate with his Bard ultimates. That's...
Speaking of accurate,
nearly a dead Bard.
Cocoon not going to land. Piglet staying inside the minion line, but who he really wants in. Magical Journey brings the team to safety. Dardoch right over the wall there, but CLG still ready to keep pushing forward. Triforce Sork Shoes done onto Huhi. 6A has enough attack damage to be threatening as well. Here's the push towards top lane tier 2. Only one minion alive right now. They're going to have to wait for the next wave. Sean risked the taunt attempt.
Technically gives Team Liquid time to rotate over.
And here's the wave clear. Piglet holding onto the ultimate, wants to save that for the impending team fight, but Stixay about 5 auto attacks down on that turret.
Yeah,
it's getting lower.
He's also set up a wave of traps on the flank where Team Liquid would be arriving from. So really just trying to set up sieges with Corky Rockets. Elise Poke, who's now switched over to tank. After the Runic Echoes, another hit.
But look at that, CLG putting the front line in front. Afro headbutts away some of the would-be damage, and all is well. Runic Echoes doing plenty of damage with the Spider Link. Smithy's got to feel good about that. Easy to lodge, easy to land Poke. And now in on towards Dragon. CLG going to make that 2-0. Rift Herald despawns as Baron's coming up. Yep. CLG retaining what map control they can, but just like last game, a very close battle. 1,100 gold separates these teams. Dragon 2, not the most important factor in this game. Team Liquid absolutely have the ability to come back into this one.
Yeah, who would have thought coming into the day, actually no, everyone would have thought the most snowballed game by 20 minutes would be Tip versus Cloud9. They would have just expect Cloud9 to be winning, because these last 2 games have been really close. 20 minutes through. And once again, like, you kind of do give the edge to Team Liquid as the team fights progress here, with Phoenix just stacking up the mana on Rise and Piglet having that really smooth power curve on Lucian, not to mention Matt has shown he can catch Huhi and Styx out of position with the Bard ultimate, but there's also the inexperience of the Team Liquid roster. There's how well the AA carries and Fiora can eventually scale with the split pushing scenario. And does Team Liquid have any type of answer for Darshan? I don't really think they have the answer for Darshan, so it's going to be a break between how well Team Liquid can collapse and force fights on 5 before Darshan ends the game for COG.
Yeah, you talk about answer for Darshan. For what it's worth, Phoenix is basically equal gold to the Fiora here. So theoretically, in terms of like them being equally powerful, Phoenix can match. Lorlo's actually down about 1,000. You can see how hard the game's been for him, of course. I just don't know if that's actually going to work for Team Liquid, of course. That's a really big question. Lorlo is still the one defending against this. Darshan pushing up what he can. 4 turrets already gone. Bot lane and top lane tier 2 are the available objectives. Baron would be difficult, but CLG do hold ward control over that. There's only a few ancillary wards nearby for Team Liquid on that side of the map.
But the map pressure is all on the side of CLG.
Oh, yeah.
And that will keep adding to a gold advantage, and the initiation is still difficult for Team Liquid. They have a good front line with the Rek'Sai and the Shen, but it does seem like they're pretty reliant on Matt to land that Bard ultimate, since the wards and the traps from CLG are keeping pretty good track of where Team Liquid is.
So there's never a chance for them to get around behind Darshan. Now, when you have a map this controlled as CLG does, you often see a farm lead start growing in the mid game because Team Liquid can't safely get the minions, and they just sort of die on their own without aiming to kill them. And sometimes you can see gold leads grow that way. Right now, it's not happening though. CLG, that 1,400 gold lead, really hasn't moved very much. All they've really gotten for that trouble is that dragon.
Yeah.
What?
It would tend to progress towards stacking dragon buff or Baron control, but at 22 minutes in a close game, Baron control doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And the stacking dragon is still a fair ways away since COD started Rift Herald pretty early on instead of the dragon.
And you're against a Rise, so do you want to wait 16 minutes for the 5th dragon to come through? And let Rise get 2 more items in the inventory? It's dangerous, so Counter Logic Gaming have to be a bit concerned here. They're on somewhat of a clock. As Team Liquid's damage continues to rise. Darshan battling with Lorlo, pops the ulti, but here comes Phoenix. A trade of flashes, a dash to get away, but Phoenix is really, really, really fast. Nice riposte by Darshan, predicts
the instant cast spell. He got her across on an instant cast spell. That is pretty tough to do right there. Phoenix not really respecting Darshan. Darshan recognized he could get in the rage with the swiftest boots, Alacrity enchant, and the fact that he's Rise. He gets pretty quick movement. But yeah, Darshan with an outplay to stay alive.
Phoenix, 750 of 750 on the tier, 8 stacks of 10 on Rod of Ages. He is, sorry, 6 of 10, I take that back.
He'll get
getting pretty big. And he's already got the components for the Seraph's Embrace, so Phoenix is got that damage core done now. It's now time to get tanky or get a Void Staff. Watch that outplay again, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, the immediate flash follow, and then Phoenix, it looked like he just pressed W on Darshan, and as soon... Ooh.
And of course that stuns, so there's no chase left.
Yeah, because reflection straight back at him.
Oh, Phoenix got some wave clear. All is well there. Afro collapses the tunnel. Level 9 of the Alistair is, in fact... He didn't level up his Q yet. It's only 4 points. Am I miscounting?
Let's see.
He hasn't actually
Level
spent
9.
his 9th skill point, Aframu.
You are correct. He puts... Yeah, Aframu has not spent his final skill point. I know you wanted to check and say it was max and Q.
Yeah, it's 4 points Q.
Yeah,
He's just like
it
chilling.
looks like he's max and Q.
Maybe he needs that really clutch heal. You know, like 5 more health is going to save him.
Technically, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it's optimal to save all skill points when you cast the skill, but mechanically, that's really hard to do properly. Cocoon nearly hit Stardock. That was close.
I'll let you know when he skills up.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Lorlo and Dardock, again, starting at the blue buff. Neither are great recipients, so Smithy says, yeah, I'm just going to take that one, thank you. Smites it away, takes it out. Can't smite anything but jungle monsters anyway, since he went for the Tracker's Knife, so why not steal buffs? 6A, given a lot of the farm. Does have the rapid fire cannon, of course, because CLG is about that siege life.
The package for the rotation really fast. going to run out on Huhi, so use it quickly. But here's the flank opportunity.
And it will catch Huhi again. Now, will they land the taunt? No, he misses it! Lorlo does not lock him down after to buy some time, and Dardoch shut down right away. The squishy one just drops. Now Lorlo the next target to go down, and Lorlo pops the ult to give a shield to Piglet just to get the durability in. A missed cocoon by Smithy, though, and that's going to lead to him dying, and no one can land the damage, which is actually the case. Matt looks at the queue, gets a two-man stun. Here comes the re-engage. Phoenix wants in, but oh no, Darshan and Huhi turn it back around, and Phoenix sniped away a 4-for-0 CLG.
How many missed taunt flashes can we see? 2 today, 1 from Balls, another from Lorlo, and a big fight win for CLG right there. Team Liquid tried to find the brute force team fight. They failed on it, and 26 minutes into the game, CLG break the base of Team Liquid.
20 seconds on many of the respawns, though, does not give CLG a lot of time. If they wanted to, they could kill this turret, but then they'd get attacked. They'd probably lose a lot afterwards. Dardoch is in the wings. He does not find where they're recalling, though. Actually, could have never have seen that. Yeah, well, stop the recalls.
And this, so they get the Bard ultimate. This is why they say they can go, because really watch how much damage Huhi does towards the backside of that fight. The taunt was basically on top of Huhi anyway, and why it didn't stun is because the taunt was finished animating by the time he flashed, so it's no longer going to stun when he gets in on him. Or he flashed while he was still in stasis. Either way, it was mistimed.
I think he missed, either way.
Yeah, I think he missed. And at this point, Phoenix is getting out as much damage as possible, but he runs low, has to back away, and Team Liquid decides to stay engaged, even though Darshan is still in the pink ward. But Huhi, remember, if he was taught at the start of the fight, he would have been dead. And he did the majority of the damage in this fight for CLG. 6A gets him with the ultimate on the backside. Now there was a 602 Corki, who is no longer vulnerable to a taunt flash play because the kills he picked up from that fight bought him a QSS.
And he's already going for the rapid fire cannon to cap it off. So now they've got two, well, soon, very good sieging AD carries. So it's the interesting thing as we watch the double marksman comps go through. With Graves and Kindred, they're not quite as good at this. They don't actually like rapid fire cannon very much, but these two champions are going to hit turrets from out of range, and it will continue to be on Team Liquid to land the engage. Matt has missed 0 Bard ult so far, so props to him on that one, but the follow-up has to be there.
Yeah.
And whether it was on Gnar or on Shen, Lorlo has honestly not found the right engages with Team Liquid.
Loose not engages that lead to victory. I remember some pretty decent Gnar ultimates, but the thing with those is it always felt the step slow. You got like a 3-man Gnar ultimate into a wall, but the fight would be half over. So really not quite the tuning, and it would be disastrous for Team Liquid to start this split 0-3, because that is what they are facing if they can't come back in this game. That last fight, they have a very, very fed Huhi to deal with now. And yeah, Matt,
a lot of danger.
He landed it, but not the way you want to.
Does not move fast enough, and the red buff slow, I believe, helped set that one all up. And the CC all landed. So CLG, another pick. They are up in kills. They're up 5,000 gold, and they feel maybe safe enough to start Baron. Of course, they do not have TP on Darshan right now. That is actually 35 seconds away. So instead, they try to bait Baron, and they stand still.
For Dardoch to see.
He checked one of the brushes, but not the one right next to the lane. And nothing gets picked up. Very good patience by Team Liquid just to not risk it.
Yeah, COD is also waiting to start the Baron until Darshan can actually join them.
Yeah.
There is 15 seconds left on his teleport right now, so they did have Team Liquid back to base, which was a pretty bad time to back, honestly. And Double Marksman is getting that Baron super low, super quickly.
There's the reveal. 3,000 health left. No one's around to steal. Not a chance. And there we go. A clean and easy smite for Smithy. Baron picked up before 30 minutes. Counter Logic Gaming. Quite far ahead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Team Liquid just didn't have the vision control to face check or even to rec side check, because he'd already done that. What if they're all not moving in a brush? Then you're still dead.
Yeah.
And some of that calls back to the fact that Dardoch went so aggressive, knowing that he was going to need combat stats to push CLG out of split pushing, but in not going Tracker's Knife or Sightstone, there's just not as many wards on the map anymore. This is a trend we're going to have to continue to monitor throughout the LCS season, because last year everyone could buy the green wards, or you could get the upgraded yellow trinket and still kind of reach your ward cap with everyone. 4 people on your team could have 3 wards up at all times.
Yeah.
That's just not the case anymore unless people build Sightstone.
Ooh, all right, now looking for Phoenix. He dodges the skill shot, but there's a big cow coming in. That's going to be the kill picked up. Smithy gets the 11th of the game for Counter Logic Gaming. And as the minion wave comes in, they can push this turret.
Based on the positioning of Phoenix, there was nowhere to to run,
yeah,
that is a pretty big error by Phoenix because they need him to defend these turrets. If COG can break a second inhibitor, maybe even a third, the game's essentially over. And without their primary damage dealers, that might actually be now an inevitability. Piglet also not with his team, so an abandonment of the strategy by Team Liquid here, and they're going to lose both inhibitors.
Well, Team Liquid have to take a big gulp here and realize that their base is going away. 7-11, they are behind. As they wait for the mid lane to get pushed in.
This is honestly Team Liquid just completely falling apart after one missed team fight. They had a pretty good strategy holding up now, but it seems like it's all gone out the window.
Yeah, CLG, 29-minute Baron, open them up. Now comes the push on a Who. He takes a bit of damage, but Dardoch can be knocked down. The ulti onto Sticks. They keep another fight for a few more seconds, but now all is well. Top flash lands. Huhi, QSS flashes out. Lorlo gonna die. There's gonna be a bunch of healing thanks to Darshan. Phoenix next up from the plate, 2 for 0. Piglet cannot knock down Sticks. The Bard stun won't matter nearly enough. 2 members alive for Team Liquid is enough to deal some damage to Darshan, but it will not be enough to save their base. They're gonna keep going. They really want the fantasy points here for CLG. Pushing it as best they can. Wow, they knock him down. Huhi, his 8th kill of the game. That's going to be it. CLG improved to 2-1.
Going all the way back to the draft phase, they let through the first pick Rise, very confidently pick Corki after the fact. Huhi gets a CS advantage in lane, translates it through the rest of the game, and it was honestly close for about 25 minutes with Team Liquid coming up with some pretty clutch team fights until the disaster happened in the bottom lane. Missed taunt flash by Lorlo, overstay by the rest of Team Liquid, allowed CLG to build the QSS as needed to prevent the fights from Team Liquid, and that allowed CLG to split push them to death.
Well done. CLG identifying a lane that they had an advantage in. Darshan, absolutely one of the premier top laners in North America. Lorlo, a rookie. You know, it's going to happen when you're up against one of the very best. You start getting out-pushed there. The rotation's, of course, great as well. The shot callers of Team Liquid, also rookies. It's a hard matchup to look at on paper. But that said, I think Team Liquid are maybe the best 0-3 LCS team. Maybe in the history of 0-3 LCS teams. A very close loss to Renegades, a very close loss to TSM, a very close loss to Counter Logic Gaming. I mean, these are teams that are mid or top of the pack in North America, and Team Liquid could have just as easily been 3-0 against them.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to put it together. They've had 3 pretty close games and always falling on the loss side. We saw Phoenix just a moment ago. He's someone who was almost an MVP candidate last split, and he's had 3 relatively underwhelming games. It really feels like in a lot of these games it is Piglet trying to carry the world. Dardoch came up pretty big in this last game. Even Matt made some big plays. But Phoenix just doesn't seem like the same dynamic powerhouse he's been with Piglet in this last year.
Yeah.
And if he can pick it up, maybe that's the key to Team Liquid turning it around.
Well, it's interesting because I know we talked earlier, I believe at the beginning of the day, or beginning of this game rather, about individual contributions versus how you look when your team's actually doing well. And it feels like Phoenix is going to be a product of his team. Like Piglet, you're seeing him open his own advantages. He's winning duo lanes, he's making really good plays in team fights, he's low deaths, he's high KP. Like, Piglet's playing about to the limits of what a great AD carry can do. Phoenix seems to me a team fighter through and through, who has the mechanics to make these team fights work, but it's a roster helmed by rookies, and that's hard if your sort of play style is a bit more synergistic, right? He's not running around playing Yasuo, he's not running around playing Ahri and picking people off. Phoenix is there for the team fights, and the team fights aren't great.
And it takes a long time for the synergy to kick in, right?
Sure.
It is Phoenix and Piglet. It's the 2 Koreans with a totally new team.
Yeah.
And that will take time. They also have a new coach in Lokodoko, who I still liked his draft this game for the most part. There were weaknesses. Well, they're not even necessarily weaknesses. There were things that COG's composition wanted to do that they were able to do because of in-game execution.
Yes.
And that to me was the story of the game here, because Team Liquid just didn't execute. They made too many. They actually got a lot of the team fights they wanted, but they just couldn't win them.
Yeah. And it's heartbreaking when you watch this. You know, the highest levels of play, and the players doing the best they can. And sometimes it's stage nerves. I'm going to call it Enemy Esports as the team that just collapsed to stage nerves, and by the end of the split, they still couldn't handle their emotions, and that was a team that had more potential than they actually executed on. And I think Lorlo right now is a prime example of a player like that, where like he has hit 1 million top flashes in his life. And if he hit that one, they would have won that team fight when they caught out Huhi. And he flashed over Corki. If he literally just like put his cursor on him like it was a targeted stun.
And the thing is, his taunt was basically there as well.
Yeah.
He started the taunt too early, because if you're going to flash on him, you need to taunt and have it like kind of halfway through, then you flash.
Yeah, you make sure the duration's not a problem. Yeah, it was either a miss or a duration problem. Either way, it's something that he knows he could have done, and like he knows he missed it. And I mean that would have changed a lot. And it's not just Lorlo, of course. Individual misplays rarely cost you an entire game. Team Liquid will always have things to look at that they can improve. Of course, so will CLG. But at the end of the day, Team Liquid is a sadly 0-3 team, where Logic Gaming's 2-1 and looking good.
Yeah, and after that team fight happened, it did seem like Team Liquid fell apart a little bit, and it ended in the game-ending fight in Team Liquid's base, which we luckily have a replay of, actually, because I want to take another look at it. This is actually after Rise had already died, so it's a 4v5 from the start, and it makes Team Liquid hesitant, because they don't want to give up their third inhibitor, but they just don't have the horsepower to stop it. This time, Lorlo does get the taunt flash, but it's onto the QSS Huhi, so he's able to back away. They even proc the Fiora ultimate to get a big heal, which then allows them some ease of diving towards the Nexus turrets. And they blew up Phoenix once again because he still wasn't at his maximum power point, and he's dealing with 2 fed 80 carries at that point that cut through his health bar really, really quickly.
Yeah, the tank line was an underfarmed Shen, who got one shot, and a Warrior Enchant Rek'Sai with even a Hexdrinker. So the front line was killed very quickly. At this stage, you normally have people that survive and can hold that up. I do want to highlight one good member of Team Liquid, though. We spoke about rookies a lot. Matt's Bard was awesome. We have replay of every Bard ult basically ever, because they all hit someone important, and I just want to celebrate
this will be good.
Matt being really good at League of Legends.
So Bard ultimates are always about cutting people off from where they want to go.
Yeah.
Because if you just place it on the center of someone, they typically have enough time to dodge it. So that's why you need to block them away from retreat paths. So in that place, he led the Caitlyn, and see, he's always using it up against a wall. So you can't move into the wall to dodge it, and you can't move out of the wall to dodge it. This one was just a good shot.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's about as perfectly as you can place it.
And
then he even waited him for him to walk near a wall so he'd get the stun afterwards. Just a pluritude of really, really smartly placed Bard ultimates.
Yeah. Yeah, so we had some great plays, some lackluster ones. Either way, it was Team Liquid falling. CLG doing a great job, and to hear more from them, we're going to send it down to Dash, who's alongside with 2 of our victors.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I want to welcome Stixxay and Huhi to the desk after a nice victory there against Team Liquid, putting them to 0-3. Somewhat of a surprising start, some would say, for them. I'm going to come to you, Stixxay, first, as you are on the LCS stage now. The both of you having, been subs in the previous split, but now starting roster, 2-1 to start, the North American LCS Spring split isn't too bad. So how does it feel? What is this doing for your confidence level as a newcomer into the scene, having come away with these victories in the early portions of the split?
So yeah, it definitely feels pretty good to win. Even if I'm not playing so well, it's nice to know that my team can also back me up and carry me when they need, so it's really nice.
Well, speaking of which, yeah, we've got another member of your team, and I want to talk about these dynamics a little bit, because last week, a pretty good showing against TSM, locking down that first victory. A little bit of a stumbling, though, for the game against Dignitas, and now getting it back here. So as a team, Huhi, what is the process like following a loss in determining what are the building points that you guys need to hit first moving into the next week? So using that Dignitas game as an example, what did you guys discuss specifically that you're going to fix come this week?
Well, Dignitas game, I thought we were going to win. Like, we all thought that we were going to win, but we tunneled too hard on punishing their bad habits, and instead of playing our style, we just focused too much on that. So we realized that we focused. We tunneled too hard on punishing Dignitas, but we just didn't play it on our style, and that's why we lost. So that's what we learned from that game. And then I think it's really helpful to get a loss in our early season, especially for me and Trevor, because we are new. We don't know how we feel when we lose. So it was a new feeling. It was a little depressing, but people were cheering up each other. It was pretty good. So we tried to build it up this week.
Yeah, kind of getting familiar with that sting of a loss, but knowing that you guys are better for it and can bounce back is definitely a big one. I want to discuss Team Liquid now, your opponent, a little bit. And Stixxay, maybe I can get your opinion as to the actual power level of this team, because they're 0-3, but we've heard it already that it doesn't feel like they're an 0-3 team, that they have performed better than that. And when Dardoch and Matt are in, the team definitely looks like it's leveled up a bit. So what would be your assessment of Team Liquid and where they might end up in the pack?
Well, I'm going to just go with the meme and say they'll be 4th. But Yeah, no, I think they're actually a really good team. The early game is probably one of the best in the league. So I think Dardoch and Matt do a really good job early.
Yeah, we saw a lot of pressure from Dardoch, building that warrior early on Rek'Sai and being a threat nonetheless. Another champion, though, that has a lot of priority placed on it and not a ton of success would be that Ryze in the mid lane. It's been played 3 times here in the North American LCS. It's been beaten every single time, and yet we still see it banned the majority of champion selects. So, Hui, can you kind of pinpoint why exactly Ryze isn't finding so much success here in the North American LCS?
I think it's like Ryze is like a champion that looks easy, but it's actually like really hard to pull it out. Like, yeah, I think like the only true Ryze player will be like FLICKR, I think, because like whenever he plays, like he just kills everyone. But still, like even though you don't play it that well, like it's still strong. Like even in TL game, like we were prioritizing Ryze a lot because like he was still a threat to us. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, this champion, you were aware that you weren't banning it out and that it was open for that first pick. They ended up taking it. I mean, obviously, this is probably not done without some kind of, plan to deal with it. Was it a champion-specific plan? We're going to pick these champions into Ryze because they do well against Ryze? Or was it more playstyle-oriented in terms of focusing and the way that you're moving around the map?
To be honest, like at the last second, we decided to deal with Ryze. So
wait, so was it originally planned thinking you're going to ban Ryze and then you decided, you know what, we can deal with it, let's let it go?
I mean, I thought they were going to ban, so we were like, okay, they were going to ban, and then they picked it.
Yeah. Fair enough. Last question here, Stixay. Looking at Cloud9 tomorrow, which is your next matchup, we've seen both Hai and Bunny Fufu in so far this season. What is your assessment of that team as you look towards not knowing yet who you're about to face, and then the relative strength of the rosters depending on which of those shot callers is in?
Yeah, it's hard to scout them because they're honestly just like a different team when they use Hai and when they use Bunny. So when they use Hai, like there's no reason for us to really watch today's game that much because they're just a completely different team. So it's gonna be hard to go into it.
Going to have to wait to get that confirmation to see who will be playing tomorrow. Well, again, gentlemen, congratulations on the victory today. Best of luck tomorrow in your matchup against Cloud9. Now, there's still one more match coming your way. Next up, it's Team Dignitas and Renegades as they look to break away from the pack. Keep it tuned right here. The action returns after this.
Team Liquid not started the way they wanted to. We'll see if they can do it. Here we are into the game. 1 kill already onto Lorlo. Payload on the backside. Gonna get soloed out by Darshan, but this is still not the best battle for the CLG top laner. A double kill for Dardoch.
Rise! Back. Play slow.
Matt looks at the queue, gets a 2-man stun. Here comes the re-engage. Phoenix wants in, but oh no, Darshan and Huhi turn it back around, and Phoenix sniped away. Top flash lands. Huhi, QSS flashes out. Lorlo gonna die. There's gonna be a bunch of healing thanks to Darshan. Phoenix next up with the plate, 2 for 0. That's gonna be it. CLG improved to 2-1.
a seat. That wasn't that long of a break. Hello, I'm Rivington Biz in the third, and joining me on the cast is going to be Aiden Zyrene Moon. It's good to be up here, man. It's been a while since we got to cast together.
Yeah,
Ready?
it has been a while. I mean, Freak gets a little jealous every time I'm casting with other people. Seda, you now.
It's all right. It's all right.
I mean,
we'll do a dinner thing later.
Yeah.
Next on the docket is Team Dignitas versus Renegades. We've already seen some games with roster changes today, and this series is no exception. On Team Dignitas, we have Billy Boss coming in for Smitty J in the top lane, and on the side of Renegades, Lod will be filling in for Freeze in the marksman position.
Yeah, Billy Boss is joining Dig in the LCS after playing with various challenger squads over the past few years, and he has a similarly aggressive style to Smitty J, so this change isn't actually going to change up Dignitas' team dynamic too much, but I'm excited to see what he has with that aggressive style, see how it's been working out for them. And Dignitas, they did use that aggressive style, and they started their first week looking strong. Despite losing to Energy, Dig actually had an exceptional early game, and a tribute that they actually carried over in their match against CLG, and you usually don't have really great early games against the CLG squad.
No, that roams usually put you off guard, and then they're able to take the game, so it's good to see that early pressure. Yeah. It sounds like we are set up for quite the barn burner, however, because Renegades are no stranger to aggression either. We saw last week with lots of different fates call engages, and Remy wasn't afraid to flash into and go for the Morgana bindings as well, so we'll have to see if that synergy is there for the whole team.
Yeah, they had a lot of trust in each other, but the challenge for the Renegade squad is ensuring they have the tools to find the fights they're looking for. Teams have already started to shape their picks and bans around denying Remy's hard-engaged champions, and the solo lanes will need to find a way to capitalize on power picks to get that engaged that they need so desperately. And these are teams that will likely be fighting for those bottom playoff spots. Which team can shape up faster and keep their aggression consistent throughout the game is actually going to have a big leg up in getting that spot for themselves.
All right, well, let's get right into this one with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it is going to be Team Dignitas. That means in the top lane, it is Billy Boss. In the jungle, we have Key Ray. Shifter in the mid lane, Apollo at AD carry. Coming in at support is Kiwi Kid, and as always behind them, Coach Raz.
And on the red side, it's Renegades. In the top lane, we have RF Legendary. In the jungle, we have returning LCS player Crumbs. In mid, we have Alex Each. And AD carry, we have Lod, the new guy right now. And then support Remy, looking for those hard engages. And coach is Hermes.
That's right. Alex is taking a quick break. He'll be back to the stage, and we'll get the game underway. Make sure you got to get all the nerves out. You got to get all the potty breaks out. Sometimes it hits you right before the game. I was talking about that with Kobe the first time. It's those nerves. I mean, Alex is even one of the better players we see, or I should say more experienced players on the stage. It has nothing to do with being better. Yeah. And still, nerves will get you, man.
Oh, yeah, it happens.
You got to use the bathroom.
You have to hold this cast down. I got to go for a second.
It happens. Go ahead.
It does happen. Nature calls. Sometimes you have to answer. But, of course, Alex stretching his legs, getting ready before the game, makes sure that you're focused. And that's a big thing, is when you go and you actually are like sitting down, you're getting ready to play the game, you can't let yourself get too distracted from what your goal was, because you sit down and you're like, oh, I'm ready to play, but wait, no, I know we need to go get some water, I need to go get something else, and then you're out of your zone for a bit.
You got to do everything. Left shoe first, right shoe next, button, every other button, and then you're good to go. Looking at this game, though, you mentioned, as we get back on track a little bit here, you mentioned Remy getting banned out on her supports. That was huge that they faced in their last match. And if they can't come out of that strong and they can't find other ways to engage or find a way that the rest of the team feels comfortable to engage in that situation, it's going to cause some problems.
Yeah, I'm expecting, since Renegades is the red side, that'll free up some bans for Dignitas to throw at Remy, throw a Thresh out, throw an Alistar ban out. But also what we saw previously when Renegades played against Energy is they actually took the Callista away in their first round.
Yeah,
they took it away.
Support
so
bans and then the take away.
Exactly. So Freeze didn't have the champion that would allow Remy to make these risky plays and get away with it. Now with Lod in the AD carry position, I'm really curious to see how he actually handles the roams of Remy and if they're still lane dominant, because Lod is a player who likes to be aggressive, but he swapped between AD carry and mid pretty back and forth in the last few years, and he's had good performances on both roles. But I want to see, just lock yourself down here, play with Remy. I want to see what they're able to do. If the other lanes can actually step up and hard engage too, it'll help Remy out, but it doesn't seem to be the style of Renegades yet. They're very vision-centric.
No, absolutely. I was just going to point that out. You're saying all these engages. That's really Crumbs' game from the basic books of just putting vision down all the time. You can hear the crowd, most likely Alex, heading back to his chair. You can see on Crumbs' screen. But this guy right here, vision is power. And that's what he has always put forth in his games. And now back on the LCS stage, gets to try to do that with Renegades. And hopefully, back to the beginning of this story, is that's where they can get their engages again. Because once we do see that vision go away, Renegades themselves start to crumble as well.
Yeah, when that vision goes away, they become paralyzed to make plays.
Right.
But that's the thing. If you take the Callisto away as well, they might be a little paralyzed to make plays, see if Lod's good on that champion, and then that's something else that becomes contested. Because Renegades, they want to constantly fight. They love their team fighting, and they love that when they have vision dominance, they aren't afraid to go for those plays very consistently. And I think that the Renegades have a little bit of stage nerves in a couple of their members, that when you have everybody backing you up and you get to make these plays consistently, it's not that, oh, I messed up that one play and now the game's done. It's you have to mess up like 5 plays in a row. So you get so much margin for error.
Well, both teams 1-1 coming in on the day. We'll see where they end after this matchup. Week 2, going quick. Before you know it, we'll be in the summer split. Teams trying to put the wins under their belt right now. Who will pull into the lead and not be even after week 2, day 1? Right now, FLICKR and Callisto have been banned out, so LOD will not get that, and that also takes away that engage a little bit. We were talking that we saw so much from Renegades.
We're going to see some power picks here. Whatever ends up being left up, whether it's Lulu, Rise, Poppy, Graves, Jungle.
Seeing more Poppy, that's for sure.
I love Poppy.
The play is fantastic to see.
All right.
Especially when it can be done well. Rise gets taken out. Mundo, there's a little bit of the late game. Who is after Gangplank? His 100% pick ban trophy belt that he wears.
That's actually 100% banned.
It is just
these
100%
are the only bans. It's funny. Freak earlier was like, yeah, he's pretty much, I don't think we've seen one yet. He's like, yeah, he's 100% banned. Nobody gets to be able to play Gangplank. He's always in that slot.
So it's basically just like the lore. They took him back out.
Yeah,
he's gone. He's gone. Gangplank's gone.
The players are disabling him. Don't get mad at us.
Poppy is now going to be taken out. We just mentioned her really putting a mark on the game. Like, Billy Boss, he'll be looking to lock in the Kench. Bring him off the bench here for Team Dignitas to start off picks and bans, and he will do so.
Tom Kench, the anti-playmaker here. This stops a lot of different strategies. The pick strategy that you might want to run if you're Renegades now is pretty much put off to the wayside. You have to come up with something else, maybe some team fight. But then again, Tom Kench is still a great flex pick. Top, support, either of them work. A lot of people have been playing it top.
It could really be Billy Boss's because we have not seen the Kench go in. Kiwi could probably play that anyways, but could be locked in for Billy, as you said, flex pick. Thresh, I love it. I want to see some Thresh play, especially Remy's. Love that in the promotion tournament, as well as Graves getting locked in. We've also seen him get a fair share of bans.
Yes, he was not very popular last week in the North American LCS, and it was quite curious because Jungle Graves and now Top Graves are very popular in other regions, and it's being played pretty much every chance that people can get. I know the LCK is not on top of it just yet because when you play it in the jungle, you don't have the same type of gank pressure, really. It's a burst farm jungler, but also here, it's a flex pick because if you throw it to the top lane and it's against the Tom Kench, Graves top beats Tom Kench top. You're constantly shoving him into his turret with your early wave clear, and when you get somebody under their turret as Graves, you just throw out Qs against the wall, you throw them against the turrets, you have lots of targets to get burst off. So early aggression there. And to touch on your last point about the Thresh for Remy, she was once called Madwife.
Madwife. There you go. Lock it in. And it wasn't the promotion tournament. It was just their promotion game out of Challengers. I wanted to correct myself.
Yeah. You waited so long for that. I'm sorry.
No. I actually just thought about it when we went back to talk about Remy's Thresh. So, looking at what the bans are now, or the picks are, Corki and Rek'Sai being locked in. So we see the double 80 carry composition. Where's some tank going to come in for this Renegades composition?
Well, it could still be the top lane. Honestly, this could be a Graves jungle, Corki mid, and then you could have a third 80 carry here. But I do think...
No.
I know. What has happened to this meta? But LOD does play a mean Corki, and I wouldn't put it past him to lock that in and play it there. But it is actually going to be a Graves top. Most likely, it can still be an AD carry, right? Because that's going to be a Rek'Sai jungle pretty much 100%. So that's locked in.
All right, Apollo, Kiwi, you are the middlemen for the picks now. What will you choose for your team or yourself? As we see the Alistar coming in, it will mean that Tom Kench is going to be in the top lane, locked in. Shifter gets his Ahri, really putting a stamp on that champion. Last time we played it, showed a lot better in mid versus GBM. And we're also going to see that Tom Kench top as Kiwi Kid takes the alley.
Tom Kench top against Graves. Talked about the matchup before. Graves has an edge early and can really get up to those item points where he's no longer just a kind of a damage 8 burst 80 carry. He becomes extraordinarily tanky as well. Now the Alistar for Kiwi Kid, it's pretty much a classic pick for him. You're going back to how Remy has performed in Promotion and Challenger Series.
Yeah.
Well, in Relegations, Kiwi Kid kept Dignitas in with a 5-man pulverize in Game 5. So he's going back to a pick here that he knows how to engage on and that he can make those plays.
That pixel brush near Baron, remember the pulverize very clearly. Hopefully he can replicate that same play. We see teams locked in on both sides. Nice lock in plus poke potential coming in here from Renegades. They can kind of make some moves if they want to, if Remy can get those thresh hooks in. But it doesn't look like they have too many options other than that.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a different look here for the Renegade squad because it's poke. You have wave clear with the Victor and the Corki, and also Graves. Graves has a great amount of wave clear with the end of the line Q. But this is a composition that's squishy. You're not going to really be jumping all in a whole bunch.
Yep.
So you're looking for picks here, but then there's the Tom catch. If anybody gets thresh hooked, they're going to get eaten by Billy Boss's Tom catch, and it's going to be very frustrating. So they have to poke, they have to play this game slow, and they're looking for a little bit of a stall out here on the Renegade squad.
Getting eaten by Tom Crench. That's not frustrating. I'm just lying. That's very frustrating. We'll see what Zyrene says. If it comes true, the team comps are set. So head over to Twitter and weigh in on this match. Hashtag DIG win or hashtag REN win. Lock in your vote, and we will show you later how you are affecting the game. The players, or rather the viewers in-house, have been loud and proud all day. Happy to see more games. This will be our final one on the day here. Dignitas versus Renegades. Coming to you live here from the LCS studio. We are about to be on the Rift, and we'll see who leaves this game 2-1 as both teams are tied up.
And you definitely want to start jockeying for that position. You were saying, you know, the season's pretty much over, the split's pretty much over before you know it in summer. You need to start getting as many wins as you can against the teams that people project to be around you in the standings, because those tiebreakers start to add up very quickly. So if Renegades and Dignitas are fighting for those 5th, 6th, 7th spots, well, you don't want to have to drop down and not have a chance at Worlds.
Right.
You want to keep your career.
Also, it'll show that these teams, when they play under pressure, if they're failing in these games, it's going to be even more pressure.
Boom.
Once you actually get down to the wire. Nice end of the line off the wall. Billy Boss takes a chunk of damage there, and you can just see that's like how level 1 Graves damage is.
Yes.
Gotta stay away from it.
It's pretty much banned out for a reason.
Do not touch. Hot fire.
Yeah. If the end of the line makes contact with a wall, it immediately explodes. And the idea is that it's supposed to be a small amount of damage when it first comes out, and then you have 2 seconds to react. But there is that caveat if it's against a wall, boom, you take it instantly. So stay away from it. Pretty much treat it like a poppy. Don't be near a wall. Don't have a wall on the other side of you.
Ward wars and support wars back and forth. Let's see what Keystone Masteries everybody's running in just a few here. So Shifter playing up against Huhi in that mid lane on the Ahri. I was mistaken. It was not GBM, but he's still definitely increasing and getting back to that point where Shifter can be the guy to get a triple kill or a double kill in a fight that doesn't look like it's going Dignitas's way.
Yeah, Shifter had a really good week last week. He went 8-2-7 on Anivia, and then he went 6-1-10 on Ahri. So overall, he ended up with a 14-3-17 performance last week. An amazing KDA for Shifter, and he was the person that people were saying wasn't being aggressive enough in lane.
Right.
And now he's playing Ahri. Now he's playing these champions that allow him to be very active.
The walk-up Flay harass. Lod also putting a few shots in, and Renegades already has this lane won by HP if they keep that aggression up. It's just here and there's. We'll see if they make a move at 2.
Yeah, the thing is that this lane with Alistar now, you have to watch the level 2, you have to give it up, and even if Dignitas hit level 2 first, there's no headbutt pulverize combo because heal is taken at level 1 here. So there wasn't really a huge amount of threat that Dignitas was going to get out of this skill order.
Right. Just allowing it to push the turret, making it safe for them. Good relics off by Kiwi Kid. He'll put a few tags in here so Apollo can do the damage necessary. Mid lane 11-11, all tied up. A lot of focus on the CS. Nothing has been done while CSing here. No trades of damage just yet. Jungler path. Looks like it's going to be Scuttle for Crumbs. Very healthy here. He could dip into the mid lane.
And it looks like he's actually just going to go around and try to ward up here. Get that vision. Ooh.
Just
nope,
out of
not
range.
Quite. Not quite, but he is looking like he wants to go gank mid lane. Shifter, though, it is good to put pressure on him. Alex Each and Crumbs, they had a lot of synergy in Challenger, and this is how they got their advantages.
Oh! Charm to laser. Can he get the party tent down? Kirei is going to be top side. And Shifter knew that, so he was kind of hovering. But good try by Crumbs. Good pressure.
Yeah, just chunking out a mid laner is worth it a lot of the times for a jungler. You'll see Nidalee's just run by, throw a flyby spear. If it lands, then you're in a good spot. But actually, Kirei is actually going to take a long way around top here, and because Graves shoves in on Tahm Kench, you do have to be conscientious of when the jungler could be your way. He actually backs up and sacrifices a little bit of his wave just to play it safe. But you can't. The thing is, you can't play safe forever when you push the wave up like that. And now Kirei is going to actually come around and look for this gank opportunity.
Oh, that ward was placed just recently, but it's going to be enough time. Quick draw is there. He uses it. Cocoon's going to be just out of range of the turret. Now he walks in for the spiders. Billy Boss actually couldn't make the range, but he does get forward. Throws the flash on. Grey Health will be there. First blood for Team Dignitas.
And Crumbs on the other side of the map just cleaning up his jungle, so wasn't called to the top lane there to help out RF. And that's the problem, is when you have this Graves, you're constantly going to be shoving. That's how you beat this Tahm Kench in the matchup, but Kirei taking advantage of that because it's a losing matchup naturally. That's actually pretty cool that he decided to go up there knowing he was going to be in that state.
Be a little bit different from the Tracer play we saw in Jin Air Graves. That 8-minute turret taken down in the top lane. We'll see if he can still do the damage and serve his purpose, because that's still what he wants to do. He's going to get back to that lane and still be able to keep doing the same thing.
Yeah, he's going to continue to do that, but now he doesn't have a flash, and now he doesn't have a TP on that Graves in the top lane. So it becomes even riskier. He has to get wards. You see the pink ward in his inventory. If he can place it down on the bush behind him, he's going to be able to clear out a ward. He's going to be able to be a little bit safer, but you should have your jungler play towards this side of the map.
So pretty well off at the turret, though. We do see 33 to 19 CS for RF Legendary. Even though he went down, he will have to play safer, so that may be evened out here as Billy Boss puts on some pressure. CS around the map, generally in favor of Renegades so far, but that first play for Team Dignitas here. Let's see if Kirei can get any more moves made. Blue buff over to Alex. Very difficult to make anything happen in the mid lane, but we'll see if he can do anything. This is the guy that was getting people, or getting challenger teams in, right? And then he brings himself in on one. We'll see if he can make the moves. He's been trying to do it for a long time. A long time waiting for him to get a victory in the championship.
Yeah, Alex has a history of beating teams near the bottom of the LCS, whether he's on a sub-squad or not.
Yep.
He's used to adapting to having new members too, so having Laud here, and as they transition to team fights, it may not be that different for him. It actually seems to be pretty plug-and-play right now during the laning phase. It's not as aggressive of a bot lane, because Freeze has very aggressive tendencies, but just feeling out this matchup with the Corki Thresh and how Laud and Remy are going to continue to play it. You have to kind of figure out what your style is midway.
Nice charm. The trade actually was not that good coming from Alex. He missed his laser. Shifter feels good to go in. Kirei just to the side. And he gets the bite in. Kills down Alex each and gets the flash.
Kirei is in the right places at the right time right now.
He really is.
Setting these up, and he is knowing and he's communicating with his laners, hey, this is when I'm coming in.
And the thing that gets me on this Cyrene is they noticed the pressure on RF Legendary, so they warded 2 pinks for him. Kirei's taking 1 out right now, so the top side of the map and somewhat mid was warded, and that still happens. Kirei comes right down the channel of that pink ward and takes down Alex.
Yeah, rather late flash from Alex. He ate the charm at the start, so if he flashed, he knew that the distance would only be closed by Ahri, and there would be no follow-up CC. So holding that for too long, Kirei comes out on top and now has 2 kills. And Kirei had a mixed performance last week.
Absolutely.
There's one game where he's running through gravity fields and he's basically losing his team the game. And then the other one, he's affecting every lane, but speaking of affecting lanes...
Playback, summoners are up on both sides. Nothing's been used. Crumbs is hovering. Remy goes in, hides in the brush, tries to deny vision. Now to the other brush, they're gonna get a kill here. No, not onto Kiwi Kid. TP comes in and deters the fight. And Billy Boss does not go any harder, but this now leaves RF in the top lane by himself.
Exactly. Stall this back. Billy Boss is backing in a bad place. Make sure that you're able to stall it.
Oh boy.
You get more CS on this top lane. 64 to 40 right now, and he gets turret damage.
Crumbs is trying to do a lot of work for the team right now. He is back and forth, trying to get kills, trying to make plays happen, just ulted towards mid, and Dignitas is almost 1 step ahead on each time.
Kirei is having a rather good game here in terms of where his pressure is, but you see, he's going to get pressured by Crumbs here.
Once again.
Comes to the back.
Crumbs trying to make moves.
He got it.
Yes, he did. Couldn't tell for a second when he was on his turret, or his tunnel there. Goes over. They're really in the face of Key right now. They want to shut him down. 2-0. It would be nice shutdown gold as well. But now to the bottom lane, a 3v3, now a 4v4 as both Victor and Ari start to pull down. Looks like Shifter is going to use this time to push mid lane, which has to mean they're calling for Dig to be very safe here in the bot.
Shifter is going to go back to clearing it. And that's going to bring Alex and Crumbs both up. But they saw Elise down bottom, so if Shifter pushes too far forward, he's going to get ganked by Crumbs. So he has to actually back up after a bit. Or go for a roll. There he goes.
So it looks like Legendary, or RF rather, has gone for that serrated Dirk.
Yep, looking for the Youmuu's Ghostblade first buy on Graves. The armor penetration is extraordinarily good with the end of the line and the collateral damage. The build actually gets really smooth after that. You get the Youmuu's Ghostblade, and then you can build into tank very quickly. And it's a mixture of tank. You go for the Maw of Malmortis, and then you also get a Sterix Gauge.
Ah.
So you have multiple shields. You have shields on shields.
Crumbs looking for the bot lane once again. Kind of factoring this into time, there would still have really been wards down there placed by Dignitas in that last little fight they had. Kiwi Key grabbed out. He's level 6. Kiwi's all right on that one, but he has to pop the ultimate, so that could mean Renegades can keep going a little bit harder each time.
Exactly. Kiwi Kid is low, though, out of mana. He has to back right now, and nobody really has enough to actually clear here. Ooh. It landed, but not quite the target that they wanted. In the top lane, though, this is also the other part of this pressure that's happening here in the bottom lane, is that they've started to force a play by Renegades because Legendary in the top lane, he has TP advantage, and he's always going to push Billy in. So you have to be conscious of where he's going to come from, where's the ward, because if they were able to get behind the tier 1 turret, they're actually able to make this type of outnumbered play that Renegades wants to have. And Renegades, despite being down 2 kills, and even in turrets, they're actually up in gold because of these CS leads we're seeing in both bot and top.
Yep, just edging it out. So I don't know if Crumbs, we'll keep an eye on him as well. He's got good tunnels around, and he's been trying to make plays left and right for the team. Dignitas shutting it down, though. Key Ray did not go down. He's still gold to be waiting to be picked up here by Renegades. Dignitas, looking at their team comp, what are we looking for them towards late game? 'Cause that's actually when we see the intensity, kind of the pressure of a game start to take hold over their strats and kind of take them apart.
Okay, so in contrast to what Renegades want to do, Renegades want to group up. They want to be able to siege and poke and wave clear. If you look at Dignitas' squad, though, they actually want to stop the engage of Remy, which is pretty much the only engage on this squad, using Billy Boss, and they want to have some team fights / skirmishes where it's 2-on-2s, 3-on-3s in the middle of a fight. Because Elise is fantastic, a lot of single target pick with the Cocoon alongside Shifter's Ari Charm. So these are champions that really want to be able to section people off and not have an all-out 5v5 team fight, because that'll favor Victor a little bit, but you want to have 2-on-2s, 3s-on-3s.
Just got vision of Crumbs going towards the top. Multiple pressures on this Alex each lane. Back and forth. Key Ray does not stop making a few visits here. Looks like Alex will be fine for now. 105 to 108, safe in that lane, and it's slowed down. But what I'm expecting is once these lanes break, the triple AD composition, I feel like we're going to get some pretty volatile fights here.
Yeah.
Once they break out, because either the AD carriers are going to die immediately, or they're going to delete their one-on-one opponent.
Yeah, that's how it works, is you don't really have too much of a front line in these compositions. Tom Kench is pretty much a tankiest member here alongside the Alistar, but Renegades, they've pretty much thrown tankiness out the window. So members of Renegades have to position appropriately. They cannot get hit by a Charm, they cannot get hit by a Cocoon, and there you go, Riv. It's not 8 minutes, it's 12 minutes and 40 seconds, but the top lane turret goes down.
Just gets out. But Crumbs is getting a little bit of knowledge with what he's doing. Has to blow his flash, and Dignitas is not really giving up an inch here. The whole team is moving as a collective unit every time something happens. Shifter coming down to help a team if necessary. And then they called to push the mid lane on that last bottom tier engage we thought Renegades was going to hit. So Dignitas is doing a very nice dancing game around what Renegades has been trying to put on the table.
Yeah, Dignitas, especially Kirei, have been doing a good job of beating them at the kind of heading them off at the pass of his Old Western,
That's a good way to put it.
So Kirei is showing up top because the turret's about to go down, and he knows that this is a prime place for Crumbs to show up. It's kind of that, if I were him, I would gank this lane right now. So I'm going to go there and try to stop it. Just keep his lane safe and counter gank.
Looking at what the next move may be here. That was very fast by Renegades to pick up a chunk of gold. Bottom turret, top turret. They're still going to send Lon and Remy back here down to the bot lane. So mid's not really getting the pressure towards Shifter just yet. Maybe for setting up onto Dragon here and seeing if they can double up on the objective and the turret.
You have to watch out for these power spikes, though, on Renegade's side. If you're going to be grouping up and trying to push down turrets, Renegades are going to be looking to all group mid, because it's that last one standing. And they do have the Youmuu's Ghostblade, which is so gold effective.
Oh, no!
Remy, oh, the pick!
That's going to be a womp-womp situation for Renegades. They try to go in a little too deep. Like you were saying, that mid lane is there. They're spreading themselves very thin in a 1-1-2. The 3 now as Crumbs kind of hovers down here, but did not need to push the second tier turret.
Yeah, you have to watch for those picks when you go into these places that don't have vision. And Remy's not level 9, right? You don't have the upgraded sweeper. And Lod, he hasn't changed out his trinket yet for a blue trinket, so he's not able to scout these out. He's not able to scout out these blank positions that they don't have vision of.
Well, maybe a play to come. Crumbs never leaving something without, or never leaving a situation without something, as he puts a lot of deep wards down after losing Remy there, and they may be able to make a play off it soon. Dragon's up. This is also what it may mean. 15 minutes on the clock. It looks like Kiwi Kid is in and out, but I don't know if they have the resources to do anything else. They just look, taking pictures.
First Dragon for themselves here. After you take that bottom turret, it's rather easy to put pressure on the Dragon, pick it up for yourself. I'm surprised they haven't rotated mid yet, but Kirei, ping that he's coming top a long time ago in RF. Now you push bottom or pressure bottom if you're the Renegade side and you try to at least get something back, but it looks like it's not going to happen. Shifter also fainted towards the top lane.
They might be able to pick up these outer turrets really without finding any other pressure on the map. Yeah, the Dragon went down, and that's going to be all right for a bit of damage percentage, but I feel like mid would be going down here so they can get more wards and open up the way they try to want to work their team.
Shifter has to watch himself. He has two extra people in his lane.
Would it almost be the possibility that they're kind of saying, Dignitas, we want you to group more, because if they do get one good fight, they get more than one turret?
It's true. Yeah, if they group more and then they end up getting a good fight off of them, they can take a lot more with those death timers. But right now, that was really a trade for pretty much nothing. I'd call it a trade, but it was kind of a steal in that top lane, because they're not getting much in return. They're going to be able to get some damage here. We have to watch out for the wave clear. Might be able to take it, though.
Yeah, those 380 carries finally in the same spot. But wait, they really want to go on this. Kirei goes in very far. Kiwi Kid's trying to go in, but he can't get past the box quick enough for a headbutt pulverized. Nobody's gone down just yet, but a whole heck of a lot of summoner spells coming out from Renegade's side there to get themselves disengaged, and the turret does finally fall down.
And you see Renegade's playing that correctly. RF doesn't even use his Youmuu's Ghostblade in that because it wasn't something they wanted to actually fight. They just wanted to disengage it. Box comes down, flash away, make sure that you aren't continuing this fight against a composition that has so much CC, and you are just these very squishy AD carries running around. So you have to play this position correctly, and Renegades just wanted to disengage and get a turret.
Also got both junglers, no tracker knives there. Sight stones for each of them instead of those trackers we've usually been seeing.
Oh, Billy. Billy. Our observer's calling you out. Oh, man. I didn't see that the first time. I don't know who else didn't see that the first time, but
I didn't see that
I
the first time.
I would have been none the wiser.
Too bad. Good thing Kobe's not on this cast. 3 minutes. That's going to be the Rift Herald, and it is picked up by Lod.
Oh, man. So a lot of teams are actually getting in the habit of taking Rift Herald because they're figuring out, okay, let's at least figure out how it feels and when we should be able to take it. So if it ever gets buffed, we'll know how to take it. And I actually think it's not a bad strategy at all. No, people are thinking about this.
I'm sorry, I was still reminiscing. I apologize.
Oh, about the TP?
I'm sorry. I had to. Okay.
It's all good. It's all
no,
good.
You're right.
But yeah, Rift Herald buff comes through, and it looks like it's just going to be split push on the opposite sides of the map here with one defender. I mean, 4v1s, 3v1s.
Oh. They get one instance that favors them, and you see how fast Renegades can take these turrets.
Renegades are faster.
They're going to trade the tier 2 here, possibly in the bot lane. We already see a back from Keyray saying that, wait, we actually need more resource for defense. That means their turret pushing gets that much slower. There now, here comes Kiwi Kid. More members are backing, and that's going to be RF Legendary with a TP if he needs to get to the top side of this map. But great 4-1 played here by Renegades to get an inhibitor turret and only lose one of their own.
Take the Rift Herald, immediately group up and push, and they used the pushing power of the Rift Herald better than any other team I've seen so far. As soon as they took it, wasn't just to get into the habit. It was go into those lanes and use your push advantage. And RF was just on wave clear duty on the bot side, and he's relatively safe. Graves can quick draw out. Graves can throw down a smoke screen. You even have an extra little nudge yourself backwards with the collateral damage now, so that he's rather safe in that. So it wasn't going to get
the new love of Swifties too opens up a few little doors, a little bit more speed. It just makes it that much more comfortable.
So when everybody has Swifties, is it really a speed advantage anymore?
I
don't know.
Because you can quick draw.
It's that whole if everybody's fast, then nobody really is.
It feels better, Cyrene. He'll outrun Apollo.
That's true. He'll outrun Apollo.
Fast speed.
Actually, I don't know. I gotta check the Zeal movement speed here. He's 6 movement speed higher.
And that's what you say, got him.
RF just a little bit quicker on the draw.
It's a minute on to Dragon. Everybody's in the mid lane, as we would think. Keyray looking for a bind here, or a cocoon, I should say. I don't think anybody's really going to be able to go off of it, as we're still waiting for Team Dignitas to group and gather up in the mid lane. Still RF Legendary trying to work that TP being up towards the top lane, which means Billy Boss is going to have to make a very long walk. Does he actually commit to this all the way? If he's seen, this could be quite an easy dragon here for Renegades. Number 2, not the worst thing in the world, but it may just be uncontested now.
They're actually going to send Keyray and Kiwi Kid both up to the top side. RF is actually playing this rather well. It's very hard as a top laner to not just get, not just say, okay, you can have that minion wave, I'm not greedy, but to back all the way off. Because there's a lot of times where you stand there as a top laner and you're like, okay, I'll take 5 steps backwards. When you really need to take 35 and go all the way back. Keep yourself really safe.
But you know better than everybody telling you things, right? No, I can stay. I'm all right. I swear to God, I just saw somebody bot lane. They're bot lane.
Yeah.
Then they all jump out of the bush.
They're missing. They could be anywhere. Well, they're probably not here. Oh, they're all here. But Dragon up. Billy Boss pushing top lane. Tom Catch, not really the premier split pusher and taking turrets. RF's going to come up there, clear this wave out. Both top laners have TP. This may be the fight here, depending on the CC and how it gets started off in this fight, Riv.
So here's the long walk from Billy Boss. He's got the ultimate up, so he can go kind of crazy. He's going to be actually able to push mid here with Apollo. So this is Dig trying to go to the beat of their own drum and make Renegades now act on something. And as they do play reactively, they have to head the long way around, and they're going to lose at least half health on this turret. But Billy Boss's kind of goal side sit here may make it the whole turret.
Oh, he's
got a great health. He goes down. Remy's able to take that kill, but then she falls, and now it's going to be Apollo on the turret. It's a free fight back and forth, but that's a support for a top side. And that's losing a lot of damage in Billy Boss right now. So Dignitas is going to back off. They got a turret, opened up the map a little bit more, and can hopefully work from there. Dragon's still up.
Yeah, when the CC comes out as Tom Kench is low, that's where you save it for. But, you know, Gravity Field stacks up right then, and he can't do anything about it. That's actually great. When you're able to take out the person who's going to stop your playmaking and you actually kill a Tom Kench, it's pretty much handed to you. But right here, now we're going to see the CC.
Oh, Keyray tries to go in immediately on the Gravity Field once again. Somebody goes down, and big plays by LCS putting those in the team turning. Good communication there from everybody as they now get Dragon number 2. Pretty hard fought. Dignitas is not giving up these things lightly.
That's the moment in the game where you have your gray screen and you go, oh yeah, he has cleanse. I didn't notice. That happens actually quite frequently to a lot of players.
That feels bad, because then you sit there and you're like, I should have looked at that during loading screen or something.
But
I had 23 minutes to see it.
It was a hyper-aggressive play, wanted to pick out Alex Each, instant cleanse, turns it around, they pick up Keyray, and now you have to think a little bit more about those windows in which you're going to try to pick Alex. And I also assume that a QSS will come out here very shortly, and Keyray, boom. Alex has been the one in front for a while now. And then that instant turnaround, he was definitely the main target there.
Oh, he didn't even get stunned. He just got locked up.
Oh, Apollo wanted to come from the right side. They wanted to have this pincer attack into the choke point, but of course, turning it around on Kirei is definitely going to stunt that.
Seems like a bit of back and forth in communication for Dignitas, or at least not everybody on this, not on the same page, but at the same moment. Yes, I want to engage, but let me take a few more steps forward. Not everybody has the range to get into these fights, and Dignitas is losing one member at a time, as Renegades has been getting away pretty clean for most of the part. It is 4-2, but Renegades is more working off the ball and around the map right now as opposed to straight up the middle.
Yeah, you definitely want to be able to kite back as this composition as well. So when Dignitas is taking steps towards you, being able to walk backwards, throw your Victor laser out, throw your Corky phosphorus bombs and rockets, you're going to be in a really good spot. You're going to be able to get your damage off with pretty much no rebuttal from a low-range Lucian, and also an Ahri that has to commit to actually get into the fight.
Looking at some of those big names we mentioned in the beginning, Shifter has been having a pretty good time in mid lane this season. Usually falls behind, normally a bit under his NCS's opponents, so nothing new there, but still looking for him to get a big carry on this game. Kirei helped to get that mid lane started in the beginning. Remember the ganks on Alex each, but still Renegades has had Crumbs continuously putting down vision, finding doorways for Renegades to get into openings, and now it's put them basically on top of map control here. You can see him running Dignitas around.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen a move really that put Renegades inside Dig's base. They got the top end hit, but aren't working towards it yet. No chance.
Yep, they're just trying to work towards a fight here. If you can get the correct vision, RF has TP and he's up against Shifter, who's not going to push a turret very quickly with his build just yet. No Lich Bane or anything of the like. And he doesn't have TP. So if you were able to actually execute on a play in that top side, which they were trying to force, you saw RF was running backwards. Shifter was pinging him desperately like, hey, this guy could actually get into the fight, and I can't. So good on Dignitas to try and disengage that, despite being a composition that wants to pick you.
What do they want? They're picking wolves. Let's get wolves. That'll be Tom Kench's.
It's an objective.
It is. Let's see if he finishes an item, but it doesn't look like he's going to. Maybe he just has the gold too? He's got just about 1,600. Goes back, sells the shield, picks up a Giant's belt and a pink ward. Actually 2 Giant's belts being picked up. And we got Captain Swifties for Billy Boss, so that's what he was saving up for.
Captain.
Yep, a little bit more initiation. Hopefully now, as I was saying before, the team can get that bit of follow that they need and the few extra steps that have to happen for these fights to work for Dig.
Give him a little bit extra move speed. If he ever engages and gets into the back line with one of his ultis, they'll be in a good spot to follow him. But both of these teams, in terms of shot calling, you can see the stylistic differences. Crumbs, he's very reserved in his shot calling. It's more macro and rotation and vision oriented.
Yeah.
And then Dignitas, they've pretty much had to reinvent themselves. Again, losing Helios, losing their shot caller, losing a lot of what made them into that team that could come back from deficits. They had a better early game this season, and they once again had that another time. So all 3 games, they've actually had an advantage in early game. It's just this mid-game where it starts to get away from them. They don't seem to know how to play out their composition and what they need to be doing. Because denying vision in this comp is so important, because you can contest objectives, you can threaten the Baron, and even when you're equal like this, even just a Spiderling from Elise coming around the corner and now giving Rylai slow just makes things much easier. So when you're able to deny and control an area, you can execute on your comp.
And a lot of times,
but they're not.
A lot of times the result of that is from this guy on your screen right here, Kiwi Kid. And the Alistar pick as well in this same area you were talking about was where that Pulverize happened. If he can get a flash Pulverize, like we said, Renegades is a very squishy team. They've been able to disengage. That would be a lot of dead 80 carries quite quickly. Still waiting for that one moment. It seems like Dig likes to rely on it, not rely on it a lot, but likes to use it quite a bit because it's something they're forced into. 1 minute on to Dragon number 3 of the game. Both have been taken over to Renegades. And I'm sure they're smart enough to not put themselves in a scary situation just for number 3. So we'll see how this one works out in 50 seconds.
I like this from Kirei, sweeping out vision. And they already placed the pink ward in the Baron pit. So Dignitas are now denying vision. And if there's anything that people know about Renegades already, it's that they love their vision control. Even you can see Alex holds onto his yellow trinket. This is, I think, the 3rd game. He's done it all 3 games. Could be wrong, but he's done it at least 2 of them.
Hey man,
I
like
holding on to his yellow trinket all game. which means that Sweeper is just even more effective in this matchup. There's more vision for you to sweep off the map. And when you do that, you paralyze Renegades. They don't want to make those kind of risky plays. And I know that's how Crumb's shot calls this.
I don't know where you're going with that, but I still like it.
Basically, deny vision, Renegades becomes less aggressive because they aren't the team who likes to face check ever.
This guy, it's a collection of wards. That was pretty good.
Everywhere.
Wards everywhere. He's happy. That's his power right there. They decided to go. Farm alarm coming out from Crumbs. He is to the mid lane. And they will now start to gather around the Dragon Pit. Like I said, number 3 may just be one that goes to the wayside. Crumbs in range. There's no smite here right now. There's Kirei down to the bottom side. He was hovering underneath Tom Kench's coin, so the smite is there. And it looks like both teams very cautious about back and forth on this. Crumbs in. It's not going to go to Crumbs. Kirei is able to steal that one off. And Crumbs is in a bad spot. He went to tunnel under and got charmed just at the last second. You see the creation, but he was not able to get it. Can Dig make moves now that Renegades is a little out of place, but should still have enough to defend.
I like how Dignitas is approaching these fights, though, because they're approaching from 2 members on one side, 2 or 3 members on the other. And that's how you should be playing this. You want those skirmishes so that when somebody engages and you get the attention of Renegades members, you can pull them off. But Kirei, all right. But also it's good not to group up against the Victor and the Graves. Don't give them so much kind of value for their abilities. Right. If you get hit by a Victor laser, just make sure your entire team doesn't get hit by it. Only 1 or 2 people is fine.
Start the conga line.
So their approach to these fights is good. You can see they're split right now, and KiwiKid is actually running the entire way around. And boom, from 800, it's the last number you saw there. And Smite only does 760, so simultaneous. That's the coin toss right there. That's where when you're too fast, you're bad.
Yes, that would be the case.
That's why
not something I have to deal with, though. It's support, you just watch and sit back, swing.
You should keep him away from my Smite target.
It's always, gotta say, it's always easier because you have less pressure. You're the one who's going to steal it and be a hero. As the guy going in, though.
That's true.
You're like, screw that guy. He's got a ton of pressure on him to hit this. I'm just going to take it.
Yeah, 10K down, flash into the pit. You know, we're going to lose anyway.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. So does Saint. 4 to 2:31 on the clock. Oh, this is what we were looking for.
The damage.
Wait, can they follow up on it? You're right, the damage. 1 for 1 so far. Support for support. That means damage dealers are still up. Billy Boss going to get hit up. Alex Each takes him down as they flash over the wall. Now it is going to be a 4v3 as Baron gets started. Kirei is still alive, a huge factor to start off a 50-50 Smite war.
That might be what it comes down to here. It looks like they kind of want to contest this. Kirei, no flash, so we won't be able to get in there that way. But if they can land a good charm, if they can land some damage and follow up here, it's just going to go over to Crumbs.
No smite, no repel, no try coming in from Dignitas after they lose a few. And great job by Renegades. Snap judgment there to go back in on the fight. They got engaged now.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to try to push out this mid wave. But Victor will show up in just a second here.
Yep.
And yeah.
We were waiting for a fight from either side. That was a lot of tense time, Zyrene.
Yeah.
Finally happened. It's been neck and neck out the game, and we finally have a bit of a goal difference.
Yeah, Remy is always the one engaging, and it works out perfectly again. Brilliant engage. Remy gets caught, and then the burst comes out on top of that spot. KiwiKid goes down.
His ult was on.
Yes,
Good
it was.
Lord.
Jat was talking about how he's seen Alistars get ripped apart while having their ultimate on. And it happens again, and both tanks of the squad of Dignitas were the ones that were ripped through in that fight. That's the damage that they're bringing here. When you have a top laner that does that much on Graves, when you have Victor, you have 3 big threats. Normally we talk about top laners as, oh, this is a top lane threat. We have, you know, a high damage Mundo who's fed or something, or we have even a Fiora, right? But you don't have something that's just going to build pure damage for pretty much his entire build and burst people.
Bit of an attempt here by Dignitas to just route Renegades coming down the mid lane. Did not work. Everybody gets out safely on that one. All ultimates are up. Looking at a few flashes down. KiwiKid, Billy Boss, not a huge factor. Kirei can still get into a position. Alex Each might be a target here. as his is now down, and I'm sure that was called by Dignitas in that previous fight.
He has his cleanse, though, so hitting him with a single target CC
ready for it.
Is pretty much something you can't rely on. Both Alex and RF have ways to get out of CC, and it kind of delays Dignitas from actually making a move. You have to get the cooldown out of those abilities in that item, and then try again, but you can't have them engage on you while you're trying to get those abilities out, put them on cooldown. It's rough.
Ping to the bot lane, and assistance called in mid. Billy Boss has TP. It's going to have to come in for, not late, but with knowledge of Renegades now knowing this, so they're going to go hard.
Yeah, they're going to go hard for the place where they took the inhibitor turret a long time ago.
He's just backing. They'll be all right. Nothing crazy. I thought Renegades were going to go harder as soon as they saw him, but they're playing it very safe right now. No need to push themselves outside of the safe zone.
Yeah, just clean up. Get some jungle camps on the way out. And set up for the Dragon in another minute. Look for number 3 here for Renegades. But overall, this game has been pretty steady. It's been about a 2,000 gold lead here for Renegades for a good while now, since the Baron came out. It's all about the setup. They're giving each other kind of, it's like, hey, you get one move, and okay, that was a nice hit. All right, let's reset again. It's like fencing. They keep getting to do it back and forth.
All right, you get a point.
You get a point.
My turn. See who gets the next point. It's 5-4 right now. Taking the lead, but are they? Definitely not map-wise. Renegades has been able to find a lot of the structures and a lot of the objectives. 20 seconds for the next one here. It's Dragon about to spawn.
Yeah, despite Dignitas being down in structures and also being down in gold, you can't really count them out.
Oh, wait.
Kiwi Kid, he's waiting for his flash pulverize. If he can actually land one on priority members, then you will be able to blow them up rather quickly if you're actually able to get your damage dealers up just as fast. So Dignitas is looking for that explosive play, but no contest here.
Yeah, they're playing it safe as well. Over getting blue, Keyray helping out his mid laner, and again for him, 3-1-2 on his Elise game. Has consistently been getting better for Dignitas. It was really a pain point, just by what social media was saying, like, what did this guy do? You know, he tried to pick up Kindred and he did terrible, but now it's like it didn't even affect him. And that's really what I like to see, is he kind of just went in and still played his own game, and the team is very much behind him.
Yeah, the Kindred game wasn't that great, 4-5-4, but then his Elise was 3-1-11. From what I've been hearing, he's a really good Elise player and pretty much his best champion.
It seems so. He's got the 3-1 thing going again.
Exactly. He's got 100% kill participation right now.
Yep.
Needs 9 more assists to match his previous score. But he also had the second highest kill participation in that game, right behind Shifter. So he's a very active player, but usually active around mid and top side right now. That seems to be his tendency, is to help out Shifter, to help out Smitty J previously, now Billy Boss.
He did seem to get a bit flustered once Crumb stole his red. But then again, he just went for Alex in mid, so it was flash down. Why not? If I don't have a red, I'm going to go for the guy who's limping around. Mid-game was definitely a bit of a back and forth between the junglers. Keyray and Crumbs got to go at it because we did not get a lane swap throughout this one. And it's played out pretty evenly so far. Renegades feeling comfortable to give up a dragon throughout the game, but have 3 themselves now, as they most recently just got that number 3. Plays to be made very soon here. Once we get down to the second tier turrets, and once those go down, inhibitors, they follow.
Well, you would think, but that top inhibitor's been up all game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But they haven't gone returned to the scene of the crime. They haven't done any type of TP split, but Crumbs is going to look for a fight right now.
He gets bumped out. Kiwi Kid, not really the target you want. A flash play onto Apollo. Now, can Renegades follow up on Remy's hit? You see RF trying to stop the mid turret. And he cannot. That goes down by the hands of Billy Boss. And Dignitas tries to work around the map. They get a turret. They lose a support.
Yep, they wanted to have 3 people top to the 4 of Renegades and not get engaged on, but Crumbs came from the side and was able to start that fight off. They sent 2 members mid, both Shifter and I think Billy Boss, and they were able to actually pressure out RF and get that middle tier 2. So ultimately, they do end up with a slight bit of an extra gold lead off of that, but at the same time, it's still not enough. You got that structure down for trading Kiwi Kid, but you lose a little bit of pressure. Your support's off the map. You don't have this guy who's going to sweep out wards for you.
Yeah.
You give up Baron control 30 seconds before it's up, and Kiwi Kid's going to be up when there's 20 seconds left on. They're going to have to force their way back into that spot. And it might be a little bit blind, too. They do have a ward right on the Baron pit, but you have to watch out for this area leading up into it. It's Renegades now.
Renegades with 2 upgraded sweepers, and they still have the regular trinkets for double warding. That's going to allow them and Crumbs upgrading to the Ruby Sight Stone as well to continue pushing wards forwards. He loves vision.
Yeah, it's extra gold. It gives you 1 more ward. But
Summoners.
We'll talk about that later.
Kiwi gets chomped up.
And spit out.
Spit out, he's good. Good for now, but I don't know if you want to go back in with that. That was the ultimate used, and then he was absorbed. So they do not have a lot of the defense they were just looking at. 40 minutes coming up on the clock. Renegades now looking to take Baron against Dignitas. How wild does Dig fight against the Baron attempts now? Kiwi Kid goes in, flashes out to make sure they pick up a kill, but no, that's going to be the kill going in onto Crumbs. D-Ray getting grabbed, another flash being blown to get out of a situation. And now opposite sides of where they really want to be here. See if Renegades pulls up, heads to the right as they need to protect some turrets.
As soon as your smite dies, you stop doing Baron. Just stop it. Get out of there. Make sure that you don't continue to help the other team close out that objective. So Crumbs off the field pretty much stops Renegades from doing anything more in that area.
There's no way to take a smite from your friend. It's not like lives in the game. Don't you hit start. Take my heal for a smite. Don't hit start. Let's see how this goes down. Let's survive.
Billy Boss hits the E pretty early on so that when he's stunned, they're not going to be able to blow him up. But that was really smooth there. Kiwi Kid gets the pulverize that he needs, and they blow up Crumbs, who has no way to reposition himself.
And overall for Dignitas, that was even a more fantastic of a play because they had just burned Kiwi's ultimate. It was very dangerous for him to go in, but they were still making split-second plays. We're able to come out with the jungler, like you said, smite down.
Yep.
Baron stays up for now.
But they are even in gold.
For now.
Oh, they try to sneak some members over the wall here, but I think they were spotted out.
Yep, there's Farsi, the alteration. Farsight, Farsi.
Yeah.
I'll get it. Words.
You see Farsight.
You see Farsi. 1 minute on to Dragon. Number 4 becomes a huge deal, but not so much right now with that Baron having so much pressure on it. Forward wards once again from Renegades. See everything around the blue buff, and that's pretty much all they need to know for that top lane. Is they need the inhibitor or they need that objective.
Neck and neck here with Shifter pushing the top lane, trying to get a tier 2. Try to apply pressure here, but that'll open up the map on the bottom side. For Renegades, it'll be the 4th dragon for them if they just walk up and take it. They may have to sacrifice the turret for it if they want it that badly, but you may also have to fight this top lane.
Whoa, RF Legendary very close to being engaged on. I think Dignitas knew the whole team was just over the wall, though, and didn't want to get anything too scary to keep themselves safe. Pretty much coming down to one of these fights, meaning your base, especially with the amount of damage coming up on both teams here. Not as much for Dig, as we see through their composition, but it is going to be very scary if you lose more than 2 or 3 members.
What's actually quite interesting is both of these teams actually have a substitute player. Dignitas' top laner and Renegades' AD carry, and they're rather short notice substitutes as well. But both teams are playing almost as if they don't have one. They have, it seems like their normal roster for most of this game.
Yeah.
Right, Billy Boss isn't doing anything that you would be like, oh man, that's a substitute playing right there. They haven't had time to gel just yet. But the thing is, they're not making these plays where you're utilizing these people correctly, right? Billy Boss's split hasn't been that effective, and Laud's poke, we haven't really seen them set up for around these players. It seems like the teams are still playing the way they want to play, and they're trying to plug these people into it. So you still see the same
So yeah, it does look very, very reminiscent of the play we've seen these guys do. Same dynamic, same kind of splits. Looks like Dignitas was maybe trying to pull the teleport out of RF Legendary there, but backed off as the pressure from Renegades would still be pretty harsh. Trying not to test the waters too much. Dragon is alive. May actually is just going to see RF Legendary dip down and take that by himself here. Pings are coming down. 3 pings for directional coming from Dignitas. We'll see if they can put a stop on it.
We're all on our way.
We are coming. But here it is.
They don't have too much on Baron in terms of vision either. Baron is really dark right now. Even the entryway for them is dark. But they have eyes on Renegades in the mid lane, clearing these waves. As soon as you push out the mid, you basically get control of the map because it's a big focal point. and you can go and reinforce Dragon, and you can go towards the Baron as well. So it's
All right.
4th Dragon there for Renegades. This might be a 5th Dragon game.
Where do they come from? Where do they come from? These are the things that hide under your bed. Scary games.
Where do they keep all the dragons?
I don't know.
It's just a different one.
The Monty and Doa talked about this. There's like a dragon den underneath. And it's like, who wants to go to the party? I gotta give him credit for that. That's pretty good. But yeah, that's probably the best explanation.
Oh my god, it's so sad.
It is though. It is very
so
sad.
good.
You think you're going to have fun. 44 on the clock. Looks like Dignitas still hovering towards that top side. Shifter at 401. Still a little below Alex. But right now these guys are sporting full builds anyway, so it doesn't really matter. They're going to be chugging potions soon here, and those elixirs make themselves that much stronger. These are going to be some final fights we got here. 75.5 to 75.2. Really one of the closest of the long games we've had throughout the season already.
Yeah, it's been neck and neck. Both teams are not making any huge plays because Dignitas wants to pick you, but Renegades wants to group up and kite backwards. So it's really nobody's actually going to play into the other team's strategy. Because if you're kiting backwards, you're not face checking.
Somebody's going to make it happen.
Somebody. It's going to happen. League of Legends has to end at some point. So something's going to happen.
Zyrene, I would not test that. I would not test that.
Right now, though, I'm actually quite curious because you want to push out mid lane if you're Renegades and get Laud the opportunity to back and pick up his package. Because if you're looking for a fight, you want that package.
The pressure comes over. Billy Boss is not able to get a lick there onto Crumbs. I don't know if that would have been their first engage. And Zyrene, frankly, I don't think there's enough time for him to go back and get the package. If he can sneak it, it would be gigantic. But then the team knows they've gone and got the, he's got the package because of that sound. And that's a nice calling to push off, as well as some follow-up damage. Keyray taking a bit as well. But Laud is hurt, and if Laud can be taken down, that's a lot of damage wiped off from this team.
Yeah, sometimes you just get double crit and you have to back up. Unfortunate there, but Apollo, he got in range and he got to chunk RF. RF does have some lifesteal though with the Mercurial, and they're gonna start it up.
The crowdy's getting rowdy. They want to see a Baron fight right now. And it looks like it's going to be started. 5,700 HP onto Baron. Got to get in for the smites. Crumbs over the wall. There's Kiwi Kid. He goes in very low, and he goes. No, he stays alive. That's Remy and Laud that are both down. Dignitas has pulled the trigger. Spooky Ghosts are out. I don't think they're going to follow here. They want to turn back. They wanted to go for Baron. They couldn't follow through the gravity field of Alex Ish anyways, and it is on now. Remy was actually not able to use the Crucible. That fight happened so quick and on Dignitas' terms. Crumbs is still alive, Zyrene. The 50-50 smite is alive.
He's not
and it could still happen. If he could still dump over it, there's the right time. He goes down. He's not going to have it now.
Kiwi might headbutt him out. They're so hard to get into this pit.
Crumbs goes over the wall. What? What was that? Crumbs is going to go down now inside the pit. He tries to make a last-ditch effort play, but it was after expending all the abilities that would have actually saved him if he did get it. Very chaotic, and Dignitas was able to reap the benefits.
Yeah, Crumbs tunnels, and then he flashes into the pit. You'd think he would just want to flash, but of course,
he was already over there.
Kiwi Kid is tracking him, though. Kiwi Kid is going to headbutt him out as the Alistar if he's doing his job
You're right.
correctly.
You're right.
So he's trying to kind of mind game him at the same time
while
watching
difficult.
Baron HP. It's so hard. But going back to how that fight even became a thing is Laud. Shifter's sitting here. He's not actually doing damage. He is waiting for the pick. And Shifter's coming up big this season for Dignitas.
Absolutely incredible. Let's see. Digs up straight up the middle onto this one. Crumbs not up yet. This turret could be going down very fast. Billy Boss coming in. Keyray just on the side to make sure Alex actually can't get in and stop the fight with AoE. Alex now gets charmed after the follow-up comes in. Another hit from Shifter. Billy Boss is going to chomp down and eat up Remy. She goes down. Now they're on the inhibitor, and that's all it takes. The flick of a switch for Dignitas to find the right engage. And like we said, it's very reminiscent of the same spot it happened before for Dig to keep themselves alive in the LCS. And it looks like they are now going to put the finishing touches here on Game 4 of the day. Week 2, Day 1. The first Nexus turret goes down in 14-5. Zyrene, this was one heck of an even game all the way through. But with 48 minutes on the clock, Dignitas takes down Renegades.
And Shifter making it happen there. Shifter sitting in a bush, being very patient. His team is baiting the Baron. I was talking about it so much where you just need to deny vision,
force them into a spot where you can execute on the pick composition, and they got it together. 47 minutes into the game, it was 6-5 for so long, and Dignitas picks up 8 kills in a quick sequence of events to end the game 14-5 and 2-1 after the first day, week 2.
Explosive and mind-bending. Saying Crumbs and Kiwi Kid and having them not on the same team during calls breaks your brain, but what a game coming in from Dignitas there, and Renegades as well, both to come in with a sub and both to really show the same kind of dynamic there. A longer sort of game, hesitance on some of the fights, but overall, they knew what they were doing, because basically nothing was happening. They were getting what they wanted. They were playing very safe, and while that's not the game that everybody wants to watch, that's the game they played, and it almost worked for them.
Yeah, they played very safe. It was a different look from the Renegades this week as well. They were the team that always wanted to engage, look for the Morgana binding, look for the Callista ulti into making a play.
Yep.
This was kite back Renegades, and then the Tom Kench pretty much stops you playing a pick composition. And Dignitas picked up their own, and it came up big in the end.
And we see that the Callista, again, it's kind of it's for really anybody, a team that's for sure engaged, and they want to get engaged at any time. But having that taken away seems to be a big hit for these guys. Even Lod would have played that, and it seems to hit Renegades.
It enables the team so much. Lod, shrugs his shoulders. He's subbing in.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of time with him, but at the end there, he was the one who got picked off. But the team seems supportive of him still.
Yep. Ra's very happy with Team Dignitas right now. Having just that one loss now, 2-1. They win over CLG, and now win over Renegades. It's very nicely done for them. It kind of shows that, as you were saying, the teams that you feel you should be beating, and then maybe some at the top, which means as you come into the second half of the split, you won't have as much of a kind of a juxtaposition to those teams.
Exactly, and also this win is rather big for Dignitas, because if you're thinking of the projected standings right now, they're pretty close to Renegades in a lot of people's minds, and if they have that one up on them, then that means at worst, if they tie them 1-1, they get to play a tiebreaker against
Very
them.
true.
Or they'll end up owning the tiebreaker and be able to get into playoffs off of that, because they're jockeying for position for that 5th, 6th, or maybe even higher now in Dignitas' eyes.
We'll see what happens. Well, we saw the game as well. Right now we're going to send it down to Freak to get the lowdown on Dig's second win of the split.
Thank you very much, Ravens Irene. I'm here with Kirei, the victorious jungler here for Team Dignitas. First things first, I got to talk to you about this game going around for like 48 minutes, and it hinged on Baron. I know you're new to Dignitas, but you're aware of the Dignitas memes around Baron. How much of that game were you like, oh God, it's going to happen again? Were you like ever afraid?
Well, the first attempt, I was pretty afraid, but then the second attempt, Shifter said, okay, this is the plan, this is what we're going to do. And as you saw, like, I reflanked, so we made sure that no vision there. And then, so basically, all Nash, and they were in a really bad position, and we managed to catch Corky, and we managed to win a game of that.
And that was, of course, a really good pick for you guys. I want to start then with the early game, because you started out like 3-0, you're getting all the kills, but Renegades kept taking your turrets down, and they kind of pressured you back without even killing your champions off. Talk to me about how you guys were approaching the early to mid game and your role in it.
The thing is, like, we want to make sure that every time before we try to do something, we made sure the lanes were pushed, so we had time to set up control, like push mid lane, walk in top side, and get full vision. And when they managed to get the turrets, we were just they were just out-rotating us a little bit, and they managed to get most of the times for free.
So you said they out-rotated you in the early game. You guys finally caught back equal in gold. And there was this like 25-minute stint in the mid game where nothing was happening, and you're fighting back and forth and nothing's going on. How did you finally come up with a plan to actually win the game?
The thing is, Danny just thought of the plan, which is like he was going to trap in the bush, so he was just staying there. We made, like I said, we made sure no vision, and we managed to bait the Baron and not throw this time.
And it worked out, yeah. So you guys secured it. You pretty much perfectly smited the last one as well. So then talk to me about sort of playing with Team Dignitas now. You guys are 3 games in with the season. I think you guys were sort of a big underdog coming in, but right now, top half of the standings at 2-1. Tell me about how this sort of journey with Dignitas has been.
The thing is, like, everyone in the house is really nice, and when I came into the house, everyone's really friendly. Everyone gets also well really good along, so let's say we do something bad in game, like, everyone's like fine with it. You know, we just discuss after the games, and everyone's really professional. Like, I came from the Challenger series, and most people talk in the game when something happens, you know, but like in LCS it happens like barely, so that's really good.
So final question for you then. Tomorrow you face up against TSM, of course, a very strong team in North America. Even though they're 1-2, they're very, very scary, I would say. So how are you going to approach that match?
Well, the thing is, like, I'm always confident, but like how I want to approach it is like, I think just we're going to win.
You're just gonna win, just no pressure at all.
Yeah, no pressure. Like I don't feel pressure by playing against any team. I just know they're good. I keep it in my back of the head, but like I'm like still the same.
All right. Anything else?
Oh no, that's it.
All right, just making sure you jumped in a second. All right, that's gonna do it for us. Kire, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your win. And let's go ahead and toss us down to the guys at the desk to talk about that game.
Thank you, Freak. Kire 5-1-7 in that victory on the Elise over Renegades. And that's the first person I want to touch on is Kire. Looking comfortable on the Elise. Got off to a very good start. Couple early kills, picking up 2, 1 in the top lane and in the mid lane, as well as blowing summoner spells. But then we hit that 25-minute period that Freak was talking about where both teams seemed at a loss for what they needed to do to bring a victory around.
It was a little bit of a slow game, obviously. Kire had the good start with the few early ganks, but Renegades also had really superior wave clear in all 3 lanes, which made it really hard for Team Dignitas to take larger advantage of the early pressure that Kire gave.
Yeah, the only kills he got were really just gank kills, and you don't often get objectives off that. And so what ends up happening is the lanes just reset, and then Renegades comp just pushes so much better. So as long as they're still in lanes just pushing, they're eventually going to take turrets, and that's what happened. They took the top and the bottom pretty quickly.
Yep. Graves, Corky, Thresh bot lane were very oppressive lanes, continuing to push waves into turrets. We saw 2 early turrets fall for the side of Renegades. But now I want to dive into this 25-minute period where we didn't see a whole lot happen and break down or at least come to a conclusion as to what the different strategies were that these teams could have taken in order to bring about a victory sooner, or in the case of Renegades, even come out with the victory at all.
Yeah, so like we said, Renegades comp has a ton of wave clear, a ton of push potential. They got into that kind of turret trade where they came out ahead, and then the thing was Dig still had a lot of pressure, and so Dig can't push on them. All they can do is really bait and look for picks, and Renegades just played really safe and just focused more on wave clearing, so the game stalled out for a really long time.
Yeah, we did see that turret trade in top and bottom lane where Renegades was able to secure an inhib turret fairly early into the game. We then later saw them pick up a Baron.
And then never go back.
And then never really return to that
We got
top
the inhibitor
lane.
open. It's all we need.
Yeah, they got 1 mid turret off it, and that's it.
Yeah, it was really tricky, honestly, for Renegades because they keep picking themselves, and this is a trend across really the first 3 games, these compositions where you have a Rek'Sai in the jungle, a non-engaged top laner, and then the entire initiation force falls on Remy. And even though they had good wave clear here, you need to land one hell of a death sentence, especially when you have an Alistar in the front line who can ult out if you land him, and then obviously that creates pressure, but it's not a team fight initiation, so you have to land a second hook in order to get something started. So wave clear as they may, they couldn't actually find clean fights.
Right, we had the Tom Kench as well, another level of safety there for Dignitas in case anyone did get hit by a hook. You know, so then it basically becomes a conversation around Renegades and whether or not they have any other strategies in their book, because so far they've been hyper reliant on Remy to be that engaged tool for the team. And as we've now discovered, a Thresh is not enough of an arsenal in terms of starting fights for this team. Dignitas, though, Billy Boss into the top lane. They've got some incredible success with subs in the lineup. Not that the Tom Kench was the reason for the win, but Dignitas didn't seem to struggle too much bringing in a newer player.
I think it'll look like a little bit of a struggle. Alistar Tom Kench is a combo where, especially when you have such a safe carry line, that you can just ult the Alistar behind and have him like headbutt in the Zonulus Victor or something. And they never even looked for that play. I don't remember seeing them combo up for a TP together a single time. All those times they were baiting, you can just get a free TP with 2 people behind.
Yeah.
So it looked like a little bit of lack of practice or synergy.
For whatever reason, Dignitas wins when they make substitutes. Like you go all the way back to when Golden Glue substituted for Scar, and they'd win even though he'd miss a shockwave and get a quad kill afterwards. It just happens.
That was against my team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo!
So you remember it.
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember just watching it.
Here, Billy Boss teleports literally to a ward that would have been faster for him to run.
Yep.
But they win the game. So congratulations.
It happens nonetheless.
It's good. He seemed to settle in a little bit throughout the game, which is really, really hard to do in that environment. Made the bad teleport play around 18 minutes. And then, you know, he slowly got better at proccing his gray health. Sometimes he didn't proc it. Sometimes he did it really early. And it was really Kire, Shifter, Apollo, Kiwi that did that game in for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, but learning points for both teams as it was a pretty extended victory. We'll see if they can look to clean things up in the future. Let's see how the teams are arranged in the standings after today's performances. Leading the pack is Immortals and Energy Esports, who are both undefeated coming out of day 3. CLG shares third alongside Dignitas, each with 2 wins. In the bottom half of the pack, we have 5 teams tied with 1 win and 2 losses, while Team Liquid is still searching for their first win of the new season. Now, the teams will continue to shake out tomorrow, starting with our first match, TSM versus Team Dignitas. A bit later, CounterLogic Gaming will take on Cloud9, and we'll wrap up week 2 with Renegades versus Team Impulse. Now, make sure you tune in for our match of the week, a battle for first between Energy Esports and Immortals. And immediately following this broadcast tonight, stick around for week 2 of the ULOL Campus Series featuring Georgia Tech versus Florida State. Now, I want to give a special thank you to Mark Zimmerman for joining us today. And now for myself and the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you mañana. Good night.
Blue opens up week 2 properly here. Team Impulse on blue, Cloud9 on red. Here we go.
Didn't see that.
It's ulted. He's going to die for sure. Here comes Sarah from the backside. Oh, and so much disruption. They've already picked up 2. And Impulse take down Cloud9, only giving up 5 kills.
TV, give me a ward, give me a ward, give me a ward.
I want.
I'm here.
Too slow.
On Probalter.
Kill the summer.
Finish him. Let's go top.
Hey,
Run, Dennis, run.
One of you recall.
I'm on Braum. I'm just hitting Braum.
I got it.
Cleared in the mid. Immortals 3-0.
Look, it says RIP, and then it's all my old teammates destroyed. That's so sad.
Oh my god.
RIP.
That's actually hilarious.
Oh, it's because we're here last season with the same sign, but now they just wrote RIP on it. That's really sad.
Back. Play slow.
Looks at the queue, gets a 2-man stun. Here comes the re-engage. Phoenix wants in, but oh no, Darshan and Huhi turn it back around, and Phoenix sniped away. That's gonna be it. CLG improved to 2-1.
2:31 on the clock. Oh, this is what we were looking for. The damage. Wait, can they follow up on it? You're right, the damage.
Gotta get in for the spikes. Crumbs over the wall.
There's Kiwi Kitty goes in.
Dignitas takes down Renegade.